since you were reincarnated as the youngest prince of the empire, let's enjoy Jujiakrim. But did she say the empire was ruined? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 202, Jotun's Reformation War. 4. A deep night. A week after the day Jean contacted Angelina. Whoa, where on earth have you been, Captain? It's been almost a week since you left a letter at the guard post where you said you were patrolling and disappeared. Chelsea, the deputy of the Inquisitor's Vice Captain Jean, was working in Jean's office and seemed restless, as if she was worried about her superior. Even though we are the same master, she is much stronger than me, so I don't think anything has happened to her. But why is it taking her so long to find her? You couldn't have just gone all the way to Adria. No. No matter how reckless the captain is, he probably not to that extent originally. She was responsible for most of the paperwork, so her unit's work was running smoothly. But the absence of Jean, who was the symbol of her unit and the backbone of its military force, made her worry more and more. Ugh. It's really impossible, but you didn't attack the Imperial Palace with an axe, just because you found traces of her older sister in Adria. Right? I hope that's not the case. But Chelsea, who had been suppressing her anxiety and going about her paperwork as she had no way of doing it herself, suddenly saw her candle shaking and carefully placed her hand on the axe behind her clap. Who are you? How dare you invade this place? Reveal your identity. Chelsea, holding the large Inquisitor's axe, pointed the blade at the place where she felt her presence and shouted with all her might. But she was momentarily embarrassed when she could not see anything and could not sense her presence anymore. What? Did I feel wrong? No. If it's a sign, it's my sense that the captain can feel it even if he's hiding. It's clear that an intruder has entered here. Who are you? Don't try to deceive my senses. If you reveal your true identity, your life is at stake. At that moment, when she again felt the presence of her intruder behind her, she quickly turned her axe and attacked the place where her presence was detected. Chelsea was so familiar with her that she blocked his attack. When she saw the intruder's face, a bright smile appeared on her face. Captain, where on earth have you been and are you coming back now? How long have I been looking for you? Oh, boss, you are. Why on earth are you dressed in such a disgraceful manner? As she looked, there was Jean in a bikini that barely covered only her nipples and genitals and an obscene tattoo on her lower stomach. Chelsea was so embarrassed that she took Jean's cloak out of her closet and gave it to her. Jean, wearing her cloak, ignored Chelsea's questions about her attire and sat down at his desk to tell her about her situation. Chelsea, you were worried a lot during the week I was gone, right? But I was a little late because I had to meet her older sister for a week and see Monk Ikari and receive an oracle from him. So please understand. You received an oracle from Icarus? Oh my god. Such an honor. Of course, I have to understand. Not to understand. When Chelsea said that the captain she respected had the honor of meeting God, the week's hardships seemed to melt away. I'm jealous. Captain, I should have followed along. What a glorious experience it was. It was a truly ecstatic experience. I was able to meet the true Lord. If I get the chance, I will help you have the same experience in the future. Are you sure? You promised. Captain. By the way, what did Icarus say? What was the content of the oracle? When Chelsea asked about the contents of the oracle, Jean wiped the smile from her face and straightened her posture. And Chelsea also took an unmoving posture in front of Jean. Chelsea, it may be hard to believe, but I will tell you the contents of the oracle. First, Icarus himself revised the doctrine. Our holy kingdom of Jotuns will have freedom of religion. Therefore, our Inquisitor unit will no longer allow heretics. We will not punish and will focus only on protecting our believers. Yes, even though his lieutenant was wide open in shock, Jean continued to open his mouth. Second, Lord Icarus ordered all the corrupt popes and cardinals to be judged who persecute believers, toy with priestesses, misinterpret his words, and are only devoted to the pursuit of greed. This is the most welcome news. As expected, Icarus was aware of the Pope's corruption. Icarus, your servant Chelsea will stand at the forefront and execute your orders. Seeing the second oracle's adjutant so welcoming, Jean smiled for a moment and then continued speaking. Third, he said that he would make the current emperor of the Balkan Empire his earthly agent. His Majesty the Emperor of the Balkans, also heard Icarus's oracle, and together he led his army and secretly arrived here in order to fulfill the contents of the oracle. You did it. Oh, that's ridiculous. How can an ordinary person who doesn't even have divine powers become Icarus Sama's agent? Seriously, it's impossible for the captain to misrepresent the contents of the oracle. Seeing the adjutant protesting, doubting her words, Jean took her hand and placed it on her lower abdomen, where her tattoo was engraved. Wow, this tremendous sacred power. It seems to be much greater than the sacred power you originally possessed. That's right. Chelsea, can you feel it? This is a tattoo that the Emperor of Balkan, my male and my master, personally engraved on me. At the same time as pledging allegiance to His Majesty, the divine power bestowed by Icarus is amplified through this tattoo. I felt my skills increasing several times. And I'll explain from there. Jean, Saint. When she looked behind her, she saw Angelina radiating divine power even greater than Jean. So Chelsea looked at her and bowed as befits a saint. Chelsea, it's been a while. You are right. Icarus Sama gave me and Jean an oracle and allowed us to serve His Majesty Emperor Juno, the Emperor of the Balkans and the pinnacle of humans and males, as our master. Of course, Icarus Sama's, even if it wasn't in order, the fate of Arsal would have been the same. No, what the hell? And together with Master Juno, we will subdue the Pope and the cardinals who are corrupting the Holy Kingdom of Johans and mocking the believers. And we will inform the Holy Kingdom of Johans of the true doctrine of Icarus and create a more peaceful denomination and true faith. I will do my best to get out. I couldn't understand some of the words in the middle, but anyway, according to the saint's words, the oracle seemed true. You talk about male and female, but those are words that sometimes appear in the scriptures left behind by Icarus. In the past, he even gave an oracle that good-looking rice cakes were good to eat, and he made the priestesses wear strange clothes. In any case, the oracle is definitely true, as the sacred power of the saint and the captain has not disappeared, but has been further amplified. In that case, Captain, then what should we do? Shall we attack the great temple in the capital, Radame, right away? Of course we should, but our troops alone are not enough. Chelsea, gather priests from nearby villages through trusted members, and gather all the inquisitors in front of the main gate of the garrison before dawn tomorrow. It's a holy war. I will follow Icarus's will. Chelsea called several members under her command and relayed Jean's orders. The inquisitors, who were summoned out of their sleep in the middle of a room, briefly expressed their dissatisfaction with the order to suddenly gather priests and visit nearby units to gather all the inquisitors. But Chelsea said that an oracle had come and a holy war had broken out. I flashed my eyes, showed courtesy, and followed orders. Early morning the next day, even though it was before sunrise, the eyes of the inquisitors and priests standing at the main gate of the unit were extremely bright, and even the cold air of dawn was retreating in front of their heated heat. An oracle, a temple. Oh, what glory is this? I can't believe the saint heard the oracle. Moreover, I can hear it directly through the saint. You command the temple, right? I will sacrifice my life for you and Icarus. Thank you for calling me, even this old body, to the temple for the glory of Icarus. Saint, Icarus will be with you in your future. They were all excited about the honor of being able to hear the oracle given directly by Icarus and participating in the temple that God had directly ordered. And when Angelina and Jean finally showed up, their excitement reached its peak point, as if she still had a shred of conscience. Chelsea was also dressed in a slightly revealing outfit instead of being in a vulgar outfit like yesterday, so she also felt at ease and prepared to stand at the forefront of the Inquisitors unit and listen to what they had to say. Angelina and Jean ascended the prepared stage and began to use their divine power to activate loudspeaker magic to loudly convey their voices. All priests and heresy judges, listen. Icarus has given us an oracle. The doctrines we have believed in so far were false. Icarus said that other gods also exist in this world, and that people with different faiths, he said, that these people are also our neighbors. He also said that he was suffering because of wrong doctrines and commanded us not to suppress heresy anymore. The priests and heresy judges seemed very shocked by the oracle that seemed to completely overturn the doctrine they believed in. Well, isn't that a lie? Icarus Sama would give such an oracle as the elderly looking priest protested cautiously. Many nodded to her, and at that sight, Angelina let out a small sigh and spread her wings, radiating her immense divine power, and flying into the sky. It flew up to listen. I'm Metatron, the first servant of Monk Ikari. I descended upon the body of a saint under the command of Monk Ikari. Furthermore, I inform you that all the words of her saint are true. Everyone's eyes focused on the sky as Metatron's voice resounded majestically from the sky. Oh wow, it's the Archangel. The Archangel descended on the saint. The oracle was true. Are the doctrines we believed in truly false? Then, is it just a sin that we have been hunting down heretics so far? Many people collapsed on the floor as hope and despair intertwined, and Jean's voice rang out to them. Lift your heads. Brothers and sisters, you did nothing wrong. Lord Icarus told us to suppress the Pope and cardinals who are distorting his will and satisfying his own greed by preaching false doctrines to the priests. He told us to wager holy war to correct the mistake. Jean's words cleverly penetrated the gap in the conscience of the inquisitors and priests. Yeah, we didn't do anything wrong. It's all because of the Pope. Kill the Pope who exploited believers and distorted God's will. The true heresy must be judged. It's a holy war. Brothers, light the axes on fire. The inquisitors who cried out for a holy war raised their axes high in the sky and ignited the flame of divine power and cried out for a holy war. Metatron directly amplified the flames on their axes and ignited their courage. Lord Icarus has given us strength. Lord Icarus is with us. That's right, brothers and sisters. Moreover, it's not just Icarus who is with us. Icarus' earthly representative, whom he has recognized, will be with us. As soon as Jean finished speaking, the first Balkan Guard Corps, led by Juno, appeared at the border. Balkan army, how on earth did the Imperial Army? Lord Icarus has appointed His Majesty the Emperor of Balkan as his earthly representative. From now on, all priests and inquisitors will join the crusade with His Majesty Juno at the head. As Jean's speech ended, Juno gathered the divine power overflowing from his genitals and testicles into his fist and spurted it into the sky. A divine power greater than that of Metatron was spurted into the sky, and as a rainbow symbolizing Icarus bloomed in the sky, the priests and the heresy judges began to go crazy. That's incredible divine power. Are you really saying that the Emperor of Balkan is Icarus' earthly agent, the earthly representative of Lord Icarus, who has appeared for the first time in hundreds of years, is the Emperor of Balkan? Then Balkan is no longer the enemy of our Johans. With Juno's impactful appearance, Metatron came down to earth and gave himself back to Angelina, and Angelina and Jean joined their voices and declared a holy war in loud voices. Brothers and sisters, gather your will. It's a holy war. Following the will of Icarus, we will purify the denomination and reform its doctrines together with the Balkan Empire. Wow. In this way, the embers of a holy war bloomed in the southernmost part of the Holy Kingdom, and the religious reform of Johans began, led by a strange combination of a Balkan emperor, a saint, and a deputy chief inquisitor Illustration of Inquisitor Commander Jean's Pussy Knights. Ver 1. Inquisitor. Unit Commander Jean's Pussy Knights Uniform Illustration. Ver 2. Chapter 203. Johans Reformation War. 5. The spark of reform sparked by her sisters, Angelina and Jean, spread throughout Johans castle at an incredible rate. The dissatisfaction of believers was gradually accumulating due to the harsh tyranny of Pope Alexander VI. And it was revealed through conscientious priests and heresy judges in each region that a saint who was in charge of the center of the faith had received an oracle and stood up to judge the Pope. When it became known to the believers, farmers rose up with plows and sickles, hunters with spears and bows, and those who had nothing even grabbed rocks. Let's help the saint, follow the will of Icarus, and purify the church. Judge the Pope who has distorted the will of Icarus, harmed his neighbors with wrong doctrines, and enriched them. Originally, the believers would not have been able to move freely because they were afraid of the inquisitors. in charge of public security, but when it became known that Jean, the Inquisitor's deputy leader, was with the saint, there was nothing to stop the believers from running wild. What are you doing? Go home right now. How dare you try to challenge the authority of the temple? The Holy Father has sent heresy judges to arrest you. Wow, the Inquisitors are with us too. There is nothing to fear. Icarus has also sent down an archangel to help us. Kill that guy. The priest of Icarus is going against his will. Puck puck puck. Bah. Paduduk. Even though believers rose up all over the Holy Kingdom, the priests who were loyal to the Pope and were getting hit and run with were still unable to grasp the situation and were often beaten to death while trying to suppress the believers as usual. Moreover, when the believers who murdered the corrupt priests searched the temple, they discovered the gold and silver treasures they had hidden in the priestesses, who had been abused as sexual slaves by them, so they gritted their teeth at the corruption of the temple and praised the saints who declared the temple even more. I started doing it. In this way, believers in each region defended the Pope and the temple and sent a letter saying that they would directly kill priests who tried to protect him and join the temple. The fervent believers in the southern region directly joined Angelina and Jean's troops, while the believers in other directions fought among themselves. They gathered together, created their own unit, and began advancing towards Radaim, the capital of the Holy Kingdom. As corrupt priests, excluding a few conscientious priests and priestesses, began to be murdered one by one across the country, the church seemed to have grasped the situation and attempted to stabilize the country by withdrawing the Inquisitor unit sent to the border area, but the Inquisitors were all killing Jean. There was no way that order would work under the command of, and Angelina, Jean, and Juno's army continued to move north toward the great temple of Radaim at a tremendous speed without any resistance. Meanwhile, a week after the saint declared her crusade, the great temple of Radaim, the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Johans, a high-ranking priest rushed at high speed into the secret underground room where the Pope and cardinals always had parties, except during ancestral rites. What's going on? Where is this? Don't you know that only cardinals and above can enter this place? Even though one of the cardinals was furious, the high priest paid no heed and ran to the Pope. Your Holiness, Your Holiness, this is a big deal. A rebellion has occurred. Even today, the Pope, who was coveting the anuses of priestesses with the cardinals who followed him in the underground sanctuary, opened his eyes wide when he heard the report of his henchmen running towards him. Rebellion? What do you mean? Rebellion? How dare someone rebel against me? The representative of Icarus, the priests of the denomination, which had become so corrupt, were afraid that they would be held responsible, so they tried to hold off reporting to their superiors as much as possible, and tried to resolve the matter among themselves. After that failed, they reported, so the Pope and cardinals found out about the rebellion late. She is a saint. Saint Angelina Blumain has started a rebellion in the southern region. What? If she's a saint, didn't she clearly say she's not being punished for providing medical services in the Adriatic to the Emperor of the Balkans? How could she possibly allow that bitch to return to her saintly kingdom and start a revolt? What do you mean? The secret plan to bring the saint from the Balkans, rape her, and then execute her failed, but the Pope, relieved that he had eliminated his greatest enemy, began to exploit the believers even more harshly. I looked at him in disbelief. I don't know how it is, but her believers fell for her saint's instigation and started a riot. Moreover, it is said that in the north, west, and east, her believers also rebelled in response to her saint's instigation. Call the Inquisitors right now. If there are crazy people who challenge Icarus Sama's authority, Jean, that crazy bitch, will turn a blind eye and execute all the rebels, because the Pope and cardinals had weakened her divine power. By going against the will of Icarus, she was unable to obtain her Inquisitor troops, which required more than a certain level of force, and she relied on Jean's deep religious faith to protect her. Was leading, so this time, it was the Pope who tried to manipulate Jean, but the high priest who reported it shook his head with a tearful face. It's no use. The gods have already sent orders, but they say the Inquisitor unit has joined the rebellion. Now all we have left are priests. What? What? Are you saying that the Inquisitors participated in the rebellion? How can these fanatics who are crazy about their faith The Pope's expression became distant when he heard that the Inquisitors, the strongest military group in St. John's Palace and famous for her religious fanatics, had joined the saint. His penis, which was stuck in the priestess's anus, was already small, shriveled, and saggy, and the priestess, who was crying out in pain, fainted and fell in front of him. However, the Pope fell into agony without paying any attention to the priestess. Your Holiness, what should I do about this? It is said that the saint received an oracle, and the contents of the oracle were to revise the doctrine of one God, appoint the Balkan Emperor as Icarus' earthly representative, and punish them at the same time. Please suggest a solution, Your Holiness. Didn't we come this far by trusting only you? How about we take our possessions and seek refuge into Ceto Aurelian? With all our possessions so far, we think we can live well there. This was the Pope, who glared at the cardinals who had accepted the food he had given them, and who were now trying to blame him, or abandon their current positions and run away with a look that made him want to tear them to death. First, announce that you will excommunicate Saint Angelina and Inquisitor Captain Jean. Icarus Samars will is still in the Great Hall, and tell them that the holy war they are proclaiming is all a lie. I understand, Your Holiness. Also, we must refute point by point how absurd it is to bring in a foreign emperor and declare him to be Icarus Samars' agent, and to bring in a foreign army to intimidate the Pope. Why on earth do we believe that there is another god besides Icarus? Maybe we should admit it. I'm not saying take advantage of the faith of believers. That is a wise decision, Your Holiness. In areas where the news of the Saints' rebellion has not yet been heard, and in the region near the capital Radaim, rumors spread that the saint was blinded by power and fell in love with the Balkan Emperor, and that she was blinded by color and betrayed Lord Icarus. Propaganda that you are a prostitute. And we must gather as many priests as possible who follow the Great Temple, and begin preparations for a defensive battle at Radaim Castle. Still, even if it was rotten, Alexander VI came up with a solution, and issued instructions. Even after thinking for a moment, what are you doing? Instead of starting your own work right now, leave now. The Pope's instructions sounded quite appropriate to the situation, and were at least worth a time, so the cardinals ran at high speed to enforce the Pope's orders and save their property and lives. Damn it. I gathered together a bunch of greedy guys called cardinals, but now that it's a crisis, there's no one I can trust. If that doesn't work out, I'll have to take my possessions and take refuge into Ceto like Cardinal Lorenzo said. That idiot. I can't die here, trusting only those people. As the Pope entered another room in the corner of the secret room, the vast amount of wealth he had accumulated so far came into view. If I were to pay about half of this in taxes, that Tyrone guy would also accept it. It would be inevitable, since a huge amount of military funds would be needed to wage a war with the Balkans. However, in order to increase the ransom and reduce the amount of taxes, it is necessary to delay the period of exile as much as possible. And since he can't give Tyrone time to come up with a plan, he must block the information as well. In the secret room he created in preparation for an emergency, there was a space movement magic circle connected to Carmarthen, the capital of Ceto, and the amount of space movement magic that could only move oneself and one's property was activated even with his divine power, which was greatly reduced compared to the time of his accession to the throne. Because he was able to do so, Alexander VI was fully prepared and prepared step by step to counter the Balkan and St. Mary's allied forces. The plan the Pope was preparing included measures to block his own country's information, and this, combined with the characteristics of the Holy Kingdom of Johannes where it was already difficult for spies to operate, made it possible to completely block information reaching Tyrone. This was fortunate for Juno and the Balkan Empire army, who were most afraid of Ceto launching an offensive right now, and Juno advanced step by step towards Radaim, while closely exchanging opinions via communication with the Minister of Defense, Count Mayer, who was in command of the army. I went out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 204, Johannes Reformation War, 6. Currently, only a very small amount of local provocation is occurring on the front line with the Tacito army confronting our troops, and we are carefully coordinating the situation to prevent it from escalating into a full-scale war. The enemy's leadership will never suspect that troops are missing. Good. Secretary Mayor, please allow us to maintain the current situation. I will leave it up to you to decide if Tacito advances. Yes, Your Majesty, there are the Empresses and Viscount Am in there, so even if they are in the Master's power, they won't be pushed back. However, if the enemy enters an all-out war, call me quickly. I will travel to space right away with Jennifer. I will keep this in mind. Your Majesty, please leave this place to God and focus on Johans. Yuno breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that there was no situation she was worried about and that Mayor seemed to be controlling the battle line well. If Tacito's troops stationed on the Xenoplane made a deadly assault, it was obvious that the situation would become very troublesome and the army might have to be withdrawn, so Yuno asked him to pay special attention to information control. Backquote first, in terms of Xeno, it seems that Mayor is doing better than I expected. Baron Hassor, the commander of the Western Army, also seems to be commanding his troops well. If that is the case, if we block the information from the south and quickly take control of the enemy's communication network, Tacito will never be able to escape until Johans falls into my hands. The situation becomes unknown. After terminating communication with Mayor, Juno came out of his barracks and looked at the walls of Radane Castle beyond his garrison. Backquote, the walls are definitely low. In many ways, it is not a castle designed for defensive warfare. At this rate, if we mobilize our legions, we will be able to capture it in less than a day. It wouldn't be a bad idea to check the combat power of the Royal Guard Corps here. What are you thinking like that, Your Majesty? When Sisters Angelina and Jean approached and spoke to Yuno, who was deep in thought while looking at Lardane Castle, Yuno raised his head and looked at them. Ah. Are you the Saint and the Inquisitor leader? It just worked out well. I was thinking about a plan to take down Radane Castle. Do you have time to discuss it for a moment? As long as we have time. We came here because we have something to discuss with His Majesty. As they approached, Yuno bit the guard guarding the barracks and let them in. Pointers Angelina and Jean came inside. Juno opened his mouth and opened a map of the interior of Lardane Castle that he had obtained with the cooperation of the priests. Looking at the castle walls, it looks like the Pope has summoned many priests. They are all well armed, and they are not swayed at all by our troops' advice to surrender. So it seems like they have been thoroughly persuaded by the Pope. Maybe it's the brainwashing you created, Angelina. There is a possibility that something similar to medicine was used. Ahaha. Hey, Master, you're talking about a time ago, of course. The walls are not high, and it is not a castle designed for defense, so if my guard corps enters a siege, there is a high possibility that it will be taken over within a day. But there will be quite a lot of sacrifices. Public opinion about Borken will not be good among the church members of Radane Castle. Of course, my sister will officially declare our master as Lord Icarus' earthly representative, and declare that we will become a vassal of Borken. But it will take a long time for complete annexation. It will take this. Juno nodded at Jean's cool judgment. Yes, it's a very easy method, but if you're not careful, the backlash from the people of Radane may intensify for causing unnecessary sacrifices. Since it's the capital, the population will be large, and public opinion will be strong. Thanks to Angelina, I'm the agent of Icarus on the ground. We have reduced the backlash, but in order to safely incorporate Johans into our Borken vassal state, it is better to reduce the sacrifice. When Yuno asked them if they could think of any way to safely capture Radane, Angelina and Jean looked at each other, smiled, and said to Yuno, of course there is, but I need the Master's cooperation. Right. Are you okay, Master? Juno stared blankly at the Saintess and the heretic judge sisters who were smiling at her and nodded. HMM. My cooperation? If you need my power, of course I should. So what should I do? In response to Yuno's answer, Angelina and Jean licked their lips with their tongues and smiled lewdly. Ha ha ho. It's a very simple thing to do. Just pour a lot of the Master's sacred cum into the lewd pussy of our cell. Our sisters will open the gate on their own. Master, please show grace to the Sousex slaves and pussy bitches, so that we can gain strength. I haven't received the Master's thick cum for 2 days, yesterday and today. I miss that gigantic dick so much that I'm already gushing over it at the same time. Angelina and Jean widely opened the cloaks they had been wearing. You are such lewd bitches. Did you come this far like this? Under Angelina's cloak, a very vulgar slingshot bikini that barely covered only her nipples and pussy was revealed, and pussy juice was dripping from her lower body, and Jean was showing off the conquest of the pussy knights bestowed by Juno, dripping pussy juice like her older sister. Oh yes master. I was scared that someone might see it, but I came here to show it to the master. Me too. The owner ain't so much an annoyance. I came this far while holding back my vagina getting so wet. So are the heretic god judge sisters, who were the saints who erupted from their cunts even when Juno lightly touched them, slightly moved their vulgar clothes to her side, opened their pussies wide, and shouted to Juno, "Please rape our sisters' sound pussies, please pour plenty of your hot sacred cum into our female wombs that have grasped the subject while being violated by the master, and make us energetic." Originally, Juno was only going to have a brief meeting, but Angelina and Jean's lewd posture was enough to make Juno's cock erect, so Juno lowered his pants slightly to reveal his huge cock and locked the barracks door. KKKKT. Juno was hitting Angelina and Jean's cheeks with his fully erect cock, but the girls looked at Juno as if they were so ecstatic to even slap their cocks, and tried to make Juno's cock feel a little better by sticking out their tongues. Master, please hit me more with your male cock. Please educate these lewd sow bitches. Well then, let's see which one sucks dick better, the older sow or the younger sow, and let's put the dick in the more naughty sow's pussy first. Yes master. This sow saintly bitch will make you feel good in no time. Ho ho ho. You'll feel better with my mouth than your sister's mouth. It's a brand new product that was recently used, so you'll feel better at Juno's word. Angelina and Jean rushed to the cock, caressed the pillow with their hands, stuck out their tongues, and licked the glands lewdly, showing off how obscenely they sucked the cock. Chew ya up. Poo up. Chew up. Chew up, chew up. Before I knew it, the inside of Juno's command barracks was filled with the fishy smell of Angelina and Jean's leaking pussy juice and the lewd noises of dicks being sucked. Even though the two were performing fellatio at the same time, Juno's dick was so huge that there was enough room for the two of them to cling to each other, and the girls admired their master even more and repaid him with intense fellatio. Churururub. Master's cock is delicious. Even though I'm only sucking the cock, my pussy is getting so wet. Clap clap clap. Sister shamefully keeps such a wonderful dick to herself. Shouldn't you call me as soon as she becomes a sow? Chew up chite. If I had told you, you would have done well. Still, how does it feel to become a sow with your sister and serve the master's cock? I'm so happy. I wasn't who I was until now. I was the real me as the master's sow, serving this huge male dick. Furthermore, I became a real female after meeting the master. It worked. Juno looked at the two of them with a soft smile as they were having a good sisterly conversation while providing oral service, but his cock moving back and forth between the girls' mouths was not soft at all and was moving violently, wiggling their blood vessels. Chew up master, please come. Please release the sacred cum into the mouths of our sow. Chew up master, please pour cum into our mouths. Please fill our sisters' wombs with cum as well. To these bitches who live to receive the master's cock, please have mercy. Juno released the feeling of ejaculation rising from below in the sister's mouth, which was begging for semen, as if she was praying to Icarus. Then, Juno's cock, which had made Jean his disciple and had reached the realm of God even to his testicles, began to pour out an incredible amount of semen. Juno's cock, which had originally released about 5L of semen with one ejaculation, now released 7L of semen. It started pouring out. A cum bath feels good. I'm happy. My mouth and face and my body are filled with the master's cum, filled with divine power. Angelina and Jean looked with ecstatic eyes at their bodies completely covered in semen, which was not enough to fill her mouth. Thank you, master, for showing such grace to us lowly sows. Now please, do it to the pussy too. Please pour a lot of cum into the lewd sow's womb to give us the strength to be active tomorrow. Juno was also trying to get into full-fledged sex because she couldn't get over her temper, but their sex was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the barracks. Your Majesty, I think you should come out. The Pope has excommunicated the saint and all the heresy judges, and is insulting them as Tian prostitutes. Following the soldier's report, Juno stopped having sex and got dressed again, and Angelina and Jean exploded with anger towards the Pope. This Pope, you bastard, how dare you? You are interfering with my master trying to have sex with our spouses? I won't let you go. Burn me at the stake. After torturing you horribly, I will put you on a wheel and burn your body in the ever-burning flames of hell. Of course, the anger seemed to be distorted, not because of the insult to them, but because their sex with their beloved master was interrupted. But their burning anger began to burn like an active volcano towards the Pope in the main temple of Radane Castle Angelinas. So uniform illustration seducing Juno. Ver 1, *Angelina'. So uniform illustration seducing Juno. Ver 2, chapter 205, Johan's Reformation War. 7. As Juno quickly rushed to the front of the garrison, the heresy judges, priests, and believers who had promised to follow the saint and judge the Pope were seen talking among themselves and shaking. Excommunication? If you're excommunicated, doesn't that mean you can't go to Icarus Summer after you die? Oh, no. Excommunication. I just want to follow the saint and straighten out the church for members of the Icarus Church. Excommunication was the worst punishment, worse than the death penalty, in which their names were removed from the church. They were not recognized as followers of Icarus, and at the same time, they were not recognized as human beings. So the ordinary believers were shaking and making noise. The problem was not just the believers. In order to seize power, the saint and the captain seduced the Balkan emperor with their bodies and then led the army. It seems like the three of you are particularly close. I heard two people enter the emperor's barracks earlier. They both looked very happy, like the expression of someone going to meet their lover. Could it be that what was announced at the Great Hall was actually true? Furthermore, your outfit has become much more seductive than before. As if you are trying to seduce a man as the priests and inquisitors who followed Angelina and Jean, even risking excommunication, also became agitated, and the anxiety spread throughout the camp. Juno realized that the situation was serious. No matter how overwhelming the combat power of my personal guard corps is, it will be a headache if the inquisitors and these many believers turn to the Pope's side. We must act quickly. Then Angelina and Jean, who followed Juno, ran to the priests and inquisitors and began to calm them down. Everyone, calm down. This is a ploy by the Pope to sway you. The excommunication they are claiming has no effect. Excommunication is a punishment that must go through a formal trial and receive permission in front of Icarus. Dear Icarus, there is no way that an abandoned Pope can excommunicate. What the saint said is correct, and it is natural for our sisters to be close to His Majesty the Emperor. If we do not serve Icarus' earthly representative with sincerity, Icarus will be upset. As Angelina and Jean's voices, imbued with divine power, echoed throughout the camp, the priests and inquisitors seemed to calm down to some extent. Well, it's impossible for people with such pure divine power to commit such an unholy act. Look, I said it wouldn't be me, right? Are you still doubting the sight of the archangel descending on the body of a saint at Lake Horal? You can have a relationship like that in the meantime. I don't know about the relationship between a man and a woman. When Angelina and Jean saw that their persuasion was working, they breathed a sigh of relief, but the situation was not over. A loud voice began to echo from the gates of Lardane Castle, both inside and outside. And the identity of that voice was Pope Alexander VI. Dear believers of the Church of Icarus, I'm your Pope and the first priest of Icarus, Alexander. In the face of the current miserable situation, I'm standing here to appeal to your reason. There was no sense of divine power or manner at all, but the loud voice resounding through divine magic was enough to attract the attention of everyone inside and outside the castle. This is how we are divided and fighting. As the conflict deepens under our common doctrine, an evil hand from outside the Holy Kingdom is reaching towards us and trying to destroy what we have all achieved together. The Pope took a moment to catch his breath and continued his speech. A civil war that will destroy everything is ahead, but even now, we must all unite as one and resist the evil hand. As Icarus wants, we must unite as one. It is not too late. Please come back. Icarus's will. Our arms are open to all of you. It is obvious that the evil saint and the inquisitor who betrayed Icarus and became obsessed with the emperor of Balkan are corrupt. That is why we will never give up on the great temple that serves Icarus. This current situation, this is an unprecedented and unimaginable tragedy in the history of the kingdom. But this is also reality. Most of the believers were mesmerized by the Pope's magnificent speech, and even some priests and inquisitors were listening to it in a daze, causing Angelina and Jean to grind their teeth. Servants of Lord Icarus, the time has come. We must unite as one under the banner of the Great Temple. When we all become one, we can become strong. Under Lord Icarus, we can become one. We who are divided, everyone will become one again and stand before the sacred throne. Before we knew it, the Pope's speech was nearing its end, and the priests guarding the castle gate began to passionately wave the Pope's flag. I, Alexander, who sits on this sacred throne, will watch over you as Pope. Come back, brothers. I will revoke your excommunication, so offer your faith to me again. Threatening our holy land and subjects. Evil Balkan Emperor, don't try to hinder our unity. Today we are united again, and we will win at any cost. As the Pope's speech ended, enthusiastic cheers erupted from inside Lardane Castle, and could be heard even outside the castle gate point. And it worked well for the general believers, who made up more than half of the army. Actually, isn't the Pope right? Couldn't we have been wrong? It actually didn't make sense to change the doctrine. Well, yes, that could be true. It could be that we were really wrong in trying to rebel against the Grand Shrine. In that case, it would be better to stand on the Pope's side again. Now a lot of taxes were collected for various reasons, but perhaps that was for the glory of Icarus. But the saint definitely received an oracle. Icarus said that the Pope made a mistake. It could be that there was a misunderstanding. So rather than splitting into two and fighting, it is better to unite again. As the Pope said, it had little effect on the priests and inquisitors, who could feel the immense divine power in the saint's voice, but the general believers were all taken in by the Pope's magnificent speech. Saint, I understand what you said, but I don't think the Pope's words are wrong either. I don't think it would be a good idea for the Balkan Empire's military to intervene in our Holy Kingdom's problems. Wouldn't it be better to resolve this through dialogue with the Pope? As ordinary believers who were taken aback by the Pope's speech crowded around Angelina and Jean and shouted wildly, the inquisitors tried to stop them. Calm down, ladies. This is a ploy by the Pope to deceive you. You must not fall for it. Icarus Sama's intentions are towards His Majesty Emperor Juno and us. That evil Pope is just struggling to protect his power. Angelina and Jean shouted at the top of their lungs, and the inquisitors also tried their best to stop the believers flocking towards the saint. But the momentum of the believers, who were completely persuaded by the Pope's speech, did not stop. In the end, several believers succeeded in approaching Angelina and Jean, and they began holding on to their clothes and demanding that their demands be resolved through dialogue with the Pope. Oh, no. If I keep doing this, my cloak will come off. I'll find out that I'm the master Sao. I can't do it yet. After defeating the Pope, I have to officially change my doctrine and get permission from Icarus and announce that I'm marrying my master. The two sisters, who had already made all their plans for the future, closed their eyes tightly when the lewd clothes under their cloaks were about to be discovered. Quang, and at the same time as they drank intensely, they felt their bodies floating into the air and carefully opened their eyes. Then, Yuno was seen holding them and throwing her body away, so their faces turned bright red. Huh? What? Master? We were fine. If you protect us here, you'll be in trouble. You know very well that we weren't doing it because we couldn't get out of there. So bitches have worked hard so far, so I can step forward now, right? From now on, I'll clearly show you what kind of person this Yuno, who you bitches serve as your master. It's Yuno, who jumped high to grab Angelina and Jean, who were in danger, dropped them off in front of their barracks, and then ran alone through the gates of Lardane Castle. The believers who had been pressuring Angelina and Jean just now began to look at Yuno blankly. Sister, what is the master trying to do? I don't know. Anyway, my master felt so cool that I'm completely wet right now. Sigh. Well, that's the same for me too, right? Well, what are you really going to do? Angelina and Jean went into the barracks, quickly changed their clothes and came out to the front of the garrison again, looking at Juno walking toward the castle gate point. The priests guarding Radain Castle also looked at Juno in bewilderment as he headed to the gate alone without any guards, and then spoke to him. "Aren't you the Emperor of Balkan? This is Icarus Sanctuary. Go back now. Otherwise, I will attack you. It doesn't matter whether you guys attack or not. Tell the Pope right now. If you come out within 10 minutes and ask for forgiveness, I will spare your life, and if you don't reveal your top within 5 minutes, I will be the Emperor of Balkan and Icarus. I, as your agent on Earth, will never forgive you." As an incredibly loud voice filled with mana echoed throughout the castle and the Yuno army's garrison, everyone's attention was now focused on Yuno. What kind of crazy talk? The priests were taken aback by such a ridiculous statement, but Juno felt that no matter how enemy his country was, it was a message from the emperor and should not be ignored. So he immediately ran to the Pope in the Great Hall and delivered the message. However, the Pope ignored Juno's message and instead hurled insults at the priests who delivered the message. That's how you come out? Then I dare you to get the price you deserve for insulting my spouse. Pope. In the end, when there was no response even after 10 minutes, Yuno began to draw mana mixed with divine power from his mana hole point as a huge aura, a combination of enormous divine power and mana, bloomed around him. Yuno's body gave off tremendous force, and the force was enough to make the skin of ordinary people who could not feel mana tingle. So all the priests and the inquisitors and ordinary believers also began to look at Juno with all illustration of Juno heading to the castle gate, asking Angelina and Jean to trust herself. Chapter 206. Johan's Reformation War. 8. The force that Juno gave off made the troops guarding the gates of Radaim extremely nervous. Wow, such a huge sacred power. Who is the author, sir? Isn't it true that the Emperor of Balkan is Icarus' earthly agent as they claim? Don't say such nonsense. This is an order from the Pope to unconditionally kill any enemy approaching the castle gate. Turn the Emperor of the Balkans into a hedgehog, as Juno slowly approached forward, while maintaining his momentum. The commander of the priests on the castle wall gave an order, and the priests gritted their teeth, and held their hands trembling with fear, raised their bows, and shot arrows on the strings of their bows. Shoot, sick. Hundreds of arrows flew from the top of the castle wall, but Juno ignored them so lightly and deliberately. Walked slowly towards the castle gate pointing to Ting. No way. No matter how much of a master you are, you can't even ignore arrows. That author is the devil. He must be the devil. Throw holy water. Burn that devil with holy flames. Juno's steel-like skin repelled all the arrows, and as he continued to approach the gate without being hit, the priests lit holy water on fire and threw it over the castle wall. POW. Pop. GRRRR. Hundreds of glass bottles containing holy water broke, and flames like fire appeared in front of the castle gate, but Juno just held on without any hesitation and simply brushed off the flames clinging to his body with his hands. You attractive monster. Arrows and holy water don't work. How can we stop such a monster? When a voice of disgust was heard from above, Juno smiled and reached the tightly closed gate, clenched his fists and slowly poured in his mana. I don't know if it's a strategic defense gate like Streve, but a gate of this size. No, now I don't know if Streve's gate can withstand my fist. Juno smiled for a moment, thinking of himself who had been frozen for a long time by beating on Streve's castle gate, then released the mana gathered in his fist and stretched his fist forward with all his might. The gate shattered and shattered with a tremendous explosion sound. It was clearly not a castle built for defense, but when the main gate of Radaim Castle, which was quite thick as it was the capital of a country, was shattered with a single punch, the morale of the priests completely plummeted. All alone, he opened the gate. Where is that Balkan emperor? Are you really saying that you will become Icarus Sama's agent on Earth? Look at the divine power felt over there. It can't even be compared to the divine power shown by the priests back home. The eyes of the believers who were looking at Juno were completely wide open at the majesty of Juno, who casually ignored the attacks of arrows and holy beasts, broke down the castle gate, and entered. Last time, I felt that tremendous divine power, but I can't believe it was that much. I heard that the Emperor of Balkan is a master. but I have never seen in any book that there is a master who wields that level of power. It was the same for her priests and the general heresy judges, and bright smiles were drawn on Angelina and her face as she looked at her master. Of course, Juno's personal guard corps, consisting of tens and centurions of soldiers from Tissadonicana, who had seen Juno's majesty in person many times from his hometown, and served with him, looked at it without any thought, and rushed to save his majesty at once. They were making jokes and patting the new recruits on the back of their heads when they asked if it was something. Point on the other hand, unlike the guard corps, the new officers were extremely desperate. Point however, because the skill level was so low, Yuno only felt like an annoying fly, and Yuno succeeded in entering the castle very easily. What are they doing? Stop it. I mean, at least block it with your body. The defense is really poor. If the castle gate is in danger of being attacked, isn't it common sense as a commander to deploy defensive forces behind the gate to block the enemy's attack? No matter how much the master invaded. What is this? Only throwing javelins and arrows from afar and throwing only holy water. Is this really an army? The priest soldiers, who were usually only in charge of security within the castle and inside the shrine, had no combat experience, so their response was extremely inadequate. Juno thought that he still had a lot of work to do, even after turning the castle kingdom of Johans into a vassal state, so he eventually gave up resistance, ignored the priests who were staring at him blankly, and climbed up the castle wall to find their commander. Who is your commander? It's me. I don't know what kind of magic you used, but in vain like this POW. In the meantime, he was showing his hostility towards Yuno, and was getting angry, but only after being hit in the stomach by Yuno's fist did he close his mouth, and was dragged out by Yuno by the scruff of the neck. Kuohu, of course. What are you trying to make me do? To an evil heretic like you? Ah, really? Hey there. Let me ask you one thing. What on earth did the Pope say to you that you're like this? Huh? Yes? Ah. Me. It was someone other than you, but it doesn't matter. Yes, you. Answer me. Yuno thought it was a good idea to see a guy who looked vague stand up and asked him a question, and he answered Yuno's question obediently. His Holiness said that the Saintess was a prostitute who betrayed Lord Icarus and became involved with the Emperor in order to covet power. She was a prostitute who had sex with the Emperor a lot, and the Emperor was a sick pagan who was bewitched by the saintly sister's sensuality. He said that we should cut her down together and then advance into the Balkans. So we joked that, since she was a saintly bitch who had been eaten by the Emperor countless times before, we should eat her again before killing her. Sigh. The dazed soldier seemed to have come to his senses after momentarily forgetting that the person holding the commander's leash in front of him was the Balkan Emperor whom he was swearing at. So, what does it feel like to actually see that idiotic heretic? Do I still look like an idiot? Only then did the soldier, who was shivering all over, collapse on the floor, even urinating due to Yuno's force. TSK. If you guys have brains, think about it. Would all those priests and heresy judges follow the saint for no reason? Would they have followed the chief inquisitor and held the sword in the opposite direction? Even though they have suffered from the tyranny of the Pope so far, are you still out of your mind? Go. How dare the Holy Father? Ugh, Yuno, who lightly knocked out the priest commander who was writhing and resisting, even while being grabbed by the neck, once again gained momentum, and stood in front of the priests who began to look at him with awe. You still don't know where justice is? You can't even feel my divine power. If you really don't know, I'll tell you. Metatron, who woke up from Angelina's body at Yuno's call, spread his wings wide, and flew into the sky, spraying divine power, and circling Radane Castle, before landing next to Yuno, and rubbing his face against her body. Did you call me, Master? Ha ha ho, aren't you really not looking for me? Seeing that sight, the priests widened their eyes, and knelt in front of Yuno. Great Archangel, I'm Metatron, the Archangel of Destruction under Icarus. An Archangel has descended on the body of a saint. The Archangel is following the Balkan Emperor as his master. Oh Lord Icarus sent an Archangel to the Emperor of Balkan. It was true that His Majesty the Emperor of Balkan was Lord Icarus' earthly representative. Yuno felt relieved as he saw the priests bowing to the sky with great enthusiasm. Oh, if it's like this, why did I put on that live show? Just showing Metatron once is so effective. Didn't there need to bring our legionnaires too? Wait a minute, what does this mean? Thinking that Juno had been wasting his time, he looked towards the sound of shouting coming from outside the castle gate, and saw that the believers who had been swayed by the Pope's speech just a moment ago were rushing towards the gate in enthusiasm at the appearance of the Archangel. What the Saint and the Inquisitor said were true. Catch the Pope, follow the will of Icarus. Archangel Metatron is with us. Charge. Capture the Pope. But, you must never kill him. The fire of Inquisitor Commander Jean will burn that apostate directly, as befits a group of fanatics who had abandoned their hometown and marched all the way to Radame at the mere word of an oracle. The sight of them charging and with madness at the sight of the Archangel was enough to give even goosebumps. Wow, that's definitely why neighboring countries couldn't invade Johans, even though its military power is so weak. Even I feel goosebumps, but ordinary soldiers must be miserable. This time, I'm going to thank the Pope who sent Metatron to me. I should be thankful the Inquisitors commanded by Jean, along with the fanatics and priests who became allies, quickly entered the Great Temple Point. The defenders under the Cardinal locked the temple door and attempted to stage a sit-in, but Jean's battle axe, clad in the sacred sword, succeeded in breaking down the temple door in an instant. The door to the temple has been breached. Capture all the priests who collaborated with the Pope from inside. Don't miss a single one. As soon as the Cardinal saw that the castle gate was breached, they took their belongings from their houses inside Lardane Castle and ran to the secret room to prepare for exile. As soon as the temple was breached, they were captured one by the Inquisitors. Find the Pope. He must be somewhere. However, no matter how hard he searched, the Pope was nowhere to be seen, nor were several key cardinals. So Jean gritted his teeth and urged the Inquisitors under him even more. There must be a hiding place. Screw the captured cardinals. We have to find the Pope's hiding place. Fear appeared on the faces of the cardinals as they saw Jean, who had taken on the appearance of a sad Inquisitor commander. But there was no one to save them, and the merciless hands of the Inquisitors fell upon them. Illustration of Jean leading the Inquisitors into the Great Temple and searching for the POPE*INQUISITOR unit commander Jean uniform. Illustration chapter 207, Johan's Reformation War. 9. Captain. We've tied up all the captured cardinals. What should we do with them? Upon receiving a report from his deputy, Chelsea, Jean, who had been leading the search with the Inquisitors, moved slowly. The place where Jean headed was the center of the main shrine. That is, it was the sacred Great Chapel, where the statue of Icarus was kept, and there her captive cardinals were tied to her chair, looking at her with their eyes filled with horror. It's such a familiar look. I never thought I'd receive this look from Icarus followers. No, do you guys even have faith, Chief Inquisitor? What are you trying to do to us? We are cardinals appointed by Icarus. Icarus will protect us. Harming our cardinals is the same as being hostile to Icarus. No. Kia. The battle axe struck the shoulder of one of the cardinals who was threatening Jean, unable to overcome his fear, and cut off his arm, causing the other cardinals to swallow in fear. Really? Then let's test whether Icarus is really protecting you. Tark. When Jean snapped her fingers, the Inquisitor standing behind the cardinals began to sprinkle holy water on their bodies. The cardinals, who knew what that meant, protested against Jean, struggling hard, even while tied to their chairs. What is this? How can they judge us as they do to pagans? Ugh. Yoop. A gag was placed in the mouth of the protesting cardinal, and they rolled their eyes at the terrible fear that would soon befall them. Jean, looking at them, slung his axe over his shoulder and spoke to them in a very peaceful voice. I did it. What are you afraid of? Cardinals. If you are true priests of Icarus, then Icarus, who is watching you here, will protect you. Of course, that is on the premise that your faith is sincere. Hoo. The cardinals struggled in their chairs, making noises even with their mouths stuffed with gags, as if they wanted to say something, but Jean's axe, with its pure white flame of the torch, was struck to the floor without any mercy. Grrrr. Then, the holy water sprinkled on the floor caught fire, and the flame of the flame slowly approached the cardinals. Eventually, when the flame touched the holy water sprinkled on their bodies, a hellish fire was formed and began to burn their bodies. Hoo. The terrible smell and smoke of burning flesh, as well as the groans of cardinals unable to overcome the pain, filled the spacious main chapel point. It would have been better if they had at least screamed, but the gag covering their mouths did not give them even the slightest mercy to scream, and the torch burning their bodies was showing the cardinals what the pain of hell is, as expected. Your faith was fake. How do you feel? It feels like your body is being burned in front of Icarus. But in that way, your sins will be burned along with your body, and your soul will be purified and approach Icarus. You will be able to go, so you should be thankful to me. It has been a long time since Jean began to serve Juno's cock instead of Icarus, but since the person she served was Juno, who had made a deal with Icarus, her divine power remained the same, and as such, Jean herself was not affected at all by the sanctification, so Jean suffered from the karma. I walked around freely and admired the pained expressions of the cardinals. Well, as expected, the rumors about the captain and the saint were lies. There is no way that a person who roams freely through the fire hell of the sacred fire has abandoned Icarus and is in a relationship with the Emperor of Borkanaha. What kind of rude words is that? Not showing respect to His Majesty the Emperor, who is Icarus Sama's representative on Earth. Repent. The gazes of the Inquisitors looking at Jean were close to awe, and while enjoying the gazes of their subordinates, Jean slowly extinguished the torch and looked at the cardinals, who looked miserable. The bodies of the cardinals, their skin blackened, writhed miserably, but Jean had a deep smile on her face. Now, are you ready to talk? Where is the Pope? If you tell me where the Pope is, I promise not to cause you any more pain. Above. When he saw the cardinals unable to speak, even though the gags tied to their mouths were removed, Jean seemed to have forgotten and asked the priests who were looking at her in horror from behind to heal the cardinals, and the divine power of several priests poured down on them. The cardinals' wounds recovered in an instant to the point where they could speak. If they had asked him first, he'll have answered me obediently. Why this pain? Luo. Didn't I ask you? This is rude. But if you stay blank like that, you'll want to light the torch again right away. So tell me quickly. My patience isn't that long. Now, wait a minute. The secret room, where the Pope is, over there. If you press the small button under the icon will be pushed out, and the door will be visible. Only then did Jean find out why the Inquisitors were unable to find the Pope. Well, as a servant of Icarus, I wouldn't have dared to think of searching through the icon. Well, I don't really care anymore, but the price for damaging the icon of Icarus, I'll let my subordinates pay for it. As she thought, the Inquisitors were furious at the desecration of the icon, and they began torturing the cardinals by making icons out of axes. Director of the Inquisition. Hey, this is a different promise. Stop right now. Your unit commander said he wouldn't cause you any pain. What are you talking about? I kept my promise. As much as I said I wouldn't cause any pain, I'm not doing anything. Isn't that right? Chelsea, what you said is right, Captain. You never break your promises. Cluck. Chelsea, I will go in there to find the Pope. You will treat the cardinals here with respect, find their hidden wealth and return it to the temple, and send a messenger to His Majesty Emperor Juno, and tell him that you have found the Pope. Yes, Captain. We will do our best to serve you politely as ordered. They should give you a tip as much as we treat you. Cluck. As Jean disappeared inside, Chelsea heard her men send messengers to Juno, who was looking back at her palace with her saintess, to inform her of this, and she saw Juno, Angelina, and Jennifer running quickly. When I saw him, I told him about the situation. Did you say, Chelsea? We will follow Jean, so you will conduct the judgment of the cardinals outside the main temple, not here. Don't the believers here at Lardane Castle also need to know what sins they have committed, and how serious their sins have been? That is correct as expected. Agent, Juno was a bit embarrassed to be called a representative, unlike the title he was usually called, but since securing the Pope quickly was a priority, Juno and his companions went underground to find Jean. Meanwhile, the time when the cardinals were being tortured, and their bodies were being burned. Pope Alexander VI could not hide his nervousness. Why? Why doesn't it work? Why? Boo. This is clearly a space movement magic circle connected to Carmarthen. A call must have gone to Thirun asking him to respond in time. But why? While the rumors he had spread about the saint and the priests he had recruited were buying time, the Pope locked himself in a secret room and sent his intention to exile to the Duke of Tirun Point, and as soon as it was accepted, the Pope quickly prepared to move through space with all the wealth he had saved and infuse the magic circle with divine power. However, when the scheduled time arrived, and there was no response, the spatial movement was cancelled, and he became restless as the screams of cardinals began to be heard from above. You. Quick. It has to be quick. Hurry. Hurry. No matter how many times he sent a connection signal, the space movement magic circle did not activate, and when he heard the sound of a secret door opening from above, and the sound of footsteps heading in this direction, the Pope pulled out his weapon, the Holy Sword. Who are you? Reveal your identity. Oh my. I never thought the great Pope would be digging a tunnel like a rat. And what are you doing here? It's just filled with the smell of fishy cum. I'm the one who only receives my master's fragrant cum. I don't even want to imagine it. As soon as the eyes disappeared, it was Jean who threw away the stuffy Inquisitor's clothes and revealed her lustful appearance as Juno Sao. Seeing her like that, the Pope felt his cock getting erect, but he gritted his teeth and resisted Jean's force. Brit, Inquisitor, my prediction was right. You betrayed Icarus by joining the Emperor. I don't know what kind of magic he uses to maintain his divine power, but Icarus has committed 4 years of sins. QOO. In the past, the Pope must have been quite good at martial arts, so he swung the Holy Sword with familiar swordsmanship and attacked Jean. But he felt pressure, as if his body was being crushed by Jean's single axe blow, and he had to focus only on defense. Kang. Kang, wow, you're quite good at it. You're better than I thought. But how about this? Grrrr. As the flame began to rest on Jean's axe, the Pope swallowed his saliva. Damn, I've managed to stop it so far, but I can't handle it. I have to somehow move through space to avoid it. And at that time, a sparkling response signal from the space movement magic circle came into the Pope's eyes, and he swung the Holy Sword with all his strength. Kang. The unexpectedly strong attack of the Pope combined with the magic contained in the Holy Sword, emitting a powerful light, creating a very small gap for Jean. It's an opportunity. Taking advantage of that opportunity, the Pope packed up his wealth and flew into the magic circle, activating space movement. Wow. The Pope smiled triumphantly as he felt his vision darkening again after a powerful light enveloped his body with the sound of space movement being activated. Haha. As expected, Icarus Sama is with me. Who would have thought that a holy sword that hasn't been used in almost 20 years would react to me? TSK. When the spatial shift ended and his vision returned, the Pope opened his eyes and looked around. Oh, that's ridiculous. Boo. The spatial movement was clearly activated. However, the place where the Pope was on top of another space movement magic circle in the basement of the Great Temple, and Juno, Angelina, Jean, and Jennifer were looking at him with wry smiles as he was embarrassed. Jennifer *JENNIFER illustration. Female caver. Chapter 208. Johan's Reformation War. 10. The Pope didn't know what to do when the 4 members of Yuno's group appeared before his eyes, so he started to step back, but ended up tripping over something and falling. Tang. With a loud noise, the bundle he was carrying was released, and the brilliant gold and silver treasures and sacred relics from the temple scattered to the floor. Really? This scum? You've done so much. After exploiting the believers so much, are you trying to run away to Tacito and establish a kingdom? Woo. Moreover, there are so many relics of the church that cannot be bought with money. You were planning to sell the holy sword you were carrying once it was safe, right? The Pope, whose complexion turned grey due to Angelina and Jean's anger, fell back, rubbing his buttocks on the floor, and shouted in horror. Oh, how did you do it? The spatial movement was clearly activated. I was supposed to be in Tacito right now, but you used some kind of hex. That guy's hex magic. Are you really not tired of it? These guys say that if things don't go as they want, it's all hex. Jennifer, explain it to that idiot. I'm not sure if this idiot can understand the details of my magic, but since the master ordered it, I'll explain it to you. Jennifer, who stood in front of the Pope with a smile, pointed with her finger at the magic circle that the Pope was on, and began to explain what she had done. The principle of space movement is to exchange the space above the transmitting magic circle and the receiving magic circle. That is why magic was developed, so that it can be activated only when there is a response signal from the receiving side to respond when the transmission begins, and even enemy countries can move through space. That's because you can't send troops secretly. There was definitely a response signal. That's why the spatial movement was activated. But why am I here? Didn't you ever think that the sensitive signal was manipulated? Pope. The sensitive signal is part of communication magic. It's very simple to manipulate. Giggling. Well, that can't be possible. I'm sure. I even received a letter from Tyrone saying he was preparing. So, no way. Correct. That too was manipulated. As soon as I arrived here in the vicinity of Radame, I blocked all communication magic and manipulated all communication you had with Duke Tyrone. Voice modulation was so easy. It was very easy, because we mostly exchanged opinions through letters. Jennifer sneered at the frustrated Pope and then continued her explanation. And as soon as I entered Radame Castle, the activation of spatial movement was detected, so I blocked the sending of the response signal. It was a part of communication magic anyway, so it was very simple. There is no way the spatial movement would be activated, because there is no response signal, right? Haha. But the space movement was clearly activated. Jennifer sneered and pointed at her feet with her finger, and his eyes widened when he saw the magic circle there. Giggles. It's like setting up a magic circle to move through space. It doesn't even take a few minutes for Jennifer. And since we connected the signal from there, you are now able to move through space. Do you understand now? Brit, his bitch archmage, who had brought such miserable despair to the Pope, stroked her head with her hand, as if she was so cute, and Jennifer let her hair fall into his touch, as if the master's touch was so pleasant. By the way, when did something like that become possible? You said there was still a long way to go before you could regain your former skills, right? This is almost at the same level as Bacchus, right? When Juno asked her, recalling how she had once subdued him and leached Sonora in an instant and had dealt with Isabella and Mary's attacks with great ease, Jennifer scratched her head, as if embarrassed. Pointy master too. Charmed. That's when I didn't know my master and didn't even know that I was a bitch. But this would have been impossible for me in the past. The amount of mana has decreased since then, but it gets even worse after receiving my master's come. This was possible because I had more detailed mana control, so I'm so happy that Jennifer became a bitch who receives the master's come. When Jennifer knelt in front of Yuno and nuzzled her face into Yuno's crotch, and Jelena and Jean also pressed their faces against Yuno's crotch. Master, please don't praise the bitches too much, and please be considerate of our Sal bitches too. We even captured the Pope for you, Master. That's right, I became a lustful Sal Saintess who serves the Master's cock instead of Icarus. And Jean, the Sal heretic inquisitor, gave the Holy Kingdom to the Master. So please love us sisters too. Yes. As soon as Yuno's pants slid down and Yuno's cock was revealed, Jennifer, Angelina, and Jean's eyes lit up and they licked Yuno's huge erect cock, appealing to themselves. Master, this bitch's pussy smells like your cock and becomes horny. Please put your dick into this bitch's pussy. That is so excited to receive cum. Master, so bitches didn't get the cum because of that damn Pope guy. So this time it's our turn. Yes, that's right. Wouldn't it be better to eat our sisters' pussies as a commemoration of conquering Johans? If you could pour a lot of cum into the wombs of our sisters who became Sals in the great temple of Icarus. Angelina, Jean, and Jennifer erupted from their pussies, as if they felt good just imagining it. The pussy juice flowing down their thighs showed how horny the girls were, and the sight of the three pets licking their cocks while probing their fully horny pussies with their fingers was overflowing with lust, so Yuno was also moved by it. He lowered his waist slightly to make it easier for the girls to lick his cock, and enjoyed the pleasure their tongues gave him. HMM. Jennifer did a good job today. But still, having sex with a saint and the Inquisitor in the main temple. Fact that he was having sex with beautiful sisters who were symbols of the Holy Kingdom in the great temple of Icarus was quite appealing to Juno, so he put his hands on Angelina and Jean, and the moment the women looked in delight at his touch, everyone was amazed. A sound that shattered the atmosphere was heard from behind. You fucking bitches. What? Do you serve dick instead of Icarus? Are you trying to punish me for being corrupted by something like that? You bastards. I should have ripped your assholes out a long time ago. Icarus will use you. I will not stop. My subjects will never forgive you. The 4 bitches who sold the kingdom to the empire and sacrificed themselves to the emperor will go down in history. Ugh. Angelina tried to block the Pope's mouth, filled with resentment and anger, with sacred magic, but when Juno thought the Pope was there, her desire to have sex faded away. I have to sort out the situation first anyway, so we'll have sex later in the evening. Before that, you guys can take care of the Pope. Okay, yes, Master. It's unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do. As you said, we will take care of the Pope, so Master, please sort out the situation outside with Jennifer. When Yuno cleaned up his clothes and went out with Jennifer, anger like the fire of hell began to burst out of Angelina and Jean's eyes. Pope, you better give up the thought of dying gracefully. I will make you feel the taste of eternal fire that has become stronger after meeting your master. I will make you beg for me to kill you. For sure. You were talking nonsense a while ago and preventing us from receiving our master's cum. This time too. You must be prepared, because I will bring you extreme pain out of resentment for the priestesses who were sacrificed here in the basement and the brothers and sisters who were exploited by you. I will do it. The Pope was so frightened by their curious eyes that he even urinated. But Angelina and Jean paid no heed to any of that and grabbed the Pope by the scruff of his neck and dragged him out of the basement. Then, the inquisitors who were torturing the cardinals and Jean's deputy Chelsea welcomed them warmly. You succeeded in arresting the Pope. What do you plan to do? This person is a great sinner who plundered the brothers and sisters of the Holy Kingdom to satisfy his own greed, and who violated and killed numerous priestesses. Therefore, from now on, we will hold an inquisition on Pope Alexander VI and the cardinals in the square of Castle Radame. Yes, Captain. We'll get ready right away. And make sure to gag him, so he doesn't say anything unnecessary, and restrain him thoroughly, so he can't rebel. As Jean handed over the Pope and gave him instructions, Chelsea, along with her subordinate inquisitors, took the Pope over and muttered into his ear while gagging him, "The price of military service will not be light if it ruins the life of our beloved captain and his sisters." Pope. After a while, the Pope was completely bound and dragged out to the square outside the great temple. He closed his eyes in fear as he saw the madness of the crowd gathered there. Angelina imagines herself being fucked by her JUNO*JEANN imagined herself being raped by Juno. Chapter 209, Johan's Reformation War, finish. From now on, we will begin the Inquisition against Pope Alexander VI and the cardinals. Originally, Juno was sitting on the Holy See where the Pope was supposed to sit, and while Jennifer was standing next to him and watching the trial, Saint Angelina began to proceed with the trial. "Can you tell me the sinner's crime first, Chief Inquisitor?" At Angelina's request, Jean stood up and recited the Pope's sins written in the document. The sinful Pope Alexander VI, as a servant of Icarus, raised taxes on believers under the pretext of rebuilding the temple and making the statue larger, and forced them to make monthly donations. However, the money was not used for the intended purpose. Jean put down her papers for a moment and struck the golden statue of Icarus in the square with her axe. Quang. As the axe dug deep into the golden icon split in half and a huge amount of dust rose. As you all know, this icon is a golden icon that the Pope made 5 years ago by collecting donations from all believers to enhance the authority of Icarus. About half of the Holy Kingdom's annual budget was used to create this icon. The believers made donations with joy for the glory of Icarus. But this is the result. Everyone gathered in the square was astonished by the act of the Inquisitor attacking the sacred icon. But when Jean finished speaking and the dust settled, their eyes grew even wider. The inside of the golden statue, which was widely advertised at the Dejanjian temple as being made of pure gold, was made of stone, and only the outside had a thin layer of gold applied. Look. This is the reality of the Pope and cardinals. This is not the only one. The projects that the authors carried out by receiving donations and taxes from you for the sake of Icarus were all used to fill their own pockets. The judge arrested the cardinals and the Pope today and confiscated the property they were trying to take away. How can it be possible for these so-called priests to have so much wealth? Perfect. As soon as Jean snapped her fingers, the inquisitors behind her brought in bags and began pouring them into the square. The gold and silver treasures that came out of there were not enough to fill the court. So a few believers who still had some sympathy for the Pope, their hearts also became completely cold. Kill it. The death penalty is immediate. What kind of Pope and Cardinal is that guy? Angelina's expression was calm even as the voices of believers echoed in the square, asking the Pope and Cardinals to impose the death penalty. Point bang bang. Quiet. Judge. Jean. Is that the only sin of the Pope and the Cardinals? Of course not. I will further accuse them of their sins. They raped and humiliated the priestesses working in the main temple. They violated the principle of chastity given by Icarus, and forced others for their own pleasure. Since I committed it, I can say that the sin is so great. At Jean's words, a man stood up with his hand raised. I have an objection. Of course, I know that the sins of the Pope and the Cardinals are serious, but I saw the Pope and the Cardinals perform rites and handle sacred objects and religious instruments in the Great Temple last month. And the priestesses in the Great Temple always use their divine power to help our believers. They did a lot of work, such as taking care of sick people and injuries. So how can you say that they violated the principle of chastity? There were many other believers nodding their heads in agreement with the man's words, but Jean didn't say anything more, just smiled and snapped his fingers again. Point Turk. Then, a priest behind the inquisitors came out into the square and looked at Angelina, standing in front of the Pope with her whole body tied up. Who are you? What brought you here? Hello, Saintess. My name is Coco, and I'm a low-ranking priest who worked at the main shrine for Monk Ikari and her brothers and sisters. I'm here to testify to the dirty deeds of these men. Although his voice was shaking, as if it was his first time appearing in front of so many people, the priest who introduced himself as Coco mustered up the courage to raise his voice, and then turned his head to glare at the Pope. Yes, Sister Coco. Can you tell me, and the brothers and sisters gathered here, what they did? The Pope and the Cardinals selected fair-haired priests working in the Great Temple to satisfy their dirty desires, in order not to lose their sacred power. They did unspeakable dirty things. Coco's head was down, her body was trembling, her hands were clenched, blood was flowing, and tears were forming in her eyes. So Jean ran to hold her hand. Please keep talking, Sister Coco. We need your testimony to formally punish them. So please have courage. Coco seemed to have gained courage from the warmth of Jean's hand, and raised her head again, and continued to open her mouth. They looked embarrassed for a moment. The Pope and the Cardinals raped our priestesses by forcing their dirty objects into their anuses. Not only me, but the other sisters had to endure their dirty acts almost every night. Among them, there were sisters who couldn't hold on any longer and died. Why were you unable to report such matters to the heresy tribunal? It's because they threatened my family. They said that, if I reported this to anyone else, they would accuse my family of heretics and be burned at the stake. I really wanted to die, but as a servant of Icarus, I couldn't even die. In the same situation, the sisters of Decent Jean had to spend a night like hell every day. Black, dark, dark. The priestess's tearful voice ignited the anger of the congregation, and when her first sins were revealed, the atmosphere, which had been burning fiercely, began to burn, as if she would kill the Pope and the Cardinals at any moment. And this is the bone powder of the priestess found in the Pope's resting place. This bone powder retains divine power even after death. I can still feel their resentment. Burn at the stake. Burn at the stake. Burn at the stake. As additional evidence emerged following such desperate testimony, the large crowd gathered in the square shouted for the highest level of punishment, burning at the stake, and the Pope and Cardinals shivered in fear in such an atmosphere. Sister Coco, I heard your testimony well. Now, gather yourself and take the time to rest your body and mind, as the church will definitely compensate you and the sisters who suffered damage. As a priest took Coco down, the crowd continued to shout that they should be burned at the stake and demanded the execution of the Pope and Cardinals. But the cruel Inquisition did not end there. Finally, Pope Alexander betrayed Icarus and tried to sell out the Holy Kingdom. He broke his promise to Icarus that he would serve him for the rest of his life. He ran away to Ceto and tried to establish a new religious order there. Furthermore, he committed the worst crime as a believer after swearing to Icarus that what he said was true. The crowd did not even shout for him to be burned at the stake when he saw Jean prove it by lighting a flame on an axe again. They just looked at the Pope with the same gaze as if they were looking at an insect, and those gazes were not looking at a fellow human being. That's you bitches. You guys sold the Holy Kingdom to the Balkans and became the Emperor's playthings. I just wanted to spend the rest of her life comfortably. You. The Pope, who felt unfair about the last sin, tried to say something, but his voice was blocked by the gag, and Angelina's verdict was finally delivered. All the crimes applied by the judge, including embezzlement, fraud, rape, gang rape, murder, hiding a corpse, and apostasy, were proven. And the most serious crime, interfering with sex with the master. Jiggling, Angelina smiled slightly inwardly at the thought that she had finally gotten her revenge, and continued her speech. Therefore, I no longer recognize the sinful Pope Alexander and the cardinals as priests of Icarus, and I excommunicate them from the church. Judge, what punishment will be applied to apostates who have committed such a grave sin? For embezzlement, an arm is cut off. For fraud, a leg is cut off. Gang rape is added to rape, which is punishable by amputation of the genitals and testicles. Clicked his tongue at the punishment that was so cruel to a man, but that was not the end. Furthermore, he murdered a fellow church member in a subsequent gang rape. He hid the body to hide his crime, so this is fit for burning at the stake. Lastly, the worst crime, apostasy, is subject to wheel punishment. Good. Then, as the saint of Icarus and the judge of this inquisition, I command. I sentence Alexander and his gang to a wheel of eternal flame that will never be extinguished. A wheel type of flame that never goes out? What is that? Just as Yuno was wondering, Angelina stood up from her seat point, and at the same time, the waiting inquisitors began to hit the elbows and knees of the Pope and cardinals sitting on chairs with axes. A scream escaped from the gag, but the axe cutting did not stop. Moreover, because the axe was cut with the back part, rather than the blade part, the bones were completely destroyed without the arms and legs being amputated. And their limbs turned into a flaccid state like a squid. Bring the wheels and poles. At Jean's direction, the inquisitors brought a large steel wheel, and the arms and legs of the Pope's group began to be intertwined between the spokes connected to the wheel, and their broken limbs were completely tied to the spokes, with steel nails stuck on top. Bang. 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 Since the nail was driven in with an axe, a tremendous impact sound was heard, but no further screams were heard as the Pope and the cardinals had already fainted from the extreme pain point. But Jean was not the type to leave it at that. Bring holy water. As cold holy water was sprinkled on their faces and bodies, they came to their senses and began to be hung high on a pole with their bodies attached to wheels. The divine punishment will be carried out from now on. The flame of this sacred fire will not be extinguished for 49 days for the priestesses who sacrificed themselves, and the brothers and sisters who suffered during this time, and their lives will also remain until then. Kuang. Finally, Angelina unleashed her own divine power on Jean's axe, which was burning fiercely, infusing the flames with her healing energy, and the axe was brought down in front of the pillar on which her wheel was hanging. The holy water naturally caught fire, traveled up the pillar, and ignited the wheel, turning into a fierce blazing flame, and the wheel began to burn. And the heat made the wheel spin, showing everyone the hellish horror. The immense heat contained in the flame burned their flesh and caused them extreme pain, but Angelina's healing energy contained in the flames repeatedly healed them, and their eyes completely died as they realized that this pain would continue indefinitely. And the Icarus believers who were looking at it were extremely enthusiastic and were happy that the divine punishment was being carried out on the apostates. But Juno, who was looking at it, could not help getting goosebumps on his body. Wow, I have to directly rule over these fanatics? I don't like that. It would be better to recommend a trustworthy person from among the church members and appoint him as my representative after instructing the priests who followed him to restore the holy relics that the Pope had kept to their original state, returning the remaining wealth to the temple, and giving alms to the believers. Juno went into the Pope's bedroom and entered his room, which he would enter a moment. I waited for the women. Master, were you waiting for us? Oh my, I'm so happy. I guess the master missed our sow's pussy too. Really? Even during the trial, I got scolded for holding back the juices overflowing and the pussy fluttering every time the master came into my eyes. What is that look? Since Angelina and Jean were dressed in clothes he had never seen before, Yuno had no choice but to step back in embarrassment. Ho 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 ho. They asked me to make clothes for them. They said it was the clothes they wore when they were young and attending priest school and judge school. I slightly improved it to suit the master's taste. Jennifer was also wearing similar clothes, and Yuno's ears perked up when she heard that it was the clothes she wore when she was going to school. These are the clothes you wore when you went to school? Well, then school uniform? Such a great job. The Holy Kingdom must be ruled directly. And we should apply this system to our empire as well. Yuno's eyes rolled back because it was a school uniform she had never imagined before. Master, take it slow. When Yuno tried to jump right in, Angelina and Jean sat Yuno on the bed and spread his legs in front of him. Where can we? SYNOPSIS run away in front of the master's cock. So here in the Pope's room, with the vagina of the saintly sister Angelina, please love the pussy of the Inquisitor's younger sister. Jean, our sisters are the master's 1,000 faithful believers who passionately serve the master's largest cock with their lustful pussies, moistened with cunt juice at the sight of Angelina and Jean confessing their love for him by lifting their skirts in front of him and revealing their sopping wet pussies. Yuno's dick got huge and erect, and he immediately pounced on them. Saint Angelina's school uniform ILLUSTRATION*INQUISITOR Jean's school uniform illustration chapter 210. Angelina's outdoor sex with sister Jean. 1. The next morning, Yuno, who had spent a fiery night with sisters Angelina, Jean and Jennifer the previous day, woke up later than usual. Oh, no matter how much I am, this schedule was a little tiring. Besides, Jean's crazy appearance yesterday was just even thinking about it again. Jean's appearance as a heresy judge gave him goosebumps, and it was so compared to the angelic figure who was sleeping peacefully naked next to him that Yuno shook his head. Oh my. Master, are you awake already? You didn't wake us up. When Angelina woke up to Yuno's popularity and pushed her big breasts at her, Yuno took her breasts in her mouth as if it was natural. Then, thick, sweet breast milk flowed out and flowed into Yuno's mouth, and the sight of Angelina smiling as she looked at her master sucking her breast with such happiness was almost angelic, just like Jean who was sleeping next to her. It was sister? What are you doing? My master woke up early, so my sister is breastfeeding. Last night, my master filled my sister's womb with plenty of cum, so we have to please our master in the morning. Hey, I wanted to give it to you, but I know that I have a lot of milk coming out every morning, so I'm killing you alone. I'll give it to you first, so you can do it later. Instead, you can suck the master's dick. Jean, who had fallen asleep at Angelina's words, went under the blanket and tried to suck Yuno's cock, but Jennifer was already inside, wiggling her tail and biting her cock, so Jean was in tears. Really? Why are you guys so fast? Up. Why should I blame you for waking up late? As the saying goes, the bird that wakes up early eats its food first. So the sooner the owner's pet wakes up, the more cock it can get, and the more it can drink a sip of cum, right? It's better here. The only competitors are Jennifer and me. If you go to Adria, there are a lot of competitors, right? There are Empress Mamada, 2 empresses, and 2 elf maids to give milk to the master. So, you have to get into the habit of waking up early in the morning. I will do it. Gina, it's too much of a disadvantage for me. You know I sleep a lot in the morning. Master, the sisters are grumpy when Jean, her cheeks puffed out, came to her. Juno hugged her and stroked her head while sucking on Angelina's breast. Haha, come here, Jean. Hold on while I hug you. Instead, I'll come in Jennifer's mouth and let you suck my dick, so just wait a little. Understood? Yes, master. I'm so happy with this 2HMM master. You smell good, of course. Just holding Jean's voluptuous body made Yuno feel good with the soft and fluffy feel of her body. So Yuno started her day in the morning with the service of 3 pets. After spending a hot day in the morning, Yuno and her 3 pets got dressed again and started their day by eating breakfast at the restaurant in the main shrine. I'm sorry, master. I don't think I can provide you with a delicious meal at the temple like at the Imperial Palace, of course. I'm fine, so don't worry about it. They use the Pope's greed as an excuse to have him executed, but then I would have stopped him. By the way, are the preparations for religious reform going well? Yes, Master. I'm passing on the oracle given by Icarus to the other priests and rewriting the doctrine. It will probably be finished by tomorrow, and then Johans will officially become a vassal of Balkan, freedom of religion, and your ascension to the papacy. I will announce. Yuno slapped his hand in surprise at Angelina's words. Huh? Pope? No, no. I have no intention of officially taking the position of Pope, and I have no intention of governing Johans directly. I know I'm Icarus's agent, and I just purged the Pope, so it's okay for now. It's the same, but if I, who am not familiar with Johan's society and culture, become Pope and rule here, there will eventually be a backlash. Yes? Then who do you plan to place on top of the Pope? I'm asking in advance. Aren't Angelina or Jean interested in the position of Pope, who rules over the Holy Kingdom? In response to Yuno's question, the sisters shouted in unison, as if they were saying some nonsense. Of course. Are you telling us to live away from our master? You turned my sisters into sows that can't live without the master's cock, and then you say something like that. Oh, I understand. I was just saying it back. I wish one of the two would do it. In this case, should I choose one of the higher ranking priests who has not been influenced by the Pope and entrust it to him? First, let's leave the personnel affairs to you guys. Then is there anything I can help you with? Work-wise, there isn't much. There will be a bit of an administrative vacuum as the upper echelons of the church were blown away all at once. But since they were bastards who were better off not having anything in the first place, if they just adjust the personnel a little, there won't be a big problem. In any case, the lives of the brothers and sisters of the Holy Kingdom will not change significantly. Even if it becomes a vassal state, the theocratic system will not change at all, and even if religious freedom is granted, most of them were believers of the Icarus Church, so it will not change much until there is an influx from outside. Yuno nodded at Angelina and Jean's report. Well, first, the priority would be to liquidate the property of the Pope and cardinals that was seized, and proceed quickly with relief work to further raise public sentiment. That's right. That way, I will support my master, no matter what policy he pursues. After that, we will also have to worry about the border issue. When Johans was in the position of interfering with both our empire and Tacito, it would be detrimental to attack Johans, so we stayed quiet. But when it became known that Tacito had become a vassal, what measures would Tacito take? I'm sure I'll get drunk, I guess so. So, after resolving the nutritional condition of the believers through relief work, I plan to recruit an army. It will be impossible to deal with Tacito with only one inquisitor, for training the army and guarding the border. Until then, I will leave my personal guard corps in the castle. One of the commanders is quite trustworthy, so if I entrust him with the training, he will do a very good job. In Yuno's mind, McMoran, who had followed him as the commander of the 1st Guards Corps, came to mind, and he decided to entrust the training of the Holy Kingdom's army to him. If the master said so, you can trust me, and leave it to me. Okay then, it looks like the meeting is somewhat over. Would you like to go somewhere with us? There is a place I must visit with the owner. Hahaha. As Angelina and Jean stood up with their arms raised on both sides, Yuno, who had not heard anything about this schedule, was taken aback. Where are you going? Jennifer, ho. Master, after today's schedule, you're going to return to the core through space travel with me, right? Those kids need to stay here for a while until Zenon falls, and the castle becomes stable, so please have fun hanging out with them. Jennifer approached with a bright smile, handed something to Angelina and Jean, and disappeared somewhere. Then, Angelina and Jean, who dragged Yuno back to the bedroom, stood in front of Yuno wearing the school uniforms they had worn yesterday, or rather, the vulgar clothes that had been modified to be even more obscene. Master, it's similar to what you did when you made me a sow. I like the sex you usually give me, but I also really enjoyed the sex I had outdoors with you. Me too. Since I won't be able to receive my master for the next few weeks, would you mind giving my sows some pleasant sex? Perhaps because it was the school uniform they wore during their school days, the clothes couldn't handle their enlarged breasts, so the flesh was sticking out obscenely here and there, and their outfits, with their nipples slightly showing their private parts, looked even more obscene than their naked bodies. So Yuno had a cock. I could barely suppress the urge to get an erection. Okay. I'll do whatever you two ask me to do today, so guide me. Thank you master. I'm going to show you how our sisters have grown up today. You have to cover it with steamy outdoor sex in a place of our memories. We are no longer followers of Icarus, but Sal's serving our master's cock when Angelina and Jean tried to openly leave the main temple with Yuno in tow. Yuno was rather embarrassed. Wait a minute. So you're going to leave? It's completely daylight. How about covering it up with something and leaving? Yuno was worried that if this lewd behavior was discovered by the believers, bad rumors would spread, but they smiled and opened the box Jennifer gave them. Huh. Oh, glasses. Come on, I'll try this on. When he put on the glasses Jennifer gave him, the images of Angelina and Jean disappeared in an instant, and it was only then that Yuno realized their purpose. Are these lewd sow bitches teasing their master? You guys, be prepared because your pussies and assholes will be overflowing with cum today. Do you understand? It's so good then. Master, you should wear this too. You should enjoy my sister's body to your heart's content today. The heretic judge's sister, a saint who was obscenely corrupted by Yuno's cock, ran out of the line with her arms around Yuno, looking forward to a fun sex life today with her excited voice. Point and Icarus, looking at the side through the icon before her, was obliged to sigh deeply. Angelina's vulgar modified school uniform ILLUSTRATION*ANGELINA*S vulgar modified school uniform illustration. Glasses there. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 211. So outdoor sex with Sister Angelina Jean. 2. Angelina and Jean guided Juno to a shabby slum on the outskirts of Lardane Castle, HMM. Why did you come this way? Are you asking me to have sex here? There doesn't seem to be anyone around. Yuno believed that outdoor sex was best done in a place where people could see, and since he had done it in such a situation when training the girls, he expressed doubts about Angelina's choice. Ho ho ho. No. Master, this is the orphanage where Jean and I grew up. The director was a really nice person, so I wanted to introduce you to the master. That's right. If we go to the Empire with our master later, we won't have many opportunities to introduce the director to our master, so we wanted to take this opportunity to inform our mother-like director of the master we chose. Oh, no, if I say that now at the thought of meeting someone like her mother-in-law for the first time in her life, Yuno swallowed her saliva and checked his appearance. Wait a minute, but are you going to leave like that? I heard you're the one who raised you. Ho ho. Will it look like regular clothes to other people? It might seem a little different to the owner, who is intent on fucking us. However, even when she touched their clothes, all she could feel was a tiny amount of fabric and thin transparent cotton threads. So Yuno sighed for a moment and followed their guidance towards the orphanage. Director, we're here, Mom. Jean came with her sister Roma. Aren't you our saint and the leader of the Heresy Inquisitor? How long has it been since this last time? I'm so happy to see you. Welcome. Welcome. When they saw the elderly woman doing her chores in her yard, Angelina and Jean quickly ran to her and hugged her. Oh my, don't call me a saint. To the director, I'm just Angelina. Me too. If anyone hears it, they'll think I'm here to investigate heretics. Ho ho. That's right. I feel uncomfortable talking to you too. Anyway, why are you wearing a school uniform? It's been a long time since I wore this. There are no children with as much religious faith as you, so I haven't seen these clothes since then. Because it's been a while since we came home, we wore the same clothes we wore back then. The same goes for Jean. The clothes are pretty, but who is that person over there? Did he come with you? Perhaps because it had been so long since they had seen each other. The orphanage director, who was so welcoming to Angelina and Jean, made eye contact with Yuno, who was standing behind them. Ah, hello. Nice to meet you. When he suddenly tried to introduce himself, Yuno couldn't speak properly because he was so lost that he didn't know what to say about himself. Seeing Yuno like that, Angelina and Jean burst into laughter and introduced Yuno instead. Director, this is His Majesty Juno I, the Emperor of Balkan, and who has been appointed as Icarus' earthly representative. Hello, Your Majesty the Emperor. My name is Livia Mine. As you can see, I run this small orphanage. But what brings someone so precious to me here are, I heard that my pets, no, my children were raised here by the director. Almost called the two people pets for a moment, but she succeeded in naturally changing the conversation, and Angelina and Jean's expressions brightened, perhaps thanks to calling them her nieces. Yes, let's go. Angelina and Jean. How can a priest get married? Your Majesty is right, director. The Church of Icarus will be completely reformed anyway. Freedom of religion will be permitted, and marriage of priestesses will also be permitted. And since the Holy Kingdom has decided to come under the protection of the Balkan Empire, it will be symbolic. If we are connected to your Majesty, the union of our country will become even stronger. I'm so glad Icarus said that. Don't you know how much I opposed it when you said you were going to priest school and heresy inquisitor training center? The happiest thing for a woman is to meet the man she loves, have his baby, and start a family. Didn't I tell you that it would? I know very well at that time, we wanted to create a world for Icarus, but the world seemed so different when we had someone to love. It was just as my sister said. Moreover, thanks to meeting the master, or rather, His Majesty, the Emperor, I was able to purify the corrupted church and follow Icarus's will exactly, so I'm very happy. Director Olivia smiled softly at Angelina and Jean's words, and the three had a conversation, as long as the years they had not seen each other. Point after a while, when the conversation between the three seemed to be coming to a certain conclusion. Who had been awkwardly behind the scenes, carefully held out one of his pockets. Well, this isn't much, but it's a bit too much to come empty-handed. What is this? I put in some gold coins, because I thought they would be needed to run the orphanage. After a quick look, it was obvious how much the damn Pope had embezzled the budget. Repair the buildings, and it will be of great help to the children in the future. The pocket held out was quite heavy, but Director Lydia shook her head and gave her pocket back. Your Majesty, thank you so much, but I cannot accept this. I'm now old enough, and the 5 children left in the orphanage will all become adults and become independent in a few months. If we close the orphanage, we will be able to provide enough funds for independence to the children. After that, I plan to return to my hometown and become a priest serving Icarus, HMM. Then you should take at least a little bit. Shouldn't you at least have the money to go home? Because the orphanage was so shabby and located in a corner of a slum, it seemed that even if she sold the place, after giving her 5 children independence funds, even her living and travel expenses would be simple. So forced her to empty her pockets. Past, even if you keep doing this, I can't take this. If you want to give it to me, I would appreciate it if you could use it to help my brothers and sisters in the slums. These shoes and a cross necklace are enough for me to return to my hometown and serve Icarus. Although the shoes were very old and the necklace was worn and worn, it couldn't have been more beautiful, and I was confident that, because Juno was such an upright person, she was able to raise Angelina and Jean to have such a shining faith and righteous attitude. Well, I was the one who corrupted those two. But it wasn't in a particularly bad way, right? Rather, it helped guide us to take a broader look at the overly biased definition. Of course, the method was a bit rough, but Juno turned her eyes for a moment and saw Angelina and Jean wearing vulgar clothes and smiling dirty in front of Director Lydia, who was like her mother. Juno's heart was moved again, so she decided to follow her wishes and find a place where they could have 6. Then, I understand. According to the director's words, I will add this to the relief. Icarus will be happy if you listen to His Majesty's will. Point at that time, a young man who appeared to belong to the orphanage ran into the yard and informed Director Lydia that it was lunchtime. Oh my, I forgot it was mealtime. Angelina? Jean? Why don't we have a meal together after a long time? No, Director. We came here after eating, and I'd like to take a look around this place where we used to live. That would be okay, right? Of course. Then I have to pray for the children during their meal, so feel free to look around. As Director Lydia disappeared toward the dining room, Angelina and Jean guided Juno to a wooden bench on one side of the orphanage playground and lifted her skirt in front of him. KKKK, you were talking to someone who is like your mother, and you were leaking pussy juice like this? Huh. It was just a flood from your vagina. HMM, but You couldn't have sex after receiving the master's cum in the morning. Besides, I could smell the strong scent of my master's cock right next to me. So I could barely resist the urge to spread my pussy in front of my mom and beg her to have sex as clear pussy juice was flowing down their thighs and down their legs. You know, raised the fingers of both her hands and gently rubbed their pussies. Huh? Please give me clothes, master. Jean's hole will feel much better than your sister's. It's the hole of a sow that you have corrupted, so please fill Jean with that delightful cock that turned her into a sow. Lewd Jean. Please fuck me as hard as I can. Juno also felt his cock getting hot when he saw two sows begging for outdoor sex while wearing the school uniforms they wore as children at the orphanage where they grew up. You're both so pretty that I have no idea who to go with first. Then Yuno took out a long stick from Angelina's purse. Now, do you know what this is? You both put this in your vagina and play tug of war. You did it a lot when you were young, right? It's a good thing, since it's a playground. The winner will be fucked through whatever hole they want, so cheer up. The stick Yuno took out was a long double-headed dildo about 60 centimeters long, and although it wasn't as thick as Yuno's, it was quite thick, so the two swallowed their saliva. The master is as grumpy as expected. But, sex with the master is yours, Jean. I won't let you see it, sister. I can never give in as it involves having outdoor sex with my master. Grabbing the double-headed dildo Yuno gave them, the two inserted the dildo into their extremely sensitive pussies, and when they confirmed that each had fully inserted it, they looked at Yuno. Harang lord, I'm ready. Master. Me too. Hugh looking at Angelina and Jean, whose bodies were trembling and their pussies straining. Yuno picked up the soccer ball that was lying at his feet. Now then, it starts the moment it falls to the floor. Juno threw the soccer ball straight up, and as soon as the soccer ball hit the floor, Angelina and Jean started a tug of war with their pussies, giving as much force as they could to their pussies, and having sex with their beloved master Uranus. Vulgar modified school uniform ILLUSTRATION*JEANNE*S vulgar modified school uniform illustration. Glasses there. Chapter 212. Angelina Jean's sow outdoor sex with sister. 3. Viewbid both Angelina and Jean's pussies were completely facing each other, rubbing, and a strange yet obscene sound came out. The two people focused all their attention on their vaginal muscles, and did their best to pull the dildo out of the other person's vagina. Perhaps because of that, the dildo did not move, but sweat was dripping from their foreheads, and love juice was pouring out of their pussies, and starting to drip onto the floor. It's hard, but I can't lose. If I want to have sex with my master, I have to overcome it. Sister relentless. But I'm the one having sex with the master. The two people's bodies began to tremble as they glared at each other as hard as they could, and pushed as hard as they could. Their voluptuous breasts also swayed, milk leaking out, exposing their nipples even more clearly, but it seemed like an irrelevant story to the two. Although quite some time had passed since the tightness of the pussies began to boil, there was not even a slight movement in the pussies, connected to each other's pussies, but a variable suddenly arose. The children finished their meal quickly and came outside to play. Where is the soccer ball? Hey, it's over there. Wait a minute. I'll get it. The children who were looking for the soccer ball they had been playing with found the soccer ball that Juno had thrown for a signal next to Angelina and Jean, and one child ran to get the soccer ball. How? They're coming this way. The boys are coming this way. I'm going to be seen. I'm going to be shown to other men that I'm the master's son. Of course, they knew very well that they could not be seen by others as long as they were wearing the glasses Jennifer gave them, but Angelina and Jean were at risk of showing others a pervert-like appearance of the women connecting each other's pussies with dildos. My pussy reacted extremely sensitively and reached climax. This is this. Go away. I can't stand it either. Sister although he was hiding his appearance, he couldn't hide his voice at its peak, so the child who was picking up the soccer ball looked around. What was it? I heard a strange noise. Now that I think about it, I think I smell something strange too. The love juice gushing out from the vagina gave off a fishy smell and a unique female scent, and the child reacted sensitively to the smell and sniffed her nose. Angelina and Jean, who covered their mouths and writhed in orgasm at the thought that they might be caught by the child, faced an even bigger ordeal. With the corners of her mouth raised up to her ears thinking about being grumpy. Stuck her finger into the girl's anus, succumed chilkiark their anuses, which had already been penetrated hundreds or thousands of times by Yuno's cock, accepted the finger very naturally, but the pleasure the finger gave in this tense situation was so intense that the two climaxed again and moaned. "Huh. He hit you. It's too much. Master. Go away. I feel light while my asshole is being pierced by master's fingers. I'm looking at others. Jean, go away. I'm going to go to the owner." As Angelina and Jean reached their climax and burst into laughter, the boy, who suddenly heard a woman's voice in an empty space, was startled and threw away the soccer ball he was holding and ran into the building. "I'm the director. It's a ghost. A ghost has appeared." Whoa. Why are you calling the director? Jean was startled by the voice calling for the director and lost her strength for a moment. Then, without missing a moment, Angelina put a lot of force into her pussy and pulled her waist back, and the dildo that was stuck in Jean's pussy began to be pulled out at once. "Oh, no. I can't lose to you. It's done. Jean. It's time to admit defeat." Jean tried as hard as she could to realize that losing her sight for just a moment had caused defeat, but the dildo, which had already started to come out, continued to be pulled out thanks to the slippery love juice, and when the dildo finally revealed itself completely, Jean's eyes were full of despair. "It's full. Master, I won now. I'll do it first, Angelina, as promised. Which hole should I do it through? The asshole? Please stuff a pleasant dick into the lewd asshole of a sex-loving, vulgar bitch. Please fill Angelina's owner's exclusive asshole, which is already throbbing for a male cock, with cum." Hoot when Yuno unzipped her pants and exposed her cock. Angelina cried out with her eyes wide open, her skirt lifted, and her anus wide open. "Cuck, you like the asshole that received my dick for the first time? As expected of you, you look more like my Southern saint." Angelina's anus, already soggy with her love juices flowing from her vagina and the serous juices spurted from anticipation of sex, made an obscene noise as Yuno's dick entered. Angelina's body shook from the impact of her cock, and her huge pair of breasts, fully visible through the thin fabric, swung back and forth against her, making a slapping sound. At master's cock. Feels good dude. Sex in broad daylight feels good dude. Even while the sound of children playing and kicking a ball could be heard in her ears, Angelina let out a moan as Yuno's cock pounded her anus. Jean, you sit on her bench and watch this sister having sex. Master, will you at least allow Jean to masturbate? You have to allow me that much, Jean. Next time, I'll use your vagina, so make sure to get it wet beforehand. After pouring a lot of cum into Angelina's asshole, I'll taste your sour vagina. Understand? Yes, I understand. Master, I will wet your pussy so that you can use it anytime. Juno watched for a moment as her Jean began to masturbate, and when Angelina begged her to focus on him, squeezing her asshole hard, she started rocking her hips again and thrusting the tip of her cock into her. My stomach was churning. Angelina's asshole is the master's cum toilet. Please treat it without any care. Please rough the saintess's asshole, which is a souse cum toilet, as her sphincter twitches and tightens her cock with Angelina's moans. Yuno pushes her cock further inside and at the same time slaps her buttocks with her palm, making Angelina give her a kiss. It gave a violent pleasure. Slurp, slosh, move a little more. More. Yes, this is it. After all, Angelina's butthole is truly a masterpiece. Every time she slapped her buttocks with her palm, Angelina's anus moved exquisitely and rewarded Yuno. The tightening of her sphincter, which seemed to cut off her cock, combined with the exquisite movement of her walls, made Yuno too drop his cock from the pleasure of that exquisite touch. Yeah, their master. They are, of course. Will tell me her asshole as Angelina said that. She began to shake her body little by little in accordance with Yuno's waist movement. Point crunch pop pang suck jung pang pang along with the lewd sound of the mucus. Angelina's wall clung to her dick as if it was going to eat it, showing off its unique tightness, and every time Yuno pulled her dick out, her pink anus was slightly exposed, showing off her lasciviousness. It's so hot. I feel like my asshole is burning. It feels good. Master, thank you for having sex with Angelina's asshole. Thank you for making Angelina your sow. Master. Thank you for making me into a cum toilet saint who is crazy about outdoor sex. Then, when director Lydia appeared at the entrance of her building and caught her eye, Angelina immediately climaxed with the feeling of immorality of being anally violated in front of director Lydia, who was like her mother, and screamed her pussy. Burst the fountain. I really faintly hear a woman's voice, but it feels like I've heard it before somewhere. Is that so? I didn't hear wrong. There really is a ghost. This guy. There's some kind of ghost. The director will look into it, so you stay inside. As Mother Lydia, who had calmed her child, began to approach where they were, Angelina froze. Oh, no, Master. I'm really going to get caught if I keep doing this. I'm going to expose this sow to the mother-like director. KKKK. Are you okay? At this point, I'm telling you what your true nature was, Angelina. I'm telling you that your true form is not a saint of Icarus, but a sow sex slave exclusively for Yuno's dick. As Yuno continued to whisper and shake her waist roughly, Angelina felt her body become extremely hot. AHH. My true self. My true self is not a chaste saint, but a vulgar and lewd one. In the end, Angelina gave in to Yuno's temptation and screamed, "Hi director. No, mom. Please take a look. Please take a look at Angelina, the sow who worships her master's largest cock as a god. A lustful sow who chose a pleasant male cock instead of Icarus. Please see the true appearance of female pussy Angelina." Eventually, Angelina felt her glasses, which had been enchanted with her stealth magic, removed from her face, and with her eyes tightly closed, she reached a huge climax. Her pussy juices gushing out like a fountain, and Yuno too, was holding Angelina's body extremely tight. Thanks to her anus, her cum started to squirt. Buraruk boom crying hoo in front of my mom's asshole. I'm so happy, Master. Angelina is so happy to be your sow. Feeling Yuno's hot semen filling the inside with her stomach, Angelina climaxed once again and thrust her hips upward. Open your eyes, Angelina. You need to know who is seeing your true self, right? I'm sorry, Mom. Contrary to her mom's expectations, Angelina became a lewd sow instead of the master's wife. But I'm so happy with this. Please forgive me. As Yuno's semen penetrated into her stomach with great force, Angelina felt her stomach swell more and more, and she mustered up the courage to open her eyes. Boo. I'm sure mom is this way. But when she couldn't see anything in front of her, Angelina looked around her in confusion. Then she saw Jean heading to the other side with director Lydia, and only then did Angelina let go of her mind and relax her body and put on her glasses again. Hi, that's too much, Master. I really thought I was going to get caught by my mom. Still, it felt good, right? Angelina, that was true, but after giving Angelina a light kiss on the cheek, Yuno pulled his cock out of her anus and a huge amount of her semen began to spill onto her floor. Oh my. Semen spilled out. Our sow will have to clean it up too, right? Of course. A sow should not neglect its master's cum. After tightening her anus again, so that no more semen could leak out, Angelina knelt down on the floor and licked up all the semen that had spilled with her tongue, and even cleaned Yuno's cock sitting on her bench. I also wiped off all the semen on my body. Then shall we go now? What about Jean? I'm so grateful that you did it for me first, but you have to do it for Jean too, right? Of course I'll do it. I have a place in mind for Jean. After finishing talking with director Lydia, Yuno watched Jean running from afar with a bright smile on her face, and Yuno began to recall the days as a teaching assistant, where he had turned Jean into a Saint Angelina school uniform anal vaginal cum illustration ver 1 * Saint Angelina school uniform anal vaginal cum illustration ver to chapter 213. Inquisitor Jean So training diary 1. Master, I'm here. Did you succeed, Angelina? Oh, no, it's Metatron. Anyway, did you convince your younger brother well? No, the fact that Metatron came out means you didn't end up with persuasion, right? As soon as he saw Metatron entering his barracks, realized that he had not been persuaded. Ha ha ho, this tight-lipped girl doesn't listen, right? So I knocked her out and brought her in. Anyway, the master just needs to persuade her, right? Seeing Metatron looking at her lower body with his coy gaze, held her forehead and shook her head. First, call Angelina and you go in. You won't be of much help in persuading me. I had a hard time subduing her without hurting her, but it would be great if you could have sex with my angel sow's pussy. What is the hardship? When you come here without a speck of dust on your face. And you feel it every time you do it with Angelina, right? We did it this morning too, and you can feel it indirectly. And the master also said that my archangel hole and Angelina's saint hole feel slightly different. So please have sex with me. Okay, I'll do it for you before you go to bed tonight. So quickly call Angelina. She'll wake up. Did you promise? Was able to call Angelina only after finally surrendering to Metatron, who was begging for sex, and promising to have sex with her. Angelina, who was watching the scene from inside Metatron, smiled and opened her mouth. Ha ha ho. Master, you're too kind to your woman, so it's a shame. When you fuck Metatron tonight, please thrust your cock so roughly as if you're going to shatter her uterus. That'll help him come to his senses. Isn't that the kind of sex you like? Anyway, these so bitches are either one or the other. Anyway, I heard you couldn't convince her in the end. It would have been best in terms of time to be gently persuaded and merge Jean's heresy judge unit into the Imperial Army, but frowned slightly at the fact that it had failed. Yes. My sister's faith in Lord Icarus is too strong. She must know that Lord Icarus does not want that. So the master must help her, right? Ugh. Do I have to do that in the end? When made a reluctant expression, Jean raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. You look like you don't want to, but you're honest with yourself, right? Your cock is screaming that it wants to turn Jean into a sow. This although they were smaller than Angelina's, Jean's breasts were also quite large. So kept gulping down her saliva as she looked at Jean's beautiful body with her clothes removed. Well, Diane, it's okay to make Sister Rice bowl with Sister Isabella and Mary. But if, like Angelina, Jean also makes Sister Rice bowl with my own sow, since Angelina was able to do rough things to her heart's content that her older sister and younger brothers could not ask for, she made Jean do the same, and the fact that she could enjoy it with her sisters made Juno's heart very hard. Moreover, a voice was heard from the side that confirmed Juno's thoughts. Ha ha ho, master? What are you worried about? You have this bitch, the Archmage Jennifer, right? This bitch will help you with any training you want, so you don't have to worry, and you can make this pink-haired bitch your exclusive sow. All you have to do is concentrate her haze. There's Jennifer. Then, all the plays I was thinking about. Juno let out a mean laugh, lightly wiped his lips with his tongue, and began to erect his cock to a large extent. Then, the smell of a female anestrus began to slowly flow from his lower body, and Jennifer and Angelina moved Jean, who fainted while feeling numbness in her vagina, to the basement dug under Juno's bedroom inside the barracks, and used a soundproof spell and locked it. The interior was completely sealed off using magic. Master, I have created a training room below the bedroom. This bitch and so will always be waiting above, so please call me anytime if you need me. Good job, Jennifer. I'll go to the command barracks for a moment and come back for a meeting, so you two can prepare in advance. I know your pussies are wet, but I'll give you a big hug at night, so just be patient. Ho ho ho, don't worry. Instead, do you really need to have deep sex at night? Master. On the side, after comforting the pets by kissing Jennifer and Angelina, moved to the command barracks. In the command barracks, Baron Glon, who had just graduated from the Commander Academy and was newly appointed commander of the 1st Guards Corps, was waiting with 1,000 commanders and bowed politely when entered. Welcome, your majesty. How is the soldiers' preparation? What is their morale? The Corps commander, Baron Glon, confidently answered Juno's question. The preparations for the march to the Holy Kingdom are perfect. Morale is also high, and the soldiers are full of confidence that they can defeat everything. Several heavenly seals also showed confident expressions, but a different voice came from a corner. Are these kids so full of themselves? They all say they are anxious to death at the thought of dealing with those crazy fanatics. Wah. What? McMorin's 1000 seals? What do you mean by that? How can you show such a lack of spirit in His Majesty's presence? Baron Glon and the other 1000 seals reprimanded McMorin in embarrassed voices, but McMorin stepped forward and raised her voice, as if she were confident. No, it's true, isn't it? What kind of morale do these kids have? They're saying it's nonsense to march to the Holy Kingdom with only one corps. Speaking of which, is this correct? I think it's just an act of suicide. Baron Glon and the Commander-in-Chief seemed shocked by McMorin's attitude, as if he had sold all manners and was like a civil servant. But Juno instead burst into laughter. Haha, yes, it would be worth it. Even if it were me, the Emperor would say I was crazy if I told him I was going to march to the Holy Kingdom with only 10,000 people. Juno laughed for a while and then stopped laughing, holding McMorin's shoulder and looking directly at him. But don't forget that I'm here, McMorin. Have you seen me as a commander fighting a losing war? Have you seen me lose the battles I have participated in? No, it's not really like that. But despite Yuno's force that seemed to be weighing her down, McMorin confidently looked into Yuno's eyes and nodded her head. Then, take good care of the soldiers under your command. The reason I entrusted you with the 1000 seals is to lead the soldiers and keep your subordinates alive without dying. And the rest of the commanders are so bad at reporting the status of their soldiers to their superiors for the sake of pride. Avoid it. Such an attitude will cause not only me, but also other commanders to misjudge the situation. Yes, I understand. Fortunately, the Emperor moved on smoothly without reprimanding, so the corps commanders and commanders sighed and moved on. The reason I brought only one corps here is that it is top secret, so I cannot tell you yet. However, do not forget that the reason I came here in person is that I have the spirit of victory. I will not send my soldiers to death. Even if something like that happens, I will definitely be at the forefront. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Your Majesty, please convey this information to the soldiers and have the commanders prepare the soldiers to advance at any time. End of meeting. Disband, leaving only the corps commanders. The 1000 seals were so moved by Yuno's simple speech that they left the barracks and quickly returned to their units to convey what Yuno had said to his subordinates. And when all the commanders left, Juno called the corps commander, Baron Glon, to him. Commander of the 1st Guards Corps. Do you think he has a special favorite for General McMorin? Baron Glon, who was nervous because he thought Juno was trying to reprimand him, raised his head at Juno's unexpected question. Oh, no, Your Majesty. God would never do that. Haha. Please feel free to talk. I definitely didn't ask you to stay to criticize you. I just wanted to know the inside of the Gunshinken. At Juno's words, Baron Glon sighed and opened his mouth. Actually, it's a bit inconvenient. Wasn't Commander McMorin a direct subordinate of Your Majesty since he was in the county? Moreover, someone very close to him is Count Meyer, who is currently the Minister of Defense. A subordinate with such a close relationship is a burden. Wouldn't it be a lie if I said it wasn't true? Well, Jim too would be lying if he said he didn't care more about McMorin than the other commanders. Just today, wasn't McMorin the only one who spoke honestly when others were hiding the condition of their soldiers? It would be the commander's fault if he didn't care about his subordinates like that. Baron Glon bowed his head again at Juno's words. But, you are also one of Jim's favorite subordinates. Do you believe in your own abilities? Baron Glon, you are the commander of the 1st Guard Corps, appointed directly by Jim. As you know, Jim is a merit first person. He is not capable and is a useless person. Do you know how many people have applied to become commanders of the Royal Guard Corps? Well, I don't know, Your Majesty. No more than 300 people. To be exact, 317 people applied. Among them were active duty commanders and nobles with a lot of combat experience. And there were a lot of people like you who had just graduated from the Commander Academy. But only 3 of them You were appointed as the commander of this guard corps, and among the three, do you know why he appointed you as the commander of the first corps? It was a great disrespect to not answer the emperor's question, but Yuno smiled and stood up, walked to his side, and held his shoulder. It's because you were the best. It was because you received the best evaluation out of 317 people. That's why you have to believe in yourself. I understand that you're anxious because you don't have any experience yet, but believe in your abilities. And if it doesn't work out, do you trust the person who appointed you as the commander of the corps? Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I understand. Your Majesty. Juno patted Baron Glon's back, who answered in a slightly tearful voice, then took out his handkerchief from his pocket and held it out to him. Ack. The boy's tears. A commander must never show weakness. This is a top priority. Do you understand? Sniff. I will keep this in mind. Your Majesty. When Baron Glon tried to return the handkerchief that wiped his tears, Juno turned away and said, no, I don't need a handkerchief with a man's tears on it. You can keep it. Oh. And lastly, it's still a secret to others, but there will be about a week left until the Legion advances. Until then, our troops are hiding here. It must remain absolutely confidential, and you will not be able to enter the command barracks for a week. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty. I will risk my life to obey your orders. Yuno looked with satisfaction at Baron Glon, who responded with enthusiasm and came out of the command barracks, saying he was really going this time. Oh, that's right. The handkerchief I gave her was a handkerchief that my mom knitted for me. I'm too embarrassed to ask for it again. I don't know, is it really a big deal if I lose a handkerchief? Furthermore, I guess I can just listen to some nagging. Meanwhile, Baron Glon carefully kept the handkerchief given by Juno in his pocket, thinking it was the first gift he had received from the Emperor, since he could not even imagine in the current situation that after the war ended, because of that one handkerchief, there would be gossip that shook the Empire. Juno thought nothing of it and quickly walked to his barracks to become Jean's assistant. Headed point. Upon returning to the barracks, Juno saw Jean dressed in obscene clothes and bound point. As soon as she came to her senses, Jean was glaring at Angelina with an furious expression, and when she went inside, she screamed in a voice full of anger, "Hey, you evil emperor! Why on earth did you bring me here? What did you do to my sister? What kind of manners are you talking to your master? You are the one who will be our Sal's master from now on, so you should behave politely." Jean, who looked at Angelina as if she were dumbfounded, attempted to attack Yuno with her divine power, but the divine power she unleashed was immediately absorbed by the handcuffs on her wrists, so Jean could only use her fists in the air. I felt it split and was immediately subdued by Angelina. Ho ho ho, master. I'm sorry that my sister didn't realize that she was a Sal and tried to rebel against you. Furthermore, I will take this punishment on my behalf, so please forgive my sister. I will forgive you for this time, but from now on, I need to educate you well. Understand? Angelina, thank you, master. Saint Jean, a Sal who serves your male cock, will serve you with her pussy from now on, so please accept the service with her pussy from this vulgar six. Slave. Angelina tied her chains around the handcuffs on Jean's arms and restrained her, then spread her pussy in front of Juno and begged for sex with her older sister. And it was Jean looking at her voice and her eyes completely tired. I'm crazy. My sister has completely gone crazy. That emperor must have used some evil trick. I have to do whatever it takes to get her sister back to normal. Yuno enjoyed sex with Angelina on top of her while lying on the floor and got an idea of how to train Jean. TSK. In a week, Jean, you will be my Sal. I guarantee it. KKKKKUT*INQUISITOR Jean Straight Jacket Illustration Ver 1 Inquisitor Jean Straight Jacket Illustration Ver 2 Chapter 214 Inquisitor Jean So Training Diary 2. The first day I took Jean prisoner and started teaching her without doing anything to Jean. Juno continued to have sex with Angelina and Jennifer in front of her, with her entire body tied up. Here you will be happy thanks to my master. I love it when my master touches my pussy. I'm going to lick the master's biggest cock while he's having sex with a Sal's pussy. Send the sow bitch away and give me a nice dick in my bitch pussy too while having sex with Angelina. Yuno's huge dick left quite a bit of her bottom, so she was having extremely lewd sex with Jennifer, licking her lower part. Jean, please look at this sister's lewd body. Please look at these lewd breasts and pussy that have grown enormously due to having sex with the master. The sister who has become exclusively for the master's cock. Please look at the sow's body. Sex with Yuno, which gave great pleasure, made Angelina's waist movements even more dazzling. Point every time she turned her back. Angelina's breasts, which had become even more enlarged to her Yuno's taste, flaunted their enormity by squirting out her milk and fluttering wildly, and Jean was amazed at her older sister's disgrace. I tried my best to close my eyes and look away. However, the intoxication that filled her underground secret room due to her sex and the lustful divine power gushing out from Yuno's cock caused Jean's body to become estrus little by little. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you like Angelina, who has become so lewd. She has forgotten that she is Monk Icarus Saint and is crazy about men. But if you want to save her sister, you have to find that guy's weakness. Yeah. I don't want to see that lewd sex, but I'm just observing to find weaknesses, so it's okay. She tried to look away for a long time, but Angelina's voice singing of such great pleasure seduced Jean. Finally, after completing her self-rationalization in her mind, Jean began to watch the three of them having sex from the corner of her eye. Then, the first thing that caught her eye was Yuno's huge cock. No way. Why are men's things so big? I saw them executing heretics and apostates. But, obviously, most of them were less than half of those men. Here the glands is rubbing my uterus so hard that I can feel my uterus feels so good that my waist moves as it pleases. Moreover, every time the huge cock penetrated into Angelina's pussy, Angelina's love juices poured out, and the uterus tattoo on her lower abdomen glowed bright pink. But I love the compatibility of the master's cock. Master, I love you. Angelina is the master's sow forever. She is a cock saint who worships the master's cock as a god. Jean's mind became so confused as Angelina reached her climax, arching her back and spewing out a torrent of her cunt juice. How can she use her divine power when she obviously lost her virginity? It's not the sacred power of another god. I can definitely feel the scent of monk Ikari in her sister's divine power. Jean's sex continued, as if it had nothing to do with the mess in her head. This sow is already gone, even though the master hasn't gone yet. Did I do something wrong or not? As Yuno pinched Angelina's huge breasts with her fingers and pulled her forward, Angelina collapsed on top of Yuno's body, squirting once more as she reached her peak point. Then, her Yuno held Angelina's body and strongly lifted her waist, and Angelina completely closed her eyes and said that she was seeing the limit of her pleasure that she could feel. Her whole body began to convulse. Yeah. Haha. Oh, close now. Not even proper words were coming out of her mouth, and Angelina was just letting out moans filled with pleasure every time Yuno lifted her waist up and plunged his cock into her pussy. Jean just stared blankly. That's why it's so good. Sister? Does she feel so good that she abandons the Ikari monk whom she trusted so faithfully and chooses that man over the Ikari monk whom she has served for over 20 years? Jean was looking at Angelina with her sad eyes, but she couldn't help but notice that her lower body was becoming moist as she looked at her sister's sex. Ugh. I'm coming now. Angelina, I'll pour it all into your womb, so don't spill a single drop. Yuno's cock, which had been dug deep inside Angelina's pussy, began to squirm in her, and when he heard her squirt something, Jean's complexion turned pale as she realized what it meant. Oh, no. That's not enough. Her sister is pregnant. Stop it. Take it out. Despite Jean's screams, Yuno continued to make her ejaculate by pushing his dick deeper into her. Then, Yuno's unique huge amount of semen completely filled the uterus, making Angelina's belly bigger and bigger. When Yuno's ejaculation, which lasted for over a minute, ended, Angelina's belly swelled up like a full-term pregnant woman. My sister's belly is so big, like she's pregnant. It's clear that the evil emperor must have done something. There's no way a human's penis is that big, and that much semen can come out. By the way, my sister might be pregnant with that man's baby, but she looks So happy. Jean looked at Angelina's expression, which looked so happy, and bit her lip point regardless of whether she did it or not. Pulled her dick out of Angelina's vagina, only after she had emptied all the remaining semen into her urethra. Their master's cock. The cum will come out. Han, when the cock that was acting as her stopper fell out, a huge amount of her semen flowed out onto the floor, causing Angelina's stomach to shrink little by little. The spilled semen formed a puddle and began to radiate out her tremendous intoxication, vitality, and divine power. Oh, that's ridiculous. How could divine power come from human semen? Did that evil emperor steal my sister's divine power? Since it was just a prediction, Jean decided to watch a little longer and continued to observe Juno's sex point. After having sex with Angelina, had Jennifer lie down on the bed and rubbed his dick against her anus. Now, wait a minute. That's there. This is not a place to put something. The stomach is a place for excretion. How could you do something like that? However, as the cock was being rubbed against her anus, Jennifer's expression changed, as if she was completely melting, and she seemed to really enjoy the water pouring down from below. And Jean looked at it with a disgusted expression. Master, hurry up, I don't want to tease you. This bitch's lewd asshole is sure to be more delicious than that sow's pussy, so please use more of this bitch's asshole instead of the sow's bitch. Splat, clang, shouted, hitting Jennifer, who was tempting her with her palm. It's a very lustful cancer that you can chew while hitting your butt. Slump, clang, clang, as slapped Jennifer's ass a few more times. Her butt swelled red, and Jennifer's expression also turned red, and she licked her lips with her tongue, as if she wanted more dick. I feel so good. I can't stand it anymore. Master, getting my ass spanked by my master. Please discipline bitch Jennifer's naughty lewd asshole pussy with my master's biggest emperor cock. This bitch is so naughty. Please teach me with my dick, so I can't do it. Oh, Juno immediately fell for Jennifer's temptation point as Juno's large, thick, massive cock penetrated Jennifer's anus. Her small anus opened to an enormous size, and moans of pleasure began to flow from her. Thank you for sticking your dick in Jennifer's bitch asshole. It feels good to anal sex from the master. Feels good to it. Oh, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. It feels good while being spanked by her. Anal intercourse. What blasphemous. Icarus, please punish these sinful people and save me and my sister from this den of the devil. Please punish these corrupt people despite Jean's prayers. And Jennifer's anal sex continued. Crunch crunch every time the huge dick disappeared inside the small anus. The lewd sound of mucous membranes rubbing against each other was heard in my ears, and Jennifer's expression and voice, completely melted with pleasure, told Jean how good their actions felt. No. This isn't it. Something like that can't feel good. Lord Icarus would never allow something like that. I'm sure some evil trick was used after that. The three people, or one person and the two pets, continued to have sex. Ejaculated abundantly inside Jennifer's anus, so that her stomach swelled, and in the meantime, he began having anal sex with Angelina, who had come to her senses. After that, he had sex with Jennifer's vagina again, and the ending was completed. He showed lewd acts to Jean. The air in the basement room, where Jean was locked up, was filled with the smell of semen and the smell of Angelina and Jennifer's pussy juices, and that energy began to slowly transform Jean's body into an obscene manner. And as continued to have sex with Angelina and Jennifer, he noticed Jean's erect nipples and her wet vagina, and that she was slowly rubbing her own vagina with her hands without realizing it. And she smiled secretly. Jean, as expected, you have the talent of a sow. I'm already looking forward to the next week. Even though he saw Jean observing their sex with her eyes wide open as he gently touched her vagina, he pretended not to see anything and went back to focusing on having sex with his pet. In the end, on Jean's first day as a training instructor, continued having sex until the sow and the bitch's entire bodies were completely covered in semen. However, was satisfied that she had succeeded in putting deep in Jean's mind the fear of herself and the superiority of the male, named herself over her, and made a plan on how to develop Jean's body, which had begun to accept her energy. Inquisitor Jean Straitjacket Masturbation Illustration Ver 1 * Inquisitor Jean Straitjacket Masturbation Illustration Ver 2 Chapter 215 Inquisitor Jean's Sow Training Diary 3. The second day since Jean was taken prisoner, Jean, who had been forced to watch the lewd sex between Angelina and Jennifer the night before, relaxed her stiff limbs and stood up. Ugh. I couldn't sleep well, and her hands and feet were numb. That damn smell kept giving me strange thoughts. The smell of semen that filled her room continued to make Jean's body hot, and it instilled strange imaginations in Jean's head, so she was able to fall asleep long after Juno, Angelina, and Jennifer were gone. Brit quote well, and at the end, I imagined myself getting raped instead of my sister. Ugh apostrophe when she thought about the imagination she had in her head. Right before she fell asleep, Jean got goosebumps and shook her head, trying to erase herself from yesterday. No. Because I don't want that at all. Icarus-sama, please forgive Jean for the sins she committed yesterday, and please return my older sister Angelina to Icarus-sama's saintly. She was chaste and nobler than anyone else. Please help me regain my saintly appearance. After offering a prayer of atonement to Icarus, Jean got up from her bed and began to look around the room where she was imprisoned. If you see that the chains that bound my body have been released, are you saying I can do whatever I want? If that's the case, sigh. She tried her best to open the door, but when she didn't budge, Jean gave up on escaping and searched around the room for tools or clues to her escape. Brit, however, after searching all over the furniture in her room, she couldn't find anything, so she decided to regain her strength, lay down in bed, and started planning her escape once again. Seeing as they have me captive, it seems that the Balkan Emperor also wants something from me. Maybe my body is the goal, but since I have a sister who is much more beautiful than me, there is little chance that she will do anything to me. You didn't touch me yesterday either, right? Sock knock. Jean, who was organizing her thoughts, was awakened from her thoughts by a knock on the door. Jean, you're awake. I brought you breakfast here. You might not have an appetite since you're locked in a room with no sunlight, but I couldn't watch my precious sister starving, so her older sister worked hard to make it, so I hope she eats it. Who is your sister? The traitor who abandoned Icarus-sama calls herself my sister. That is absolutely unacceptable. Giggles. Aside from that, did you all hear it yesterday when my master filled my womb with cum? I'm sure. No. You're getting pregnant. Stop it. Didn't you say ho 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 ho? Jean's face turned bright red as Angelina's words struck her straight. Well, that is he. It would be really great if the master could get me pregnant, but unfortunately he still says that's not possible. But anyway, thank you. Jean still thinks of me as her older sister. I also think of my Jean as a very precious younger sister. When Angelina put down her food and hugged her, Jean buried her face in her sister's warm arms and burst into tears. Sister. Why has it become like that? Come back to Monk Icarus' arms again. Monk Icarus will definitely forgive her sister. So Angelina's eyes also became moist as she saw Jean crying and pleading. Jean. Even though she has ascended to the position of heretic judge unit commander, she still has a soft heart. But she cannot return to her sister. She has become a saint who serves her master's cock. And this is also the will of Icarus. Do it please. Please don't say nonsense. How can that be what Icarus-sama means? I guess it will take time for our Jean to realize the truth. Let's fill our stomachs first. I can hear your stomach growling all the way up here, so you're not going to say no, are you? Jean, who was actually quite hungry and thought that nutrition was essential to escape later, decided to wipe away her tears and quietly eat the food her sister had prepared. Sniff. Delicious smell. What is this, sister? It's the potato cream stew that Jean has loved since she was little. She wasn't that good at cooking before, but she smells good now, right? I added magic seasoning. Ho potato cream stew. Looks delicious. It was a dish that Angelina had cooked a lot since her childhood, but since her cooking skills were poor, Angelina basically couldn't season it, and she often burned it every time. However, even if it was a burnt and soot stew, or a bland or salty stew, Jean found it so delicious, just because it was cooked by her older sister, so she revived those memories, and promised to return Angelina, who cooked for her, to her original state. I made a decision. Wagamoriova, the stew that Angelina made today suited her taste perfectly and had a rich and creamy taste that seemed to be much richer than before, so Jean was able to finish the stew without leaving anything behind. Brit phew, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, sister. It's been a while since I ate stew and I feel like my energy has been drained. Ha ha ho. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Of course, it will cheer you up. She put so much effort into it. And she said she added a magic seasoning that made you feel full of energy every time you ate. Ha 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 ho. Chai, you said you did your best in the past, but you burned it all. But it really did taste much better. What was the magic seasoning you added? Is it alright? Is it all good? Angelina smiled softly and answered as she looked at Jean, who asked herself with her eyes shining brightly, I put a lot of cum that my master gave me into my sister's pussy yesterday. It was mixed with the pussy juice that flowed from my sister's pussy, so it was natural that it tasted perfect. I put my master's cum instead of water, so the ratio of cream and cream was perfect. It's amazing. After hearing Angelina's answer, Jean immediately stuck her finger down her throat to make her vomit. Woo-wuss. WSS. Wes. Oh my. Look at him. He said he was eating sparingly because it was a waste of his sister. But why is he throwing up when he said he was a younger sister? Why did I cook something like that? Wow. And why did I find it delicious? Even though she tried to force herself to vomit, Jean's stomach, which was so stable thanks to semen, did not react at all. Ugh, if you try to force yourself to vomit, you'll hurt yourself. The owner will come home in a little while. So as a sow, I'll just have to show my pretty side. After Angelina forced Jean to sit on the bed, she straightened her body and straightened her messy hair. So, I will never submit to that pagan emperor. Even if he takes my virgin and loses all my divine power, my faith in Icarus will never break. Angelina sighed as she looked at Jean, who confidently shouted point, and soon after, when Yuno came in, Angelina politely bowed to Yuno, as if asking Jean to look at her. So Angelina loves you, master. Today too, I will do my best to repay you with my vulgar and lewd body, and for giving me the honor of serving your male cock. Jean made a face at the vulgar example of spreading her legs wide and exposing her pussy, but as if that didn't matter, Juno sat on her chair and placed his cock in Angelina's mouth. Sighed chew up. Choop up. Choop up. What do you think? Jean Bluemane, Inquisitor Unit Commander. Weren't you impressed by the sight of Angelina turning into a sow after receiving my cock? How impressive. I will definitely bring the Inquisitor troops and blow the heads off of you and your subordinates. You heretic bastard. KKKK. At that point the Inquisitor unit doesn't even move a single inch. Aren't you too self-conscious? Of course, it's only been a day since I disappeared. But I just said I was going to patrol the guard post, and if they notice I'm missing, my adjutant will lead all his troops and attack this place. While staring straight into Jean's hateful eyes, Juno asked while lightly stroking the head of Angelina, who was serving his cock. That's right. Angelina. Is that possible? No. I left a note at the guard post saying that I imitated Jean's handwriting and found my whereabouts and will investigate. So, I probably won't move for at least a week. Jean gritted her teeth at Angelina's answer. Okay. Then I'll make a proposal here. Why don't we give it a try? Win. Yes. I just spent the week before the Inquisitor unit was dispatched, or rather, yesterday. So for the remaining 6 days, I will train you to become a sow. Jean, if you do not call yourself a sow after a week, I will consider it my defeat and set Angelina free. How about returning it to your body? Jean's eyes lit up when she was told that she would return Angelina. Are you going to keep that promise? I swear with my name and honor as the Emperor of Balkan, and with all my mana. However, you must also faithfully respond to my training for that week. How about that? Backquote 1 week. If I just last a week, I can get my sister back. Ha, but what on earth are they going to make me do? Jean was pondering over Yuno's proposal. A voice that struck a chord was heard. Master, I don't like it. I don't want to serve someone like Icarus again. I only want to serve you. Furthermore, I want to live forever as Angelina, a sow saint who serves this god of 6, the biggest dick. Don't abandon me. Please. You don't trust me, Angelina? Since when did she stop trusting her master like a sow? Ha, splat. Clang. The sight of Angelina rubbing her cheek with her cheek As if she was so happy even when her cheek was hit by a large dick made Jean make a firm decision. Backquote, I can't leave her sister like that. I don't mind giving up my life for her sister. I will definitely save her sister. Okay. I will accept that offer. Instead, you must keep your promise. Huh. Okay. So that means the contract has been concluded. Angelina, whispered something to Angelina and pushed her back. Then Angelina came up to Jean with her charming smile and kissed her, and Jean closed her eyes tightly and shared a deep kiss with her tongue, mixed with her beloved sister, and her exclamation swallowed back. Quote, 1 week. I'll definitely make you regret it. Just 1 week later. You infidel, felt Jean's hateful gaze towards her, but with a sinister smile on her face, as if nothing had happened. She looked at the deep kiss between her siblings and happily began reviewing her plan for the remaining 6 days on Gerlina and Jean's biological sister's lesbian kiss. ILLUSTRATION * chapter 216. Inquisitor Jean So Trainer Diary. 4. That afternoon. After lunch, Jean, who had decided to receive training from Juno, sat on a chair, her hands and feet tied, barely able to suppress her trembling body. Backquote, what on earth are you trying to make me do by dressing me in such obscene clothes? Why on earth do you have such vulgar clothes with so many holes in them? Moreover, Jean frowned even more, because the smell of semen that had been sprinkled instead of sauce on the chicken rice bowl served for lunch seemed to be coming from inside. Backquote, you sure they don't mix semen with every meal? No matter how much. Ugh. But the amount of semen I saw yesterday seemed like enough to do that. Thought of eating a meal sprinkled with semen 3 times a day was so terrifying, but Jean gritted her teeth and endured it. Backquote, no. I decided to save my sister. To do that, I had to eat semen. And honestly, the taste wasn't that bad. Okay. Let's not think of it as semen, as I was spending time thinking about various things. Came into the room accompanied by Jennifer. Did you enjoy your lunch? Angelina said she was going to cook your dish, so I made it thick on purpose. How was it? Can you stop giving me such horrible meals? Is that really necessary to educate me? Besides, it seems like the dishes are too cleanly emptied. Well, it's okay. Then, we'll proceed with today's training. Well, let's say yesterday was an audiovisual class, and today's training is not that big of a deal. But it continues until tomorrow, so I'm relieved. Be prepared. Kekakik, looking at Juno, who was smiling wickedly, Jean groaned in frustration. Backquote, it lasts until tomorrow? What on earth are you trying to do with my body? That crazy infidel. Although Jean was cursing inside her, extended her hand to Jennifer and took the vial she handed over. The glass bottle contained a suspicious liquid that glowed pink, so Jean swallowed her saliva and glared at Juno. What is that? Seriously, it's not some kind of aphrodisiac, right? If they are being cowardly and trying to force me to commit a crime by giving them an aphrodisiac, I don't think you would call yourself a sow just because of that, right? If you answer the question, I will tell you that it is not a weak drug. A woman is not in such a hurry that you force her to have sex by giving her a stimulant like that, right? As soon as she put her hand on Jennifer's panties and rubbed it as she stood next to her, Jean gritted her teeth and let out a moan. As soon as she saw her pussy gushing, well, then what is this? If you want to feed it to others, you have to tell them what it is, then it doesn't work. So I don't have to explain it, right? You'll feel it well in your body anyway. Giggle. Took her brush from her arms and dabbed it with the pink liquid in her glass bottle. Then, he took the brush dripping pink water to Jean's nipples and gently applied it to both nipples. Backquote, HMM. What? I don't feel anything in particular. It certainly looks like they used some kind of means, but when Juno moved her brush downward and tried to apply it to her pussy, Jean started screaming and cupping her thighs. Kara. Why are you taking it there? To the dirty pee area. Pour it in KKKK. The moment you become a sow you will need to receive my cock here. So I should train you here in advance too, right? So just relax your thighs. Otherwise, I will open them myself and smear it with my hands. Jean, who had no strength to resist anyway and thought that applying it with a brush was better than applying it with her hands, obediently relaxed her thighs. Then, Jean's pink virgin pussy, which was only covered by her single string, was brightly revealed, and observed her pussy for a moment with a smile, then took a brush and applied a generous amount of the pink liquid to the cute protruding clitoris at the top. Okay then, all you have to do is sit here from now until tomorrow morning. You have to eat dinner every other day, but since you drank my cum, it won't affect your nutritional intake, so don't worry too much. Did you say it was Jean? I slightly improved the product developed by the owner's older sister, Rachel. There is absolutely no harm to the human body, so don't worry. Please enjoy my work. Ho, I will have a lot of sex with you then. I have to share it. Enough, as and Jennifer disappeared from the room, leaving behind laughter. Jean breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know what kind of liquid this is, but I'm glad it doesn't seem to have any effect on me. Skipping dinner. I'm actually glad I don't have to eat his semen. All I have to do is sit comfortably in a chair until tomorrow morning. Woo, I hope the remaining 5 days go like this to apostrophe. Jean looked happy at the thought of taking another step toward Angelina's liberation, and was wondering how to get her revenge on Juno, but suddenly she was startled by a thrilling sensation from her nipples and shook her body. What is it? This? I suddenly got a strange feeling. I wonder if it got rubbed by the bra strap. It's not. Due to the structure, it's... Hee. For a moment, she thought she was mistaken, but at some point, she felt that thrilling sensation on both of her nipples, and as the incredible tickling hit her, Jean screamed. What is this? Weirdly tickling. The tickling sensation in her nipples began to become more intense, and Jean began to tremble from the intense itching. It tickles. I feel like I'm going crazy from the tickling. It's getting more and more ticklish. Only then did Jean discover the identity of the pink liquid had applied to her nipples. Well, this is why I'll find out in a little while. Now, wait a minute. Then really, moreover, when Jean realized that her nipples were not the only places where had applied her medicine, she fell into deep despair as she began to feel a tingling sensation in her lower body point, and after a while Jean's entire body was drenched in sweat as she endured the pleasure and pain caused by the intense itching point. Her lips were so clenched that her entire lower lip was torn and covered in blood. But the pain in her lips didn't seem to matter to her anymore. I can't stand this anymore. Lord Icarus, please save your servant. Please save me and my sister from the clutches of that evil heretic. There was no answer from Icarus despite her heartbreaking prayers, and finally, the scream she had been holding back began to burst out from Jean's mouth. I'm going crazy. My nipples are going crazy. And I feel like my place is on fire. I want to scratch it. Release my hands. I'll do anything. I'll do as you're told, so please let go of my hands. Let me scratch my nipples. Jean screamed loudly and struggled wildly due to the tickling that made her feel like she was going crazy. Her voice echoed throughout the room and her chair shook, but her hands and feet, completely fixed to the chair, did not move. Moreover, as time went by, the itching and pleasure became more and more severe, and the pain it caused made Jean even start to urinate. Normally, she would have died, and she would not have urinated when she woke up, but Jean's mind was already past the time to cover such things. You will use alas. Just a moment ago, Jean had been reluctant to refer to her genitals directly, but now the word pussy came out of her mouth. It's so itchy. My pussy is so hot, I'm going crazy. I feel like my nipples are going to fall off. I'd rather kill you. Furthermore, I'm going to go crazy like this. From her vagina, which was soaked with urine, a clear liquid that could not be distinguished as urine or love juice flowed out. Moreover, her clit and her nipples, where the medicine had been applied, were red and large and erect, revealing her presence and clearly showing how hot her body was. As this is so bad. Men. In the end, Jean, unable to overcome the intense itching, lost consciousness and fainted. However, the constant itching and increasingly hot nipples and clitoris continued to awaken Jean's consciousness. Angelina, Save me. Please. It's okay, even just for a little while. Scratch my nipples and pussy at least once. She desperately searched for her Angelina, but no one came into the room where Jean was locked that night. So Jean had to faint and wake up repeatedly all night, suffering from endless itching, pleasure, and pain. In her head, she thought that if hell existed, it would be here. A torture chair illustration. Underwear there. Asterisk JEAN any torture chair illustration. Underwear X there. Chapter 217. Inquisitor Jean's Sao Training Diary. 5. The next morning, as soon as Angelina entered the room with her meal, all she saw was a puddle of urine at her feet, swollen nipples and clitoris, and Jean passed out from complete exhaustion. Meanwhile, Jean looked so miserable, writhing around as if she was itching, that Angelina felt very sorry for her sister. Jean should become the master Sao as soon as possible. Just be patient, Jean. You too will become a great Sao like this sister, and learn how enjoyable it is to give joy to the master. Ha. Noisy sister Ro, are you awake? Ha ha ho, my sister brought you some food. You'll feel better if you eat something warm. Anyway, I have to go to the next training, so I'll clean this for you. Even when Angelina wiped her body with her wet towel, Jean's body became so sensitive that she started to squirt a lot of pussy juice. Of them. Sup, please be gentle. My body has become too sensitive. Some of it. Still, Jean was able to take a breath as the sweat that had soaked her body and the faintness that had been bothering her all night disappeared. You were hungry because you couldn't eat anything last night, right? You'll feel better if you eat something warm. Let's eat this and get some sleep. Jean felt extreme hunger from the delicious smell of the food Angelina brought. But Jean, who had used up all her strength to endure the excruciating pain she had experienced last night, could not even properly lift the bowl that her older sister held out for her, and in the end, it was only when Angelina fed her that she could barely eat her food. I was able to start eating. This reminds me of the time when we, Jean, were sick when we were young. The director wasn't around, so your older sister cooked the stew for her. She fed her like this back then too. Do you remember? Nodding her head, Jean opened her eyes wide as the stew Angelina brought was so delicious. What? What? Why is it so delicious? Boo, there must have been that damn semen in it. It's so delicious that it's incomparable to the meals I usually eat. After taking a few spoonfuls, Jean felt her body regain a lot of strength. She took the bowl from Angelina's hand and started to eat it. Delicious. So delicious. I can't believe semen stew tastes this delicious. Ugh. No. I guess it's because I starved last night. I guess it tastes delicious because I was in pain all night. As soon as she finished cleaning her bowl, Jean suddenly felt her fatigue coming on point. Angelina seemed to have noticed this as well, so she untied Jean from the chair and laid her down on her bed. When her stomach was full and her body became warm, Jean fell asleep in an instant. Really? When you look at her sleeping form, she is an absolute angelic Sao. Master, you need to quickly make Jean look like a Sao like me. Ah, Master. Angelina is a Sao sister along with Jean. I'm desperately waiting for the day when I can serve a male dick, thinking of her Juno, who must be having passionate sex with Jennifer in the bedroom above at this very moment. Angelina realized that her womb was throbbing and her body was craving a cock, so she straightened the blanket over Jean and covered her with it. I walked upwards quickly. Soon, Angelina's loud moans filled with pleasure echoed from above her to her basement, but Jean, who had completely fallen asleep, remained asleep without knowing anything. That afternoon, when Jean woke up, she was once again placed in her chair by her older sister. Are you doing that again yesterday? I don't want that. Please, sister. Well, she doesn't know either. Wouldn't it be okay to ask the owner for that? Or you could just easily admit that you are a Sao. How about that? Well, that's not possible. No matter what happens to my body, I'm going to save my sister. Yes, you have been stubborn since childhood, but our sister's fate is decided. If I give up here, all that hard work yesterday will have been in vain. I will overcome whatever comes my way. Seeing Angelina disappear outside her door, Jean was determined to save her sister, but her will was broken less than 30 minutes after Juno entered. You up out there, they're out. Even though her afternoon training had only begun, Jean was already shaking her whole body. Yellow urine began to flow from her lower body, and foam flowed from her mouth. Haha. Just wait a little longer. I don't want to cause this much pain, but education is something that requires you to develop a special part of yourself as a sow. Please understand my broken heart for causing pain to the female who will become my pet. Jean gritted her teeth at Yuno's voice, which was so shameless. What a crazy thing. Heck, you gave me this clenched object to make it especially easy for me to endure, right? Is it a bit too much to bite, since it's a holy relic of Icarus? This evil heretic. Clips were attached to each of Gina's nipples as she screamed in pain, and they were connected to the clip on her lower clitoris with a chain point. And every time those clips flashed regularly, electricity was being sent to her nipples and clitoris. Moreover, her nipples and clitoris had become extremely sensitive due to yesterday's training, so every time the clip flashed, Jean's body was shaking with tremendous pain. This is an electric device I made specifically for your education, so it will definitely not harm your life. So please endure with peace of mind, Jean. The master wants to turn you into a sow that looks exactly like Angelina, so this is a necessary education for him. Electric torture. Damn it. This is something we don't even do to infidels. What do you mean torture? It's education. Education. And what are you talking about by burning it with fire? It's much better, because it doesn't harm the body. Ho 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 ho. The sight of Jennifer smiling at herself every time she was touched by electricity aroused Jean's anger even more. Something like this is education. Just like yesterday and today. What on earth do you guys know about the human body? Giggles. It's training to turn someone's body into that of a sow. Do you know how easy it is to build a sow's body? How hard did your sister Angelina work to become a sow? Of course, I also worked for 3 weeks to become a bitch. You need to understand that it is a little more difficult because you receive it as an attribute. I will definitely not be your sow. Never. Never. As soon as the electricity died down, Jennifer clicked her tongue and looked at Yuno, who was spitting out an angry curse. Master, I guess the electricity is a little weak, seeing as this sow's saying defiant things. Can I increase the output a little more? Are you sure it's not life-threatening? I want the sow, not the corpse. Seeing Jean's smoking body shaking and foaming, Yuno, who had instructed Jennifer to make such a magic tool, also asked if she was a little worried. Don't worry. It's not like you don't trust the skills of your bitch, right? And don't forget that if you ever find yourself in a dangerous situation, you have another sow. Jennifer's advice reminded Yuno of a fact she had forgotten, that Angelina was originally a saint. Well, I used Angelina as a sow every day, so I forgot that she was a saint. I think I should put more in it. That girl seems to like it too. Ho ho ho. Master, your cum is so delicious that you didn't leave any behind, right? And can I take out some of the cum for that bitch's meal? If you can pour a lot of cum into the pussy of this bitch who worked hard to make an electric torture device for you, master, you can just give me that. Yes. We should also reward our bitch for working hard. I think she did it last night too. But especially today. Let's enjoy the bitch's asshole and give it to Gina's food. That's such a good idea. You heard it too, right? Master will be honored that the cum that goes into breakfast tomorrow will come out of my asshole. Anyway, you would have enjoyed eating any hole. Ho 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 ho. Jean gritted her teeth at the sight of Yuno and Jennifer laughing at the meal bowl she had emptied. But soon after, as an even stronger electric shock struck her judo and clit, she had no choice but to scream. Kara. Jean screamed at the electric current, which seemed to be twice as strong as she had ever felt, and eventually a bit down on the cross hanging in her mouth, unable to overcome the pain. KKKK. By the way, you are better suited to be my sow than Icarus's servant. I can't believe you are damaging Icarus's holy relics just because you are a little sick. But don't worry, I'm generous to my pets. So just endure it until tomorrow morning. In the end, Jean could not bear the pain and fainted. However, the electric shocks that erupted every hour quickly awakened her consciousness, and until Angelina brought her meal the next morning, Jean had to experience an even worse hell than yesterday. Noisitor Jean's electric torture ILLUSTRATION*INQUISITOR Jean's electric torture illustration. Piercing there. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 218, Inquisitor Jean So Trainer Diary, 6. Just like the tickling hell he experienced on the second day and the electric torture hell he experienced on the third day, Jean also had to undergo extreme training that alternated between pleasure and pain on the fourth day. Yuno and Jennifer attached beads that created tremendous vibrations to Jean's nipples and clitoris, which brought insane pleasure to her nipples and clitoris, which had become even more sensitive after 2 days of torture and were fully swollen. My nipples. I feel like my clitoris is going to explode. Please stop. Hee. I'm so dying. I'm dying. Ha ha ho. What can you do with this? You're still so weak, Jean. If you receive the master's cock, you will get an incomparable pleasure, right? So this level of education is nothing to become a sow. Jean was unable to react even to Jennifer's words ridiculing her. The pleasure she felt was so great that her love juices were flowing out of her pussy. You my nipples are strangely hot. Ah, the clitoris. My uterus is getting hotter and hotter. My body wants. It wants something. HMM. As Juno came in, looking at her with a mean expression in her blurred vision, Jean felt her body become even hotter at some point. The person who was clearly supposed to be hated no longer felt hated, and it was Jean who felt the inside of her stomach throbbing. No. My body is gradually changing into what that man wants. I'm really becoming. That's how he's talking about. Jean realized that her body instinctively wanted a man every time her nipples and clit vibrated intensely, and she let out a moan filled with pleasure. And he realized that his body was also gradually changing. But no. I will never do what you want. My name is Jean Bluemane. This is a woman who will turn her older sister back into her saintly state and burn heretics like you with the flame of monk Ikari. I will never lose here. However, even though her pleasure and pain changed her body, her will deep in her heart did not break. Yuno was secretly impressed when she saw Jean gritting her teeth and burning her will to rescue her sister once again, but without showing it at all. She massaged Jennifer's breasts in front of her. KKKK, do you see this? It is not as big as Angelina, but it is quite big. Our bitch was originally flat-chested, but she gave in to my cock and became a bitch, received training from me, drank a lot of my cum, and grew to this size. And you are quite big too. It seems like it's gotten bigger. Keka cute everyone. Shut up. There for selves. That are those who were the herald. Her husband are a third of an Nahara Inquisitor. Yeah. But your body is telling you otherwise? I can hear your body screaming. Please give me your cock. Fill my horny womb with that hot cum. Now, if you just say one word, it will be easy. I'll just be a sow. No, there's a lot of time left, so just ask me to put my dick in it, and I'll put it in any hole you want. When Yuno lowered his pants and exposed his dick in front of her, as if to be patronizing, Jean's eyes widened. This smell coming from over there. The feeling of warm caressing my body every time I eat. A smell that gives me warm energy, like the embrace of Icarus before he knew it. Jean had become accustomed to the scent of Juno's semen mixed with his morning and afternoon meals every day. In addition, Yuno's semen, which was full of her vitality and divine power, restored her body to warmth, and Yuno's divine power, which was very similar to Icarus' divine power, was absorbed deep into her body by Jean. As I went on, I was making her more familiar with semen. So, without her knowledge, Jean stuck out her tongue and reached for Yuno's cock. As she got closer to the cock, the smell she smelled became stronger, and her body became hotter and hotter, and finally, as soon as the tip of Jean's tongue was about to touch the tip of the dick, The jindangu hanging on her nipples and clitoris started vibrating again, awakening Jean's spirit of being. Dominated by her dick. Brit Rain, you coward. You're trying to corrupt me with such a vulgar smell. But Icarus-sama won't let you do that. Wow, that was dangerous. I almost sucked that guy's cock. But, what would have happened if I had licked that? What if that thick, soft, creamy semen came into my mouth? Just when Jean was about to fall, her vibrator rang, and she came to her senses, and clicked her tongue. TSK. That's a pity. But I still have a lot of education left, so there are a lot of opportunities. After appeasing her for a moment, decided to wait for another opportunity, pulled up her pants again, and left the room, massaging Jennifer's body, as if Jean was looking at her. Well, you've endured well so far, so try enduring it again today. Tomorrow's training will be a little more impressive. Kwang, that damned infidel. I will definitely repay you for this shame. I'll cut off your dick and feed it to the dogs. Haha. As the door closed, and Jennifer disappeared, Jean started swearing, and then closed her mouth as the vibrator rang again, and a surge of pleasure came over her. Woman, you can't lose your strength here. If you want to hold on until tomorrow morning. That's right. In order to hold on somehow, and save your sister, you have to take this training. That's right. This is training to become a Sao. Rather, it is the process of saving Angelina, although the inside of her body was gradually changing. Jean pretended not to notice, and tried to soothe her mind by saying that it was all to save Angelina. As time passed, and the night deepened, Jean's moans became more and more sweet, but she still began to deceive her own mind and enjoy the pleasure inflicted on her own body. The morning of the 5th day, after training began. Angelina, who came into Jean's training room with breakfast as usual, noticed a hint of subservience in her sister's clouded eyes. That child is now taking on the form of a Sao. Jean, just hold on a little longer. She is waiting with great anticipation for the day when she can serve her master with you. However, Angelina, who hid her inner feelings and controlled her expression again, released Jean's restraints with a sad expression. Well, Jean, it's breakfast. The master said you must have had a hard time, so he gave you a lot of cum today. And you said today's training won't last all day, right? So you can sleep well until evening. Well, that's a good thing. But the color of the stew is a little different today. It's a little pink. That's the nutritional supplement Jennifer gave me. It will help her recover a lot. And it will also promote your growth, which was a bit lacking. When she said that it was a nutritional supplement given by Jennifer, Jean frowned at her. Ugh. I don't want to eat it as much as possible. It's okay if it's just semen, but it's clear that she did something. However, the growling sound in his stomach, the thought that he needed to eat something to survive today's training, and the strong smell of semen wafting from the stew tempted Jean. I can't help it. I don't like what that bitch did, but I have to eat today too, so I can get an education. Furthermore, I want you to know that I'm not doing this because I want to eat that guy's semen, sister. Then. Master's cum is incredibly delicious, but it's probably too early for you to feel that way. You're not a Sao yet. Angelina's words, spoken casually, cut sharply into the heart of Jean, who was eating her stew. I was already feeling that this semen was incredibly delicious. Before I knew it, I was thinking that I wanted to eat this. I was hoping it would be mealtime. Jean stopped her spoon due to her momentary shock, but the smell of semen wafting from her stew made her continue eating again. Well, in a way, this is also an ingredient. Yes, it's also incredibly delicious. And the scent is strong and springy in the mouth. Even if I wipe out all the infidels, wouldn't it be a bad idea to keep that emperor alive and take him around in a semen shuttle? If Angelina or Jean had been able to see her thoughts, they would have thought they were already halfway through it. But even if that wasn't the case, the sight of Jean enjoying the semen meal so deliciously was enough to make Angelina smile. Well, if you finished eating, let's sleep. Shall we sleep with you today? The owner gave me permission. Really? Haha, I'm glad. but I definitely feel comfortable when I'm with you. As soon as Jean lay down on her bed with Angelina, she felt summer come over her. Not only did she not get a good night's sleep for 3 days, but the exhaustion from her education, which had been so strong for her, quickly enveloped her, and along with the scent of her sister's body for the first time in a long time, Jean instantly felt her senses. I fell asleep, and that evening, Jean woke up and raised her body. I slept well. It's been a long time since I slept so well, so my whole body is sore. My chest is also heavy. Something. Hey, what is this? When Jean woke up, what she saw in her eyes was her own abnormally enlarged breasts and breast milk flowing from her nipples. Oh, that's ridiculous. How could this happen? I'm not even pregnant, so how could breast milk? Angelina also woke up and stood up at the sound of Jean's voice, which was so shocking that she could not close her mouth. Oh my Jean's breasts have gotten so big. I guess they'll be similar to this sister's now. Ho ho ho. But they are still smaller than hers, so I'll have to work a little harder. Right. Oh, no, that's not the problem, sister. For her breasts to grow this much overnight, she's just like a sow. Seriously. Only then did Jean remember the medicine Jennifer had put in the stew she ate for breakfast. No, Jean. Jennifer's medicine is really to relieve your fatigue. When the girl who becomes the master's female drinks the master's cum, she gradually changes into the body shape he wants. So, doesn't this sister's breasts get bigger too? You just progressed a bit quickly after 3 days of training. It's a lie. It's a lie. Even so, what is this breast milk? I don't know about that, but anyway, you also feed your master with her milk every morning, right? Ah, now she can enjoy that joy with you. She's so happy. Jean stared blankly at her breast milk dripping from her own nipple and wished she could go back in time, but her reality was sobering. Am I going to have to live like this forever from now on? Do I have to stand in front of other inquisitors with the body of a sow like this? This is absolute a lie. Angelina hugged her sister tightly as she looked at Jean, who seemed to be completely devastated, with tears streaming down from her eyes. Jean, who had tried to hold back her tears, also shed tears as she was held in her sister's warm arms. In this way, her sisters shared affection for each other for a brief moment, and were able to return to the close relationship they once had. There was higher. My sister Jean. This is all thanks to the master. Please make Jean a sow as soon as possible. Dear master illustration of Jean crying at the milk flowing from her enlarged breasts illustration of Jean crying at the milk flowing from her enlarged breasts. Big breasts there. Chapter 219. Inquisitor Jean So Training Diary 7. *THIS episode and the next episode contain descriptions that may feel dirty. If you are sensitive to milking or enemas, we would appreciate it if you could go to the next SESSION*INQUISITOR Jean So Trainer Diary 7. Jean, who shed tears for a long time in Angelina's arms, took her red face away after a while and sniffled. Then Angelina wiped her sister's face with her very kind face and hugged her once more, and Jean, seeing her sister like that, reflected on her yesterday. When she almost fell for Juno's temptation, I promised myself that I would somehow hold on for the remaining 3 days. Jump. Meanwhile, Angelina helped Jean up when she heard footsteps coming from outside. Well then, cheer up today too, Jean. I hope you can become a great sow for your master. That's never going to work. I'm going to save her sister no matter what and get out of here. Angelina patted Jean, who was looking at her with her pretty eyes, and then opened the door. Oh, Angelina is still here? Did you have a good time with her sister? Yes, master. Thanks to your consideration, I was able to put Jean to sleep soundly. Jean also seemed to have completely recovered her physical strength because she slept soundly after drinking the master's cum. That's a good thing to hear. Let's see, shall we take a look at Jean's sow's milk? When Juno reached for her breast, Jean closed her eyes and turned her head as if she were ashamed. But the pleasure she felt next made her eyes open. What is this? I only pinched the nipple once. Why? Did it feel that good? Just because I touched the nipple once, water was flowing out of my vagina. I was completely turned into a sow? Haha, what are you talking about? This is just HMM. As you know, pinched her nipples again. A sweet moan escaped Jean's mouth, and she had to admit that her body had now become completely lewd. Backquote damn. Damn. Such shallow breasts. Even though she's a virgin, even breast milk is flowing out, and now even if that guy touches her, she's become a body that feels like crazy pleasure. Backquote ugh. Ha ha ho. Our Jean has really become a sow now. Master? Then, can we try what we prepared today? Well then. Our sow has done such an excellent job of training, so as the owner, I need to take the next step. TSK. Unlike usual, Jennifer did not make Jean sit on a chair, but took her to a corner of the room. Then he laid down the clothes she had brought on the floor, and told her to put them on. Backquote again. This obscene act. Is this really the only thing these guys have in their minds? How can this be so shameless? Ugh. Jean, who couldn't bear to wear the clothes right away because of how shameless they looked, was distracted and only came to her senses after receiving a slap on her breasts from Jennifer's palm. My sow. Why don't you put it on quickly? I gave you a special sleep today and called you a sow, but you think you've already become a sow. I don't really. I don't even want to be like that. Ugh. Jennifer slapped Jean's breast again, who had a rebellious look in her eyes, and shouted at Ha. You still haven't come to your senses, are you, Master? I'd like to raise the level of difficulty of today's training by 1 level, so would you allow it? Okay. Jennifer, take care of it. You know you have to make sure you don't get hurt, right? Of course. Master, you just have to trust me. After receiving Yuno's permission, Jennifer took out a few tools from the pocket she had brought with her, as if she had nothing to worry about. A look of confusion was evident on Jean's face when she saw the tools, which she had never seen before, but then she realized what they were for. Now, wait a minute. If you do that now, Pursuit. The tools Jennifer brought were milk extractors, and when she attached them to Jean's breasts and activated them, yellow breast milk began to gush out from her breasts. Take this off right now. Oh my. Can I just try to take off the thing I put so much effort into? I'm going to be taught to behave well today as well. Okay. Bind. As Jennifer worked her binding magic, Jean found herself completely immobilized as a magic circle formed around her body. Stop. Stop it. Stop squeezing your breasts. At Jennifer's breasts, which had been gushing out yellow breast milk, began to gush out white milk, as if she had already realized her role, and the breast milk absorbed by her breast milk machine began to dye the milk container white through the connected hose. Wow, look at the milk gushing out. Master, considering that so much milk is coming out, shouldn't this bitch be a dairy cow, not a sow? After drinking Angelina's breast milk, it seems that sow's breast milk is also worth drinking. Like that, Angelina watched in fascination as her sister squirted out her breast milk right before her eyes, and it was only then that she came to her senses in surprise when Juno spoke to her. Yes, of course. My sister will definitely become a sow that secretes delicious breast milk like me. My sisters will work just as hard as the mother and daughter of the cow elves in Adria. Angelina. For that to happen, Jean would have to become a sow as soon as possible. Don't you think we need to add something? As Jennifer gently shook the other hose connected to the milk container that sucked out the breast milk, Angelina immediately checked what it meant. Well, it's almost time for our Jean to give her master's virgin asshole, right? But since she doesn't have the stamp of being the master's female like us, I guess we should clean the inside first, right? Sister. Well, what kind of crazy thing is that? An asshole virgin? And cleaning? What cleaning are you talking about? Jean could not open her mouth due to the extreme pleasure provided by the suction power of the milking machine. Fortunately, her moans of pleasure continued to flow from her closed mouth, and Angelina's hand moved towards her. Hey Jean. Just wait a little longer. You'll feel better soon. Of what you're trying to do. Guguk. Jean screamed as the end of the hose in Angelina's hand penetrated the inside of her anus. What are you doing, sister? Hey, that's the anus. Why is there a hose? No way. Only then did Jean realize what Jennifer meant by cleaning, and her face turned completely pale. Oh, no. Please. Just that. Eek. Jean felt something warm enter her stomach as the hose was inserted into her ass. And she definitely knew what it was. It's coming into my stomach. The breast milk I pumped out is flowing into my stomach. The amount of breast milk that had been sucked into the breast pump was considerable, and breast milk was still gushing out of Jean's breasts, so the amount of breast milk in her stomach was already exceeding 4L accordingly. Her belly was gradually swelling, giving her the appearance of being pregnant, and Yuno was watching Jean's appearance with a satisfied smile. Damn it. I have to show that bad guy this miserable sight of me being given an enema with the breast milk I pumped out. The moans coming out of Jean's mouth gradually grew louder as she experienced the pain of her stomach being torn apart and the pleasure of her anus being violated at the same time. Moreover, it was not only breast milk that entered Jean's stomach. This was because Jennifer, who was looking at Jean while she was receiving a breast milk enema, took out a large bottle from his arms, opened the lid of the milk container, and poured it inside. Ho ho ho. How does it feel to enema your own anus with your own breast milk? It feels good, right? It's going to feel even better now. So please look forward to it. As soon as Jennifer finished speaking, Jean could feel something heavy mixed with breast milk entering her body. Whoa, this, ha. Boo. It's clear. This is that man's semen. I couldn't see it, but I can tell just by feeling. I can feel that man's semen entering my stomach and violating me. It's amazing. The anus feels good as the breast milk and semen in her stomach combined. Jean shook her body with great pleasure. A fountain symbolizing orgasm burst out from her brightly exposed pussy, and breast milk poured out with great force from her nipples, where the milking machine was attached, into the milk container. Wow, as expected, the master's cum is really effective now. Then, if I do any more, I feel like my stomach is really going to explode. So let's stop here. When the breast pump and hose attached to her body were removed, Jean naturally felt the urge to excrete take over her body. Now that I think about it, I've never used the bathroom since I came here. Whoa, bathroom. Please send me to the bathroom. Please, oh my. There's no bathroom here. What should I do? I have to go upstairs to get there. Jean, you can't leave here without the master's permission. Jean gritted her teeth in anger at Jennifer's way of speaking so naturally, but that wasn't important right now. My stomach was boiling, and it was shaking to force out what was inside right away. Please. I'm feeling exhausted right now. Please send me to the bathroom. I'm going crazy. They looked at Jennifer and Juno in turns with earnest expressions, but they only smiled and did not respond, looking at Jean's miserable appearance for a long time. Since you said you're in such a hurry, I'll give you this instead of the bathroom. You'll be able to hold on for a while with this. Ho 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 ho. When Jennifer's mouth finally opened, Jean was momentarily delighted, but her face contorted when she saw what was in her hand. Well, that is this is an anal plug. It will help you endure it better. Then phew. As the thick plug was inserted into her anus, a moan came out of Jean's mouth. Rather than helping me endure it, I felt like I would get tired right away. But soon after Jennifer chanted the magic, the stopper that seemed like it would fall out at any moment was firmly fixed. Now, you can just wait like this until tomorrow evening, right? My master and I will send you to the bathroom tomorrow night. You can just wait for 24 hours from now. With just those words, Jennifer and Angelina disappeared from Jean's sight. Jean's facial expression was going back and forth between hell and heaven due to her anus continuously gurgling and screaming, and semen writhing in her stomach and staining her with pleasure. However, when Jennifer told her that she would have to endure this for 24 hours, Jean fainted. No breast milk self-enema. ILLUSTRATION asterisk chapter 220, Heresy Inquisitor Jean So Trainer Diary. 8. There is a defecation scene in this episode. If you are sensitive, please click back and read the next part. Turn off. In the basement, where Jean was trapped, moans of pain and moans of pleasure continued to flow alternately. Even though Angelina came in from time to time to give her water and talk to her to replenish her moisture, at some point, due to the excessive stimulation being applied to Jean's anus, she could not even respond properly and could only moan. And this was the same, even though 24 hours later, Yuno came inside accompanied by Angelina and Jennifer and spoke to them. KKKK Jean? How are you? Did you rest well all day? Huh? HMM. Quack as Jean continued to moan without any focus in her eyes. Yuno shook her head. Jennifer? Please help her come to her senses. Yes, Master J. Kara. W what? How can I? HMM. When Jennifer applied lightning magic to her fingers and pinched Jean's nipples, Jean finally came to her senses and moaned again due to the pleasure and pressure she felt in her anus. Huh? Please. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Please send me to the bathroom. No, please let me go. I don't mind if you tell me to come here. I don't mind anywhere, so please, let me go to the bathroom. Please remove the stopper. Looking at Jean, who was now starting to use her formal words towards her, Juno smiled, full of her joy. Really? Then follow me. I'll show you the bathroom that's most suitable for a sow like you, Jean. Ugh. Finally, I can finally escape from this situation. I can escape from this hell. When Yuno gestured, Jennifer released the binding spell on Jean. Jean then tried to follow Juno, but as soon as she moved her body, the pressure in her stomach increased, and she fell to her knees. Buhi. Buhi. Huey. Naturally, a scream came out of Jean's mouth, and when the scream was so similar to that of a sow, Juno grabbed her by the hair and lifted her up. You've completely become a sow now? You're squealing like a pig. What do you think? Are you now acknowledging that you're a sow? 6 days of training was enough for Jean to completely transform her body. Even though it was Yuno's question that she would have responded by telling her not to talk nonsense, Jean nodded her head without a moment's hesitation and shouted in the affirmative. Yes, that's right. I'm a sow. I'm a sow raised by the owner. So please take me to the bathroom. Boo-hee. Hey okay. Angelina. Help that so bitch. And Jennifer. When Yuno called Jennifer and blinked her eyes, Jennifer smiled and nodded. Then she quickly ran out, opened the door, and sent Angelina and Jennifer upstairs. Come on, follow me quickly. I have to go somewhere where you need to go to the bathroom. So even though there was a bathroom in his barracks as it was the Emperor's barracks, Juno took Jean outside. When she came out, Jean turned her head back and forth, as if she was anxious. Whoa, this is the center of the Imperial Army camp. If this is where the soldiers Errolfar the sun had already set, and darkness had fallen, soldiers standing guard here and there came into view, as befits the Imperial Army, that maintained strict military discipline, and bright torches were lit around them, so it seemed difficult to avoid their eyes. Besides, I'm naked. If I show this to the soldiers in the worst case scenario, Jean's whole body shook when she thought that Yuno could have her gang raped by Imperial soldiers. Why is a sow so worried that she's shaking her head? I need to quickly follow this master. Right. Jean was led by Juno's hand and had to pass between barracks where soldiers were sleeping, with her naked body clearly shining in the moonlight. Every time the night wind blew past her body, the pressure in her stomach became more intense, and every time she heard the conversation of soldiers who were not yet asleep in the barracks, the feeling of her uterus pounding heightened her sense of shame even more. And finally, the place where Yuno stopped was in front of the barracks used by her military priestesses. After Juno ascended the throne as emperor, he investigated the gods that the soldiers believed in and assigned each of the gods that had priests to the legions. This included the Icarids, whom Angelina began to spread a modified doctrine. And since Angelina had re-educated her priestesses who followed her and made them firmly aware of the revised doctrine, half of them were to accompany each legion as chaplains, to administer cures and administer sacrifices to the soldiers of the religion. It was a current situation that was playing a role. As such, the seals of various gods were engraved on the front of the barracks, and among them, of course, was the seal of Icarus. Okay, this is where you go to the bathroom. All you have to do is do your business while Icarus watches. I don't like it. No. Master. Please just. I can't show Icarus like that. Eek. When Jean showed refusal, Juno lightly kicked her on the buttocks and then ripped off the cross necklace, the symbol of Icarus, around her neck. If that's your case, I'll make it a little easier. She placed the necklace on the floor below Jean's buttocks and then removed the anal plug from her buttocks. Huh. Well, if you take it out of there. HMM. When the anal plug, which was causing tremendous pressure, was removed, naturally, Jean's stomach began to boil, and Jean, who could not bear to defecate due to the symbol of Icarus, immediately moved to the side and tried to do her business. Ho ho, where are you going? Bind. Oh, no. The binding magic. I have to endure it. I can't show this to Icarus. Furthermore, I can't throw this dirty thing away at Icarus. Gurgling, Jean endured her excuses again and again until her face turned red. However, it was impossible to control the protest that had lasted for more than 24 hours through human efforts, and a murmuring sound could be heard from inside the barracks. I'm sleepy. It's the middle of the night. What does this mean? Flap. Jean's body froze when she saw the priestess coming out of the barracks. This was because the priestess was wearing Icarus priestly clothes and her body was facing the front of the barracks. I've shown it. I've shown such a mean side to someone who serves Lord Icarus, and her shock at showing her vulgar appearance to another person caused her to lose the strength in her sphincter muscles that had been giving her the utmost strength. Put duke 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 duke. Duke duke. A thunderous roar came from beneath her body and Jean felt a huge amount of fluid draining from her anus, and at the same time, she could feel her immense pleasure and liberation. Buhi. It's refreshing. This sense of liberation. This pleasure. Icarus-sama, I'm sorry, but I'm so refreshed right now. A huge amount of white liquid mixed with breast milk and semen leaked from Jean's anus, staining Icarus's relic necklace. However, in the meantime Jean's body was at its peak with the pleasure of excretion, and a fountain of water was gushing out of her vagina. You can't help but poop. I guess you could say she's a real sow now. Ho ho ho, of course. I guess my back hole will be enough to take in the master's big dick now, right? You know, Jennifer and Angelina were looking at her with bright smiles. I definitely heard a loud noise. Did I hear wrong? I guess I should just go back to sleep. Icarus-sama, this sinner again today. Even though the three people were talking in front of her, and Jean was pouring out excrement in such a miserable state, the priestess of Icarus seemed to have seen nothing, and prayed again, and disappeared into the barracks. Buhi-it. Qhi-it. Even though Jean had finished defecating, her body was shaking, as if she had not yet escaped the pleasure. Oh, you're so dirty. I can't even have sex like this. Jennifer, can you please wash her? Even though there was only breast milk and semen, Yuno was reluctant because she thought it was excrement. So she asked Jennifer, yes, I understand. Master, water shower, cleaning. As a result of the magic cast by Jennifer, a stream of water poured down and wiped Jean's body clean. As the excrement accumulated on the floor disappeared, Jean's naked body was revealed, shining brilliantly under the moonlight, and the pink anus was wide open. It was revealed as is. Then, Yuno naturally erected her dick and slowly moved towards her. Yana walking naked. ILLUSTRATION*PLEASE. Be careful. Below is an illustration of excretion. *JEANNE outdoor defecation illustration chapter 221. Inquisitor Jean So Training Diary 9. Jean, who had experienced the pleasure of excretion for the first time in just 24 hours, fell forward and fluttered from the immense pleasure. Her body was becoming dirty due to the feces sprinkled on the floor, but the three of them couldn't help but laugh because she looked so happy and making pig noises, as if that didn't matter. Buhi. Then now. Ugh. My smell. And Yuno, who was approaching Jean to finish her training, had to stop in her tracks due to her strong smell. Even though the liquid was mostly her semen and breast milk, the smell was too strong to ignore as it had matured in Jean's stomach for 24 hours. Jennifer, make that bitch clean. It's hard to even get near her in that condition. Yes, master. Let's see. I need you to come to your senses soon, so it would be better to wash you with cold water, right? Sigh. When Juno gave a command, while holding her nose, a stream of water spouted out from Jennifer's hand and sprayed on Jean's body. It. It's cold. What? The cold water that Jennifer sprinkled cleansed Jean of the dirt on her body and restored her mind, which had been completely dominated by pleasure point, and then she looked at the sight of Yuno standing behind her with his cock erect. Jean, do you understand who I'm now? Do you know who the owner of this sow bitch like you is? Juno's strong body and huge erect dick, bathed in the moonlight shining brightly from the sky, and the powerful divine power emanating from it made Jean bend her body spontaneously. _AHH. I can't hold on any longer. I'm sorry, sister. Furthermore, I failed to save Zhao next to Yuno, and Jelena was seen smiling at herself, and Jennifer's will finally break. It is you. You are the owner of this dirty and vulgar, so bitch that you feel when you defecate or urinate. Juno smiled brightly at the sight of Jean kneeling in front of her and bowing her head. The joy of having made Jean submit without sex after 6 days of training as agreed upon a week ago made Juno's body tingle with excitement, and the sight of Jean lying naked in front of him gave him tremendous mental pleasure. So now you finally figured out the topic. Angelina. Teach her how to behave as a sow. Yes master. Angelina stood Jean up again and whispered something in her ear, and Jean's face instantly turned bright red. How can you do that? If you don't, you'll feel the hell of yesterday again. Should I ask the master directly? Oh, no, sister. Well, that's all. Finally, Jean turned around and spread his ass wide with her hands so that Juno could get a good view. Then, the pink inner flesh of the vagina, the hymen with dew inside, and the dark red anus appeared and began to seduce Yuno. This wretched and lowly sow has been rejecting her own identity, even though she has been taught by the master without knowing the subject. That is why I will offer this sow's virgin back whole to the master, so please be kind to the master. I would be grateful if you could accept it with your dick. Jennifer's body was trembling even as she shouted her lines out of such great shame. However, it seemed as if she was not just feeling shame. Her pussy was dripping with pussy juice, and her nipples were also leaking breast milk little by little, showing how obscenely a week of training had transformed her body. It was a part. She's a virgin in the back. I want to take this. What do you think? A sow. After Yuno fingered her pussy with her hand, she placed her cock there, and Jean let out a moan. You, the girl in the back, as a sow, too. You as a sow. She'll offer you the girl behind her. Please, just be a virgin. Juno put more pressure on her hands that spread her buttocks, and sneered at Jean's pleas not to touch her vagina as she would admit that she was a sow. I won the bet, but I think my education was still a bit lacking. Well, it's okay. Tomorrow, you'll probably be begging to use any hole. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take the girl from the back first today. When the cock that had been giving her so much pleasure was rubbed against her own pussy, Jean let out a sigh of relief and at the same time felt something missing. Thank goodness. She was able to keep her virginity. She was able to continue to serve monk Ikari. Well, but what? How does this feel? What is this feeling of being somewhat regretful and empty? I wonder if However, Jean's thoughts were cut off when Yuno's cock dug into her anus, as if he would not allow any more leeway. Puzazuzu. Although it was Jean's first time having anal sex, she was extremely trained as the head of the Inquisitor, and her body, which had become lewd after a week of training, accepted Juno's huge cock at once. What is this? I thought I was going out of my mind for a moment. However, accepting the cock did not mean that she was used to the pleasure, so Jean's soul was completely torn apart by the overwhelming pleasure that was completely different from what she had experienced during her training. It's hard. I'm hard. What the? They scratched the inside. I feel like I'm going to completely fly away just by getting stuck. I don't know why my sister made this man her master. She serves this man instead of Icarus-sama. I think so. As soon as the cock was inserted into her anus, Jean instinctively started moving her waist in an obscene manner. Then her walls began to squirm, and the tight muscles in her stomach curled as they sucked the cock up. It reached all the way to the inside of my stomach. Damn. I'm going to put this on. It doesn't work. I don't feel good like this. Icarus-samas. Even though I'm a servant, I'm having good sex. By receiving a man's dick, Angelina approached Jean, who was yelling with a dazed look. Ho ho, it's okay, Jean. By the way, Master Icarus is also watching, so you're okay, right? So it's okay. It's natural for our sow to receive the master's cock. Buhiak, is it okay? Is this okay, sister? Is it okay to have sex with an asshole? Angelina held onto Jean's face and whispered, as she moaned with her face completely lost in pleasure, dripping with her saliva. Of course. We are sows, right? So, we just have to enjoy our master's cock. Understand? Angelina washed her sacred necklace clean, which had fallen to the floor and was stained with her own filth, and she hung it back on Jean's neck point at the same time. Pushed her waist forward more forcefully, and with that movement, Jean instinctively touched the most sensitive part of her body to the cock, and cried out from the pleasure it gave her. I like it. Master's cock feels good. Oh, sex feels good. So sex feels good. I like it's a sow. As soon as you put it on the cock. Yes. Jean is a sow. She is a lewd sow who howls at the pleasure of her master's cock. RHMM go. Go again. This sow bitch keeps going. Although Jean was crying out in orgasm right before her eyes, was also admiring the hot squishy feeling that Jean's anus was giving. Quote This, I don't know what it's like in the front, but in the back, even more so than Angelina. It feels like my dick is being sucked into endless lava. As Jean began to enjoy the pleasure of anal sex, the movements of her intestinal muscles became more passionate. The glands, the barrier and wrinkles that adhered tightly to Yuno's dick gave her a thrilling pleasure, and her mood became even more heightened. Hey here sex woo. The owner's cock is a shithole. Sex how I come out. Something comes out of the milk. The continued climax must have had an effect on Jean's breasts as well, and even without touching her, her milk was shooting out like a squirt gun. Then, Jennifer, who was watching the two of them having sex, attached the breast pump to her breast once again, and when she connected the hose to Yuno's mouth, could feel her sweet milk filling her mouth. Brit, drinking a sow's milk while having sex. That's not bad. I'm going to come now. So tighten it. So, splat, clang, as hit her ass with her palm. Jean screamed obscenely, go away, go away. Go away while sticking your dick in the sow's asshole. Having sex with the asshole, while sucking breast milk, the most pleasurable sex in the world. They were vulgar words that he had never said before, but as he watched the three of them having sex on the first day of training, all kinds of obscene words that had been stuck in the back of his head came out of Jean's mouth. Jean's pussy continued to burst with fountains, and her anus clenched around the dick, pulling it deeper and deeper, showing off its lewdness. QOO. This sow's asshole is really a ho-ho. Master, I guess my sister's butthole feels good, but you shouldn't force it like that from the beginning. So this sister sow will help you. Juno, who was admiring Jean's tightness of her anus, held her back in response to the unexpected pleasure she felt when Angelina went behind her and licked her anus with her tongue. Ugh. Angelina, we'll see tomorrow. Angelina's service quickly drove into a situation. As the feeling of her ejaculation increased, Yuno's cock lodged in her anus became even thicker, and Jean twisted her body wildly in maddening pleasure. Now, the dick is getting bigger. I feel like my anus is going to explode. But I feel like my internal organs will be ripped out by the master's thick cock. Before she knew it, Jean's eyes were filled with her loyalty and affection for along with her pleasure, and honey water poured out from her vagina and milky milk spurted from her breasts, making happy. Come on big one, come on dick. Go away. This sow bitch, go with the master's cock. Jean's body fluttered as she hit a huge climax for the first time, and when semen finally spurted out of Yuno's cock, her eyes completely rolled over, clearly showing how much pleasure she felt. Buryarach, bursting, crying, bursting into tears. This is this. Okay. The owner is the best. Jean let out a moan of pleasure as the heat of semen poured into her anus and filled her stomach. Under the violent pleasure, Jean seemed not to care where she was and was screaming her dick in a voice so loud that all the legionnaires could have heard it if the noise blocking spell had not been applied. Icarus Samar is watching. I'm receiving cum. I'm receiving my master's hot and pleasant cum. Furthermore, I'm getting my stomach full of it after pulled out her cock. After she had finished ejaculating, Jean collapsed her body on the floor, and as the emblem of Icarus looks on, she watches with pleasure-filled eyes as her semen trickles out of her own anus, with an expression of such satisfaction, that she presses her own lips against hers. I licked it with my tongue. Churup chapter 222. Inquisitor Jean So Trainer Diary, 10. This episode and the next episode contain content related to bestiality. Although the main character has transformed, we would appreciate it if readers who feel reluctant can skip to the next episode point that night. Even after returning to the barracks, Jean, along with Angelina and Jennifer, took turns being raped by Juno. Without asking for her pussy, Juno poured a lot of thick, pleasant semen into Jean's anus, and Jean had to sing out her pleasure until her voice burst out. Ahh. It feels good. But you look like you feel good receiving a dick with your vagina. It feels perfective, and now, her stomach was full of Juno's semen, but the sight of Angelina and Jennifer having sex, making her squirt before her own eyes, looked so beautiful that her Jean she couldn't take her eyes off her sister. Koya. It feels good. Master, I like the asshole pussy, but it feels best to receive the master's cock with a sow's pussy. Angelina is happy. I'm so happy to be able to serve the master with my pussy. Moreover, there was a part that clearly showed the difference between Angelina and Jennifer and Jean. How as expected. Every time the master's cock penetrates that tattoo on my sister's lower stomach, that pink tattoo is shining, so that my sister can feel even better, so that she can feel the cock even more pleasantly. A more pink tattoo is helping rumbling crumbling every time Juno's huge cock penetrated deeply. Angelina's pussy let out a lustful sound throughout the barracks, as if it felt good. Jean lowered her left hand at the lewd figure of her older sister, who was clinging to her Juno, with her lewd uterus tattoo shining wildly, and crashing her lips against hers then, while she was pounding her own anus, which was coated with plenty of semen. She grasped the necklace of Icarus relic around her neck with her right hand, and began to pray. Lord Icarus, please forgive your servant Jean. Forgive your servant for becoming so lewd. For giving up her body, because she was dominated by pleasure. Still, I'm your servant. I'm doing my duty as righteousness. Even though the back has become so lewd, the front still maintains its purity, so please forgive this Jean whose body is fit to serve you. Ash masturbates for pleasure and prays for forgiveness. It was a more contradictory act than anything else, but it was Jean's own struggle. It was Jean's own struggle to somehow soothe her own pussy and her womb, which were throbbing and begging for her cock, and which were asking for semen not only from her back hole, but also from herself. And her appearance was caught from the corner of Juno's eye, while she and Angelina were having sex. Ho. Master? Are you that worried about Jean, now that you're a girl who's completely fallen for this monster cock? Why are you so worried? Anyway, it's clear that after a while, she'll open up her pussy first, and ask for it to be pounded. Juno shook her head as she lightly kissed Jennifer's lips, that were entangled with hers. That wouldn't be bad, but, we don't have time, right? There's one day left for training anyway. I'm planning on completely knocking that girl out tomorrow. Ho. You seem to have something on your mind. Juno glanced at Jean once again and smiled wickedly. Well, this is a method I left as a last resort in case the education doesn't work at all. I'll have a day left tomorrow anyway. Furthermore, I'll try to use it then. In order to do that, Juno whispered something into Angelina and Jennifer's ears, and the two burst into laughter, thinking it would be so much fun. After hatching her suspicious plan, Juno once again shook her hips vigorously, and filled the holes with the three women, Angelina, Jean, and Jennifer, with semen and finished the day's work. The next morning, Jean started the day as usual by praying, while holding the relic necklace. Let Icarus be my guide. I'm your servant and judge, and I will burn your enemies with mighty flames. Your judge will bring down the flames of hell on those who have sinned. Please forgive those who have sinned. Please forgive this poor servant. Angelina appeared from behind Jean, who was praying and scourging herself, repenting of her sins of being a complete slave to her pleasure. Jean, since you are now a sow who serves the master, why not serve the master's cock instead of Icarus? Then the master will give great pleasure to your vagina. As you know, the master's cock has become a god, so you wouldn't it be nice to be a priest and judge, and be the perfect sow for my master? Woo, sister. Even though I couldn't overcome the pleasure, I offered my rear end to my master and became his sow. But it was only my body. This spirit. I can never offer my soul. This is all for Icarus-sama. Because Angelina smiled brightly at Jean's decisive expression of her thoughts. Ho ho ho. But it seems like your pussy is flowing honey water in response to my words? Even though you say that, your body is honest, isn't it? Oh, no. It's not like that. Angelina burst out laughing at the sight of Jean blushing, as if she was embarrassed by getting her pussy wet, even though she had been doing all kinds of dirty things all week. KKKK, that's fine. If that's what you want, you should do it. But I guess we'll have to wait and see if you will continue until today's final training. Ma, the last training? What do you mean? Isn't my training over? I clearly admitted that I'm a sow behind Jean, who asked with a trembling voice. Jennifer's voice was heard dragging something point-drurably. Ha ho ho. I guess I forgot something. Yesterday was the 6th day, and today is the 7th day. And the master entrusted this bitch with your last training. Oh ho 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 ho. Since it was Jennifer who always brought all kinds of shame, pain, and pleasure to her body with strange magic items, Jean swallowed her saliva and looked at Jennifer entering the room. Jennifer, who was dragging a large box covered with a cloth on a cart, put down the cart and activated her magic to drag Jean in front of her. I'm saying this because the master isn't here, but there's one thing I don't like since yesterday. How can a girl who hasn't given up her virginity yet claim to be the master's sow? I'm the servant of Lord Icarus, the judge who punishes his enemies. Even if my body serves the master has also acknowledged that he cannot take my spirit with him. Yeah, slam. Jean sat back down after a single slap from Jennifer. No, I don't accept it. How dare you serve Icarus first and then try to serve you second? That's unacceptable. To our pets, you must come first. And his cock is a man we truly must serve. Jean's body flinched at Jennifer's incredibly strong force. If the master will not take your virginity for 4 years, I have brought you a sow for your virginity. Please welcome me happily. I'm a boar. Ho 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 ho. As Jennifer finished speaking, she unwrapped the wrapping cloth surrounding the box she had brought, and a huge boar jumped out from inside. Buhi-it. Chwi-ik. The boar's body became extremely hot and steam was rising, as if he had been fed some kind of estrus, and his cock had already hardened into the shape of an earthworm. No way. No way. Not even that much. Bestiality. Never in the Icaristic religion. Bestiality was as illegal as apostasy, and was literally the worst crime, punishable by execution by burning one's private parts with a pillar of hot fire if caught. So Jean instinctively backed away. Ha 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 ho. Now that so you see over there is your bride. So, go quickly and rape that bitch, and make her pregnant with a cute little pig. However, Jennifer, not paying attention to Jean's appearance, lifted the binding spell that was binding the boar. Then the boar ran at high speed, climbed on top of Jean's body, and pushed his cock inside her vagina. I hate it. This is not possible. I'd rather kill you. Kill me. Ha 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 ho. Why are you doing this now? Didn't you say she was going to be a sow? You're giving her the most suitable mate. So what are you doing? Ha 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 ha. I'd rather offer it up. I'd rather offer up her virginity to my master right now. So please stop. Jennifer didn't respond to Jean's voice pleading so earnestly, and the pig's cock finally began to penetrate inside her illustration of Jean climaxing on a boar's dick. Think of it like that. Bestiality is impossible. Chapter 223. Heretic Inquisitor Jean So Trainer Diary. Finished. Jean could very vividly feel the feel of the thin pig's dick penetrating inside her vagina. Oh, no. You can't come in like that. This is no place for someone like you. This is. She desperately tried to resist by narrowing her vaginal opening, but the pig's penis, which secreted slippery liquid, ignored her resistance and naturally burrowed inside her, stopping her movement only when it finally touched the hymen inside her. Stop it. That's right. Jebel-Quiaik. Buhihi. The pig, which stopped moving for a moment, pressed Jean's body to the floor and moved her waist in a strange way. Then the cock lodged in her vagina began to wriggle like a snake and rub Jean's hymen. Knew it. It's weird. This is weird. Kiaik. The pig's cock, which was moving like a snake, found a gap in her hymen and penetrated, causing Jean to let out a cry of pleasure. Ha 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 ho. It feels perfect. Ha. Do you like that pig's prick that much? Ha. Don't be crazy. I don't feel like such an evil act. HMM. Although Jennifer was teasing her in front of her, Jean felt a pig's penis in her vagina going deeper and deeper. You. No. I can't feel like this is an evil act. I can't lose my divine power and completely become a sow in my mind and soul. Since it was a very thin pig's cock, the hymen was not damaged and the sacred power was still intact. But I didn't know what would happen if sex continued like this. Moreover, Jean was certain that if she felt it here, not only her body, but also her mind would become a sow. Therefore, she desperately tried not to feel it and tried to shake off the boar who was pushing her genitals all the way inside, but for some reason, even with her extremely trained strength, she could not push the boar away, so she continued to push the pig away. I had no choice but to take it. Quick. Oh, no. That's the uterus. Not a boar's cock like yours. Only the master's cock. Huh. What am I thinking now as the tip of the slender pig's cock touched her womb? Jean realized she had thought something strange, but when she saw Angelina's shadow in front of her, she stopped thinking for a moment and raised her head. I guess I like your pussy. The boar is pushing his waist more and more, right? You too. Jean looks very happy too. They really match the pair. Jean shook her head while feeling great pleasure from the pig's glands tickling her cervix. You will really? But when I look at you now, it doesn't seem like that at all. If you were to look at your own face, would you be able to say the same thing when you see yourself with the face of a sow melted by a sow's prick? Oh, what on earth are you talking about? I'm a boar's dick. But when Angelina looked at her own face in the mirror she held out, Jean felt her heart break. This is me. This was because her own face reflected in the mirror was completely immersed in the pleasure of being fucked by the boar and was writhing in orgasm. It's a lie. It's a lie. This can't be me. It's something that's been manipulated. Yeah. It's got to be a picture that's been manipulated by magic. But she knew better than anyone else that Jean was not lying. She knew better than anyone else that before she knew it, her bottom was soaked with the honey juice that flowed from her own pussy, and her own breasts were constantly releasing pale milk in response to the cock. No. Just like my sister said. I'm really feeling it. I'm feeling it completely as the boar's cock rubs her cervix. It's not a lie. You're a low-class macho sow who takes a boar's prick with her vagina and copulates with it, spraying breast milk while drooling and greedily seeking pleasure. That's your nature, Jean. Angelina's criticism struck Jean's heart more powerfully than anything else. No, it can't be. I'm a sow. Huh. So, if it's not a sow, then Jean was staring blankly into space. Her boar, which had been running towards her, started making violent movements again. Quick. Then, the long thin pig's prick penetrated the cervix and penetrated into her womb. Then the pig's cock radiated a familiar energy into Jean's body, and her body also reacted violently. This. But before she had time to think about it, Jean's thoughts stopped as the pig's cock began to spurt out her semen. Well, it's a lie. Is it true? Am I receiving a pig's affection through my womb? A strange wave in my stomach. It feels good. This feels so good. Says I'm coming in. Pigs are coming in. Even though the uterus filled with semen was swelling, the pig did not stop ejaculating, and Jean continued to receive the pig's semen, even though her body was shaking. There's no need to worry, Jean. When the uterus swells, after receiving the cum of a strong male, the female succumbs to it and climaxes, right? You will now be able to experience an extremely pleasant uterine orgasm. Uterine climax? Is this the one who accepted her master's cock with her pussy and made her body flutter every time her sisters reached climax? Lord, master, do you still not understand? Jean, think of your true master. Think of the true master you, the sow, will sacrifice your body and soul to serve. Who is that? Master. Make my body feel good. The real thing that makes my soul comfortably. All kinds of thoughts passed through Jean's mind as she listened to Angelina's words. And finally, there was only one person on her mind. Master. Please accept the body of this lowly, lewd so, Jin. Jin will now serve you, the true master, and your male cock instead of Icarus. From now on, this is the proof. I will offer up my virginity. Please accept this sow's virginity right now, you know. At the same time as Jin's fervent confession of faith, light emanated from her body as her ball loomed over her. Then, the thin pig's cock swelled thickly and tore her hymen to pieces, and the ejaculate that had been trickling out began to spurt out with tremendous force and hit her uterus like a waterfall. Quutu, good. Jin, you finally figured out the topic. Thank you for accepting my virginity. From now on, Jin will treat your master's cock as a god, and I will become your axe that burns your enemies on the front lines of the battlefield. It crash, clank, clank. Despite Jin's pledge to be loyal to her, Juno pounded her ass hard. How dare you? Don't you still know? You are not a box. You are a sow. From now on, you are a sow that will receive my cum every day and have cubs. Do you understand? So cherish your body. Brit thank you. From now on, I will passionately serve your master's cock with both my pussy and my asshole. After a while, when the incredibly long ejaculation was over, Yuno pulled out her cock and held it out to Jin. Her hymen was torn, and the pink semen that flowed out was on the cock, which was covered in pink semen. Jin took her lips with a happy expression and kissed her. We started kissing. Sweetie master, I will take good care of this sow Jin from now on. Sisters, thank you for making me a sow. Seeing Jin greeting her so cutely, Jennifer and Angelina also came up and kissed her cheek. But I definitely gave the virgin to my master. But why is her divine power the same? Jin's eyes rolled as she inspected her own body while licking Juno's cock with her tongue. I explained it to you at the beginning. Is this really Lord Icarus's will? And since the master's dick is truly divine, we, the sows who serve the master, would have increased our divine power, right? Well, what does that mean? Yes, we need your power. Together with the inquisitors, we will purify the holy kingdom and dedicate it to our master. And we will become sow sisters and serve our master's prick. Someday sisters Angelina and Jean smiled as they recalled their swollen bellies, pregnant with a piglet. Ah, that's right. Jean, you're going to return to the Holy Kingdom. Shouldn't you be wearing proper clothes? Don't I have to wear the Inquisitor's uniform that I normally wear? When Jennifer suddenly pointed out something about clothes, Jean blinked. Ho. It's none of my business, but is there a thing called the Pussy Knights that the military officers who watch over the master wear? I brought that uniform up. Jennifer, despite Yuno's uneasy gaze, Jean's eyes sparkled. The Pussy Knights. Oh my. There was something so obscene. What about that conquest? Despite Yuno's dissuasion, Jennifer eventually gave Jean the livery of the Pussy Knights that she had secretly brought, and Jean's eyes sparkled incredibly as she looked at it. And that night, Jean's lieutenant, Charlotte, had been dressed so extravagantly after her week that she had to greet a superior with her bewildered face upon his return. Illustration of Inquisitor Jean, a sow leading a troop of INQUISITORS*ILLUSTRATION of Inquisitor Jean smiling while burning the Pope and Cardinals. Chapter 224. Angelina so exposure sex with Sister Jean. 4. After leaving the orphanage, Yuno and his group were sitting at a store on the street and taking a break point, and as Juno listened to the beautiful sound of the choir coming from beyond the wall, she recalled what had happened with Jean and was awakened from her thoughts by a voice coming from in front. Oh my master, what are you so worried about? For a moment, I was thinking about the week I made Jean my sow. It came to mind all the way from the orphanage you cut me off to. Ho. I didn't know what I did back then, right? Now I'm a lewd sow who only thinks about my master's cock. How shall I do it for you here? Yuno felt her lower body getting hot again at the sight of Jean stretching her feet under the table and stimulating his cock while eating her ice cream in front of her. Jean, do you want to keep doing this to cause trouble for the master? This is in front of the judge training school you used to attend. Don't get caught and make the master's image look bad. Jean grumbled as she put her legs down on Angelina's Kusari, who was sitting next to her and drinking her tea. Chai sister, you received plenty of cum from the master at the orphanage earlier. I was only masturbating while you were having sex with the master, and then the director came out and only played the role of wasting time. Anyway, why did you guys ask to come here? Since it was in front of the school, there were quite a lot of students walking by, so worked hard to calm down her erection again, and asked the 2.E. I'm already wearing my school uniform, so shouldn't you try going to the school we went to? And this is your chance to fuck our sisters at the school we went to. You definitely wouldn't do that, right? Angelina and Jean moved to the seats next to him, holding his hands and whispering as they rubbed their wet pussies. Yuno's cock, which he had worked hard to calm down, suddenly became fully erect with the force of tearing his pants. Brit, let's go right now. Hurry. Seeing Yuno stand up from her seat, even snorting, Angelina and Jean smiled in remorse and guided Yuno to the school they had attended. The first place the two guided us to was the school that Jean attended. Welcome to the Heretic Inquisitor training school I attended. Master, the school gate had a fairly solemn atmosphere, but the students inside had a very lively atmosphere, so Yuno had his doubts. The faces of the kids who attend look brighter than I thought. They say it's an Inquisitor training center, so it looks very solemn. Ha ha ho. Of course, it is solemn during doctrine study time and other times. However, as our school is a basic military institution, there is a significant portion of training time, and regardless of gender, we are very active and learn to rely on each other. Of course, dating was strictly prohibited, but it was not specifically prohibited to hang out with colleagues. So Jean explained that there was no touching at all when they were friendly with each other, so we were chatting with each other. My assistant, Chelsea, was also my junior. We became close friends from then, and we are still close. Of course, we both showed special talent from a young age. Yuno nodded as he looked at the students working hard on their training in the playground. In terms of education, if we only change the doctrine, there is no need to make any major institutional changes. If the doctrine is revised, romantic relationships between men and women will become more freely resolved. But that's natural anyway, and energetic children will behave well on their own. Yuno thought about integrating the men's and women's dormitories, but too much reform was likely to cause strong opposition, so Yuno decided to proceed step by step with the country's openness policy. Of course, the important thing is the position of the Pope to coordinate such things, and we will also need some cardinals to assist him. Haha, it's a problem. It's a problem. Yuno said he wanted to gather his thoughts for a moment and looked for a bench. As Jean was leading him to a corner of the playground, two people were running towards them from afar. They're two students. Why are you there during sacred class time and you're arm in arm with a man? I don't know why you're here wearing the school uniform of the priesthood school, but just because you're here, you're acting against the school rules. Seriously, Saintis? Hey, Heresy Inquisitor. As soon as they came closer and saw Angelina and Jean's faces, they were shocked and made the sign of the cross. Oh my. Sister Lucette. Brother Rodius. It's been a while. You too. By the way, the fact that you're both wearing teacher uniforms, does that mean you're a teacher here? Oh my. We didn't even know that. As soon as Angelina and Jean saw the two people, they also smiled with joy, and Yuno became curious about their identities. Ah, those two people. Master. This is the older sister we stayed with when we were at the orphanage. I guess she's a teacher here now. Greetings, Sister Lucette. Brother Rodius. This time, Vulcan has become Icarus Sama's agent and rules the Holy Kingdom. Please dethrone Emperor Juno. When the identity of the group with Angelina and Jean was revealed to be an unimaginably high person, Lucette and Rodius knelt on the floor and showed extreme respect. A lowly servant meets the agent of Icarus. Haha. Wake up. You're like Angelina and Jean's siblings. I'm so happy to see you. When the attention of many students in the playground was focused on the two people bowing in extremely loud voices, Yuno felt burdened and personally helped them stand up. Sister, Oppa, rest comfortably. My master doesn't like this kind of excessive courtesy, except in public settings. That's right. We came out today to show our master around Lardane Castle. We also stopped by our orphanage a while ago, right? The director is still well. Lucette and Rodius hesitated and showed courtesy to Angelina and Jean's words. I understand the situation roughly. Lord, Master, I know you're the Emperor, But Icarus-sama is here, so is it okay to call him that? Literally, the master is the master of our sisters. And since he is the agent of Monk Ikari, it doesn't really matter, right? He even sacrificed our virgin. Their mouths widened when they heard that the saint, who was a symbol of the civil and martial arts of the Holy Kingdom, and the captain of the Inquisitor had offered a virgin. What? Well, how about poetry and divine power? After tonight, a new doctrine will probably be distributed tomorrow. The priestesses of our church will be allowed to get married. And of course, sexual relations will also be allowed, so you can date her without her sister or brother noticing it. But didn't you already have sex with her sister and brother when they were at her orphanage? Giggle. Their faces turned red at Jean's words. What are you talking about? No sex, just kissing and hand to hand. What kind of bullshit are you talking about in front of the kids? Puck. And the others laughed for a long time as they watched a man in a priest's uniform being beaten by a muscular woman. And when Rodius, who had been beaten for a while, recovered, Angelina healed him and explained in detail the changes to the doctrine. Well, it doesn't really matter to me, but the doctrine is changing. I think the impact will be quite big. Yes, there will be a lot of confusion. But I think that is also a growing pain necessary for the kingdom to stand on its feet. Lucette and Rodius nodded at Angelina's words. Well, if that's what Icarus-sama means, then of course a species like us should follow it. We can only believe and follow it. The helpless man who had been beaten by his lover was nowhere to be found, and Yuno was inwardly amazed when the strong man was revealed. I found a talented person in an unexpected place. Both of them would be quite useful anyway. I know he's looking around, La Dame, but why are you showing the way in school uniform? Because this is also a memory. Unlike my sister, we still wear the school uniforms that fit our size when we were in school. I wonder how much our master liked it when he saw this. Well, then, have a nice day today. You can roam around the school freely. You know you're not allowed to enter classrooms where classes are in progress, right? Then sister, I'll see you later then. After issuing official passes, Lucette and Rodius disappeared again, and the three entered the school building and began looking around. And the 3 steps stopped in an empty classroom. Master, this is the classroom I used to study in. Oh my, I guess they are going out for outdoor training right now. If this happens, it will be empty for the next 2 hours. How would you like to enjoy the taste of Jean's female student's pussy here? Weak. In seeing Jean sitting on her student's desk with her legs wide open, revealing her wet panties with her vagina clearly visible, Yuno immediately took off her pants instead of answering Yana school uniform cosplay temptation illustration. Ver 1. *JEAN any school uniform cosplay temptation illustration. Ver 2. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than fanfic world, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 225. So exposure sex with Sister Angelina Jean. 5. Horror. Master's cock. It's already this big. Jean's eyes lit up when she saw Yuno's cock showing off its huge figure with his pants off. Yuno's cock exposed in the air began to emit a huge amount of its unique sex-innocent smell. So Angelina, who was watching it from the side, also got her pussy wet in an instant, and she unconsciously approached Yuno and smelled his cock. I started to take charge and wait. Master, before you put it in Jean's pussy, I'll clean it for you. You don't think it would be a good idea to just put the dick you put in my pussy earlier into Jean, right? Yuno giggled as she looked at Angelina, who stuck out her tongue and made an obscene gesture to suck her cock. Well, the intention seems obvious, but it's cute, so should I just let it go? Then, please clean it for me, Angelina. Jean, please wait a moment. Hey sis, do you need to clean my master's cock quickly? My sow's pussy is trembling because it wants to receive your cock, even though her own sister was masturbating wildly in front of her in her school uniform. Angelina seemed so happy that she opened her mouth wide and swallowed Yuno's cock, Who asked is his slash her his slash her his slash her his slash her apex his slash her face. Back quote HAA. I'm sucking cock in the classroom right now. I don't know when class will start here. I'm wearing my school uniform and sucking cock. As if it were obvious, Angelina's mouth did not end with cleaning point masturbating while sucking the cock of someone she loves in a classroom where she doesn't know when the students will return gives Angelina extreme pleasure, so she puts her lips together and licks Yuno's cock and at the same time lowers her left hand down and gets it wet. I pushed down my panties and started masturbating, poking my pussy hole. Honey water was dripping from her vagina onto the classroom floor, leaving an obscene smell permeating the wooden floor of the classroom. Chew up, chew up, chew up, chew up, chew up. Back quote master's huge cock. It feels so good to twitch in my mouth. It feels like my pussy is going to go away just by sucking the cock. Before we knew it, the classroom with a sacred atmosphere was filled with the lewd sounds of her cock being sucked and the fishy scent of love juice gushing out of Angelina's pussy. While receiving Angelina's mouth and pussy service, Yuno was stroking the head of her cute pet. So gave back quote AHH. The master is praising me. He's praising my sow's mouth and saying it feels good. Pushy it. Seeing Angelina orgasm as soon as Juno stroked her head, Jean puffed out her cheeks, spread her legs wider, and began to beg, "Master, it's my turn now. It's good to use your mouth pussy, but please also pay attention to Jean's sow pussy. Please use your sacred maximum cock to make my plump so student pussy flutter obscenely. Oh, UHM. Well, but Angelina bit my dick and wouldn't let go. Ugh." At the sound of Yuno's moans, Jean felt threatened that if she did anything else, she would lose this cum, so she kicked Angelina's ass with her foot. "Sister, it's my turn now. It's against the law to try to get cum while cleaning the master's cock." I'm sorry, Jean. I was sucking the master's cock. It felt so good that I had to stop. When Jean's strong force kicked her ass, Angelina seemed to come to her senses and just finished cleaning up and spat Yuno's cock out of her mouth, and Yuno aimed his cock at Jean's pussy again. "Please come, master. Please enjoy the school day pussy of your sow." Jean, the plump school uniform pussy of the foolish sow who only knew about Icarus Chilkeook HMM. Has oh so much with the inside of my vagina. I'm stabbing it all the way inside. Had her like so much. It's filling up my sow's pussy without leaving any gaps. As soon as her cock was thrust into her, Jean started writhing obscenely and let out her moans, filling the empty classroom with her lewd voice. Angelina, startled by Jean's voice so loud, quickly ran out to check that no students were coming, and her voice was so loud that Angelina, fortunately seeing that no students were coming, gave an okay sign, and Yuno began shaking her waist roughly. Pubjack. Bujack sucks Jean's pussy, which had been starving all day, welcomed the return of its owner and actively sucked the cock deep into it. Ugh. It's like a lewd sow's pussy. As soon as I put my dick in it, it wriggles and pulls it even deeper. Master's cock is so big. It's because it feels so good. There's nothing I can do about Jean's lewd so pussy when such an enormous cock is penetrated. KKKK. So you're saying it doesn't matter if it's not me, as long as it's big? It doesn't matter if it's another male's cock? Splat, clang, as Juno rocked her hips and simultaneously slapped her buttocks with his palms. A so-like moan came out of Jean's mouth. Kick knew that it can't be done with any other dick. It has to be the stick, only because there won't be a cock bigger than this one anyway. Because there can't be an extra large cock that feels better than this. Boohee I profit giggle. You never know, right? The continent is big, right? So there might be a man with a bigger dick than me. If such a man comes along, how about I spend your years with him? He, with her grumpy voice, pushed Jean even more roughly, pinching Jean's nipples with both hands and lifting her upper body. Then Jean reached climax, pouring out her breast milk and spurting out her pussy juice. No. Jean's vagina is a sow's pussy for the master's exclusive use. Jean's body is a sow's body for the master's exclusive use. So, you can't throw it away. I'll work hard to tighten any hole I will pump out a lot of your breast milk every morning. Oh, the pain and pleasure she felt from her nipples, and Yuno's mean words, made Jean orgasm, even as tears streamed from her eyes. However, while feeling the ultimate pleasure, Jean's pussy flesh, which had been trained like a complete sow, wriggled as it gently stroked the hard cock, and thick honey water bubbled and slapped at the joint. Cuck, there's no way I would throw away a sow's pussy that feels so good, right? So you can sleep with peace of mind. Net okay yeah too. As Yuno's cock pushed up the opening of her cervix with her hard glands, Jean's uterus went down, and button the cock lewdly point to up tube side as the sex between the uterus and the glands was extremely lewd. A moan full of pleasure came out of Jean's mouth again, and Jean's uterus, which was extremely horny, began to surround her glands and beg for semen. Ah, my hair melts. I feel like school uniform sex. I feel good at school uniform sex at school. As Yuno lifted Jean's body up to the front of her classroom and placed her down on the table, lifting her waist up. His cock jammed into Jean's womb and a huge load came out of her cunt hole. S pussy juice spurted out. Pushy it. It came in a cock came in the uterus. It. This is renewed. Uterine sex is improved every time semen was spurted into her uterus. Jean sang of her pleasure, shaking her whole body with intense heat and pleasure. It go away, while receiving the master's male cum. Jean's sow student's womb go away, while receiving the pleasant male cum. Faced with the extremely rough uterine insertion 6, Jean repeatedly went away and tightened her pussy strongly. Her uterus also grabbed Yuno's meat stick inserted inside with its soft yet hard uterus and squeezed semen, and Yuno felt the feeling of ejaculation slowly rising in her due to the tightening of her uterus. It's cheap. It's cheap. I'm so good with my sow. Okay. Yes, I will take as much as I want of the cum that the master gives me. The sacred master's cock juice. This sow bitch will take it all with her lewd womb. Jean's begging. Yuno completely let go of what she had been holding back for a little while, and thick cock juice began to gush out from Yuno's cock lodged in her womb. I'm crying. 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 Yuno's semen, which began to spurt out roughly, filled Jean's womb with an enormous concentration of divine power. Jean rolled her eyes in immense pleasure, while still pouring Yuno's semen full of divine power into her womb. I started to absorb it and wait. Who are not by the master's cock. The cum is so full of divine power too, as expected from Yuno's direct followers. Jean's womb absorbed all of Yuno's divine power and strengthened her body. Jean's lower abdomen, which was momentarily swollen like a balloon due to the huge amount of semen, has returned to a slim body again, and her body is emitting a slightly stronger divine power than before. 6. And the more sex she has, the stronger she becomes. It was showing the body of the Inquisitor. You really are the epitome of lewdness. You are a sow who will become stronger the more you have sex from now on. You are just like my bitch. Shouldn't the sow bitch who serves the cock of the master, the god of sex, be like this? So, please love my sow pussy even more in the future, master. Even after swallowing all the semen that filled her uterus, Jean's pussy folds continued to flutter and contract as if demanding more ejaculation. Jean, who let out a bewitching moan every time semen seeped into her womb, looked so beautiful and lewd that Yuno gently kissed her on the lips and stroked her head. Jean is happy to have met you, master. It would have felt better if she had spent her school days with her master. She could have offered the virgin pussy of a real active female student to her master. Her heat was something that Yuno would have been appalled to hear, but Jean kissed Yuno with her face completely in love and then went down and started cleaning his dick thoroughly. Master, I can't hold it in anymore. Please pour your thick cum on Angelina too. Please pour your thick pregnancy juice on Angelina's sour womb too. And when Angelina, who was watching in her hallway, ran up to Yuno, exposed her pussy, and started begging for him to fuck her, a loud voice came from her hallway. It's hard. Today's axe skills class was so hard. Woo, teacher Rodius's doctrine class starts now, right? I must be really sleepy. How can I hold on? The voices were those of female students who seemed to be returning from a weapons class outside, and Angelina and Jean, who were surprised, quickly put on their glasses and put glasses on Yuno as well. I guess the students are coming back. Hide. Master. The teacher's table and the classroom were soaked with the lewd fluid created by the 2-6, giving off an incredibly fishy smell. But since there was no Jennifer to cast a cleaning spell, the three hurriedly hid in a corner of the classroom wearing only clear glasses without any time to wash it off. I had to saw Saint Angelina's school uniform cosplay temptation ILLUSTRATION chapter 226. Angelina's sow exposure sex with Sister Jean. End. Sniff. What is this smell? Our Amy's sweat smells so bad. Arg. It stinks. I don't think this smells like sweat. It's a fishy yet sweet scent. Hey. Who is the one who sprinkled strange water on the teacher's table? Is it you, Takafu? It's Professor Rodius's class, and it's rude to the teacher to do something like this. The female students who returned to the classroom changed their clothes and talked wildly about the smell of semen and love juice emanating from the classroom. Point still, as they were at such a lively age, the girls were busy laughing and playing around, accusing each other of the smell, and when the window was opened and the ventilation was done, the smell of secret sex left behind by Yuno and his group was completely removed. Lord, Master, shouldn't you leave now? But, do you want to listen to the kids' class for a moment? It's called a doctrine class. Let's take a little listen. It doesn't really matter if I listen for a bit and then leave, right? Angelina and Jean nodded at Yuno's suggestion. Listening to the chattering children, it seemed that Rodius was in charge of the doctrine class, and they were also curious about how Rodius would conduct the class after receiving the revised doctrine contents. And after a while, the front door of the classroom opened, and Rodius entered the classroom and stood on the podium. Attention. Salute to Teacher Rodius. Chuck. When the child who seemed to be the class leader stood up and gave an order, the children who had been making noise up until then saluted politely. Oh, I guess the leader of this rider is that kid. He certainly seems to have quite outstanding divine power. If his physical training is at that level, how do you feel, Master? Are you turning that child into a sow too? Splat. Clang. When Jean started talking nonsense into her ear, Yuno slapped her butt mercilessly. And that sound echoed through the quiet classroom and made all the children's eyes turn back. Now, concentrate. I have a few things to convey to you before today's doctrine class. Everyone knows that this time, the Saint and the Vice Inquisitors uncovered the corruption of the corrupt Pope and Cardinals and reformed the religious order. Yes, Juno and Jean, who covered their mouths tightly for fear of being caught, had to sigh in relief at the unintended help of Rodius, who stood at the church. Meanwhile, Rodius, who had no idea that they were hiding, continued to explain the details of the reform. From now on, our holy kingdom recognizes gods other than Icarus, and all priestesses have the freedom to marry. This is said to be an oracle given by Icarus himself. Yes, is that really true, sir? The female student's eyes widened at the content of doctrinal reform that Rodius spat out. They certainly seem to have deep religious beliefs, as expected from inquisitors. I wonder if there will be a rebellion against reform. So, you're getting married? So is it okay for us to date, Kaya? Then I want to confess to Senior Harrig. Kaya, Teacher Rodius, I've secretly admired you for so long. Please accept my love. Why did you receive the love of 4 years ago? Teacher Rodius. I was in love with the teacher at the battlefield. Before I entered school, Yuno realized that her thoughts were completely useless as she watched the classroom suddenly become a mess with her love story, as if the doctrine of monotheism had nothing to do with it. The Holy Kingdom of Johans has been suppressing human desires with overly strong doctrines. Now that a hole has been opened, reforms to relieve desires will begin one by one in all areas. And a capable person will be needed to gently control it. Looking at Angelina and Jean in her arms, Yuno realized that they were not the only ones with particularly strong desires. When she heard Rodius calm the students down and begin class again, she reached down and rubbed their pussies. It started. I'm the owner. For now. The kids are watching. However, as if the two of them didn't like Yuno's touch, they spread their legs and actively accepted Yuno's hand, and the three began having secret sex in the corner of the classroom with the sound of Rodius class as background music. Who? The master's cock. In the pussy backquote he'd poke the back with your finger like that. Uno, who had just had sex with Jean, started to enjoy sex by lifting Angelina's body up and impaling it on her dick, and without caring about the fact that a doctrine class was in progress, he went out and enjoyed Angelina's pussy. Backquote even though there are so many students in class, your pussy is still filling up my dick. Moreover, the way it moves in a sinuous manner, it looks like a perverted sow's vagina. TSK backquote ab what a perverted pussy. I love it so much, it's the best compliment for this lewd sow. Crunch crackle. The three of them were having sex while trying to keep their voices as quiet as possible, but was moving so roughly, and Angelina's unique love juices were secreted indiscriminately, and the lewd sounds coming from their joints even flowed into Rodius's ears. Quite. What does this mean? Please refrain from chatting during sacred doctrine class. Teacher? We didn't say anything. That's right. It sounds like it's coming from the back of the classroom. The students who were concentrating in class also turned their heads back and looked at the place where the three people had disappeared, probably because they heard the obscene sounds they were making. Huh. What is that? I was sure I cleaned it in the morning, but there's some weird water dripping on it. Isn't this the sweat that dripped from our gym clothes? Have you seen sweat pool like water like that? The transparent glasses that Jennifer had made seemed unable to cover the pussy juice that had fallen on the floor, and the students were making noises while looking at the obscene puddle. In response to the students' reaction, Rodius stopped class for a moment and walked to the back of the classroom. Backquote eek. Lord, Master, if we keep doing this, we'll get caught. Rodius will find out that we're sows. Backquote ahh. It became known that the saint and the chief judge were lewd, so I was branded as a lewd sow by all my brothers and sisters. As Rodius got closer and closer to their bodies, the invisibility magic was shared with him as well, and despite the imminent situation that such lewd behavior would be discovered, Angelina and Jean's pussies and anuses squeezed Juno's cock and fingers tightly. Britty, you guys are okay anyway, right? Whether you get caught or not, it doesn't mean you're not my sow. Backquote but now Rodius had come out to the back of the classroom, and it was clear that if he walked a few more steps, he would reach their location point as began to shake her hips more and more roughly. Angelina's face took on a more and more lustful expression, and now she was shedding tears and writhing in pleasure. Backquote ahh. If Rodius finds out, Sister Lucette will definitely find out. Then we'll become complete sows. But I can't stop. Sex that feels so good. Exposure sex with the owner that feels so good I can never stop. Angelina, in an urgent situation where she might be caught, felt a tremendous orgasm and squirted out her fountain of water and poured semen into her pussy, feeling the inside of Angelina's pussy tightening around his cock point. Because it was such an urgent situation, he ejaculated a little earlier than usual, but perhaps because of the situation, was also getting tremendous pleasure, and if Rodius took one step forward, the three people's lewd images would be shown to him. The back door opened, and a loud female voice was heard. Rodius, it's an emergency teachers meeting. I guess the doctrinal reform that Angelina explained earlier has officially arrived. I understand, Lucette. In response to the voice of his lover urgently looking for him, Rodius told the students that the classroom was not cleaned properly and ordered them to keep it clean until he came point, and and his group were able to quickly escape the classroom, taking advantage of that gap. Woo, I really thought I was going to catch it. I survived thanks to Lucette anyway. What did you think the master would do if you got caught? Of course, it felt perfect, but Rodius is a very strong personality. Contrary to his appearance, Angelina and Jean caressed her sister's breasts together, her body fluttering as she said she would never let it go. Well, if I had been caught, I would have come out strong and said, what does it matter if I just have sex with my own sows? After all, that's true, right? And you're my sow, right? The sow doesn't think about such unnecessary things and just does what her master tells her to do. Just open it up, understand? And Jelena and Jean left their bodies in the master's hands, feeling their pussies becoming wet from Juno's strong voice and touch point. While enjoying the bodies of his Tusos, Yuno examined the plan he had for ruling the castle that was in his head, and enjoyed enjoyable outdoor sex dates throughout Radane Castle on girly in our school uniform cosplay cum shot illustration. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.